Round 4 of the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships here in St. Louis. Grand Chess Tour champion Wesley So rolled the dice in his game against former champion Alexander Onischuk, but his gamble paid off as he won in dominating style to grab sole lead in the tournament. Defending champion Nazi Paikidze shook off a bad loss the day before to win her game, but the story of the round was young Jennifer Yu beating 7-time champion Irina Krush to join a jumble of 5 players tied for first in the women's championship. The tension is rising as we near the midpoint of the event. Round 5 action starts right now.
Hello and welcome back everybody to Day 5 of the 2017 US Chess Championships. In Day 4 we've seen plenty of exciting chess with Wesley So defeating Alexander Onischuk and taking the sole lead in the open section. In the women's section we now have a 5-way tie for the first place. We are looking forward to some explosive chess as the players are heading into the free day and they're going to try to get that morale boost. Let's go back to the studio with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice and see what the matchups for today are.
Thank you, Cristian. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm with Yasser Seirawan.
Good afternoon, Jennifer.
And we sure are looking forward to this rest day eve.
Absolutely. Well, the day before the rest day, the players come and try their best to separate themselves in the tournament.
Exactly, and as we see, we have 2 very different situations in the U.S. Championships and the U.S. Women's Championships. In the U.S. Championships, we've got Wesley So leading the cross table, and he is half a point ahead of his nearest rivals. This is also his 60th game without a loss.
Yeah, what a streak he's on, and he's performing effortlessly as he's carved his way to first place in this field.
Just half a point behind him are 2 younger players, Daniel Naroditsky and Yaroslav Zherobuk, college students in fact. And we also have Hikaru Nakamura, a 4-time champ himself. Meanwhile, our defending champion, Fabiano Caruana, is still on even score. Don't let his position on this cross table mislead you. He's still doing fine. There's a massive tie for 5th through 10th. But hasn't gotten that first victory.
No, he hasn't. 4 draws, he needs to get on a streak.
That's right. So we'll watch carefully on that. Meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, we've got a 5-way tie for first. It's actually very crowded at the top. Our defending champion, Nazi Paikidze, our rating favorites, Irina Krush and Anna Zitansky, and 2 of our youngsters, Maggie Feng and Jennifer Yu. Just so many interesting storylines in those top 5.
Absolutely, and Jennifer winning 2 crucial games against Anna and Irina. Wow.
Yeah, big tournament so far for Jennifer Yu. Let's take a look at the pairings in the U.S. Championship. Well, Wesley So playing against one of the other leaders, Yaroslav Zherobuk, who's just half a point back. Wesley's 60 unbeaten streak. Is he going to try for the victory today or try to just relax? We'll find out.
We'll find out. And Hikaru and Danya, wow. And Onischuk reeling. Maybe it's Fabi's chance to get in the win column.
And meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, we've got none of the leaders playing each other, which would seem normal except for the fact that there's 5 of them.
Yeah.
So we've got Emily Nguyen, who's at the bottom of the table, playing against Irina Krush, tied for first. So despite being black, Irina is thirsty in this game.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Anna Zitansky, one of our leaders, against Apurva Verkud, who lost a tough game yesterday. And another one I'm really looking forward to is our defending champion against the sweetheart of the tournament, 13-year-old Carissa.
Absolutely. That's the game to watch, too, in the Women's Championship.
And we've got Maurice Ashley with his own thoughts on what we're going to see here in round 5 of the championships.
Well, it's always nice to see a mix of the favorites and the newcomers to the event. And We have no exception here. We have a situation where there's a great tie at the top, which makes for exciting chess. There you see three big-time names: Irina Krush, the 7-time champ; Anna Zatonski, 4-time champ; and the reigning champ, Nazi Paikidze. But two new faces: Maggie Fang, playing great chess, and Jennifer Yu, who's defeated two of those names, Anna and Irina, so far in the competition, making it for a great mix of the ladies at the top. On the men's side, well, Wesley So, we know this name. He has been dominating world chess for the last several months. He's unbeaten for 60 games, and he's going to try to make it 61 today. But look at those players chasing him. Hikaru Nakamura right behind him, a half a point behind. The only player on this list that's ever won a championship, and he's done it 4 times. Young Daniel Naroditsky from Stanford also showing some enterprising chess. And Yaroslav Zerabuk, his first time in the championship. Hey, I may be a newcomer, he's saying, but watch out, I'm making a run for the title. Well, let's look at the pairings today, the ones to watch. Without question, Hikaru Nakamura, the 4-time champ, he hasn't won it. He wants it back. He wants his title back. And he's been sort of the number 3 player now. Everybody's talking about Wesley and Fabi. Make sure you note this name. He always wants to win a title, and he's going to try to do that against young Daniel Naroditsky, who's played some wild chess so far in the event. We'll see whether or not that holds to form in this game. And of course, we have to watch this game between Wesley So, the Grand Chess Tour champion, going for 61 unbeaten games. But will he try to win against the newcomer, Yaroslav Zerabuk? We'll see how they handle this game. Should be a very exciting matchup. On the women's side, this matchup is definitely one to watch. Jennifer Yu just regaling us with her tenacity, her determination. Twice she was in trouble against the champions, former champions. She was able to get out of it and win the games. Now we'll see whether or not she can handle this game against a woman who's won 4 titles in Belarus, where she's from, Anna Sharovich. She knows about winning titles as well. This should be a tough game, as Sharovich beat Yu with the black pieces in 2015. And of course, this matchup, we've got Nazi Paikidze, the reigning women's champion, had a terrible loss 2 rounds ago, bounced back with a win, and now she's going to see if she can build some momentum against the youngster Carissa Yip. Carissa is the darling of the event, the youngest player here. When I pressed her yesterday, she said, I'm going for the win. So this should be a dynamic matchup indeed as we enter round 5 here at the championships.
Thank you, Maurice.
And let's take a look at the players are arriving. They're about to do battle in just 2 minutes. We see the triathlete, Alexander Onishuk. He's one of the older players in the tournament, but he doesn't look it, and I think it's that fitness.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the richest national championship of the world. What's the prizes at stake?
Well, there's almost 200K available in the open section and 50K for first place. So a big chunk of change there, as well as the many opportunities and prestige of winning the title.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, in the women's championship, we've got 25K for first and a total prize fund of $100,000. Especially for some of these players who are still in their teens, that's a good dent in the college fund.
Exactly, it helps every little bit.
And let's take a look as the play begins. Let's do our customary opening predictions. I got a tough one for you, Nakamura and Naroditsky.
That's definitely tough. But you know, Hikaru, he's been exploring some different openings and defenses. I'm going to go with E4 and Hikaru today with E4.
Now, Danya said that he likes to avoid mainstream theory. It's not that he necessarily thinks that he's so much better at the middle game than these players, but he just said that he enjoys it more rather than studying these long opening lines with stockfish.
Yes, deep preparation. And yesterday we saw against Gadakamsky just how deep Hikaru Nakamura's preparation is. He's been very impressive so far in this event.
Well, I thought Gada might go down in that game. I mean, especially considering that he lost a couple games in a row. I was really surprised that Gada saved himself, especially with Nakamura out-preparing him. But that just goes to show you, even somebody in this tournament who loses 2 games in a row is one heck of a player. We're talking about a legend here, Gada Kamsky.
Without question. And I was wrong. Hikaru actually opened up D4. I wonder what he has in store for Danya's Nimzo / Queen's Gambit Ragozin systems.
No, actually, he opened up C4.
C4. Oh, pardon me.
So that's the last time you'll be wrong today, Yasser.
I hope so.
First time, last time.
I hope so. C4, an English opening by Hikaru.
And now he's got an interesting expression on his face. He looks like he's sailing. He just looks, he looks very
Chilled.
happy right now. Just so relaxed. That's something you kind of see in Nakamura more in recent years.
Yeah, well, this actually puts a little, it's an awkward issue for Danya because he's not going to get his Nimzo Queen's Gambit decline systems with the Rogozin that he likes, but he is being given the opportunity to play a reverse Sicilian with E7, E5, which is definitely the most challenging way of playing against the English. We'll see what Danya does. Let me just go back to our tournament leader,
Why
Wesley
predict
So.
French?
You did
But
great.
I was trying to beat you out.
You did great, Jennifer, because you indeed the French defense by Wesley So. Now that's already an indication that he's looking for more of a battle. Normally, when he's playing against the Magnus Carlsens of the world, he uses E5 as his A game, so to speak. So
But
E6.
he did play the French against Caruana in the Pro Chess League, I believe, and that was a game that he won.
The 15-minute
Yeah.
rapid games. Yeah.
That's also makes sense. In a rapid game, you sometimes have a slightly different repertoire.
Yes, exactly.
So French, a bit more combative. Now that might surprise people. Why do you say the French being more combative than the double king pawn? Is it just because there's so many Berlins in the double king pawn?
Yes, there's so many ways of equalizing and getting a very tame position. In the French, you're going to get an imbalance, especially if white goes for these lines where you get the French formation with E4, E5.
Right, where white grabs a bunch of space and black's hits on the D4 pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this move C5, we've seen it earlier in the tournament. It was actually the Gadakamsky-Varugian game where after takes on D5, queen takes D5. This is a well-known system.
With bishop C4 and queen D6, and now you
It's
castle first because if knight B3 right away, queen B4, and you've lost a tempo.
Oops. Knight F6. And this was the game between Var and Gada. Gada actually had a very nice position before he made that howler, that blunder with
allowing queen
C4,
C4, the desperado tactic.
Right.
And indeed, it looks like this has appeared on the board, so we are likely to see these very lines after knight F3, bishop C4. It's a pretty linear variation, so I think we'll see this. And I guess in this line, it's a little bit less combative than some of the closed variations with huge imbalances. There still are imbalances here, but it's more likely that you see early trades.
Yes, so you get something, oops, excuse me, knight takes, knight takes, knight takes, something, a lot of choices here.
Queen takes is a possibility too, right?
Right.
A very small endgame advantage there.
Right. Black has to decide between bishop d7 and a7, a6. At least in this case, we've got a majority on the king side / center for black, and a majority on the queen side for white.
But we didn't see knight F3. Sorry to interrupt. We see takes on C5 instead.
Immediately.
So yeah, just an immediate take C5.
Actually, this was a line that Ray Robson...
Without knight F3. Even.
Without knight F3, yeah. Pardon me. Yeah, this was a line that Ray Robson, it's become quite topical. I personally find it more tame. I don't think it's that as challenging as the other lines that we were just looking at. But it's, like I said, it's just become more topical in today's top play. Maurice.
This is an intriguing opening question already in the game between Alexander Onyszczuk and Fabiano Caruana. You look at this position, you've got a plain old simple King's Indian on the board. 99% of players will play the move bishop to G7, no problem, and we'd keep it going. But the move E4, of course, would be the classical line, would be the normal response. Well, Fabiano really loves this move, bishop to F5, stopping the move E4, just disrupting that plan, and then continuing with play. This has been a pet line of his. The only issue is when I went to the database to look up the games of the top 5 games he's played with the black pieces, he's lost 4 of them.
Ooh.
Half a point out of 5 games, and he insists on playing it yet again. Quite intriguing. When something's not working, usually you kind of leave it alone. But Caruana saying, I believe in this line. I'm going to try it yet again. We'll see whether or not he's able to prove finally differently that he can win with this line. We'll see how Alexander Onishchuk handles it, and he's been surprised by the move. Well, it looks like they've actually played some moves, and we'll just continue down the line in this opening. Quite interesting to see why Fabi has chosen this as a way to go.
Well, it's actually a bit of a surprise. G2, G3, Maurice, just stay with it for a moment. And, you know, as a chess teacher, you tell your students not to move the same piece twice in the opening. But the early adventure, knight e4, talk about that move for a second. Is that the theory that black is supposed to follow up with, moving your knight twice?
I have not seen that. Oh, yes, this has been played. Actually, there's a game between Gadakomsky and Alexander Morozevich in this line after G3, knight to E4 was played, and in that game, white won. So we'd have to keep on looking down to see whether or not there are improvements. Clearly, Fabi has some kind of improvement plan and must feel that this position is okay. But bishop F5 and knight E4 in the opening, that's just completely unusual, totally against normal principles. But it seems as though in this modern chess age, players don't care about the old principles anymore. They just look for specific moves that might work on the board.
Thank you. And in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Daniel Naroditsky, Daniel accepted the challenge. He said, okay, you're playing an English approach. I'll play E7, E5, G3, knight C6, bishop G2, and very challenging F5. Ooh, early.
Like a kind of Grand Prix, yeah.
Exactly. Rex Sinquefield is going to be very happy with this reverse Grand Prix that Daniel has essayed. So in the Grand Prix attack, we often see ideas for black that involve bishop c5, castles, and f4 going for the attack. Is that what you've been teaching, Rex, by the way? The Grand Prix,
he does well
loves
with
that.
it.
Yeah.
He usually plays with the bishop to b5 or b4.
Bishop to b4.
Yes, and he likes that Albert book on it, Albert and Al
Lev Albert's book, yes.
And the best game, I think, in one of the ultimate moves was when he was partnered with Garry Kasparov, and they played a good move. It's a good game. It's like kind of like one of those like queen h4, knight g5 attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be very easy for white to play, but with the less tempo, that does make a difference.
Yes, that extra tempo for white. And by the way, we have our first phone caller of the day.
That's right. Welcome to the show. Let us know where you're calling from and your question.
Hi, this is Bob Murray from Palinville, New York.
Hey.
Hello, Bob.
Very happy to be watching you guys again. It's becoming a real tradition, and somehow, some way, you've managed to elevate the production values even from last year. You're just doing a spectacular job. It's always fun to watch the prodigious young talent. Watching Maggie Feng be interviewed by Maurice Ashley, who never fails to apply the accolades that they deserve. It was just so wonderful. You elevate the game. And you are 99.9% perfect. Would you like to hear the 0.1% nitpick?
Please.
Very simply, you want to tap the arbiters on the shoulder, thank them for the wonderful job they're doing, and remind them to get the score sheets from the corner of the table, as opposed to standing with their derriere right in front of the camera. This is the only time where the participants are actually talking after hours of silence. There's a post-mortem, and we are staring at derrieres. Just a thought. Otherwise, you guys are perfect.
Bob, thank you for the compliments. All compliments gratefully received. Good point, though. When collecting the score sheets, the players do at the end of the game exchange a few brief words with one another, usually like, boy, did I miss something? What was your thoughts about the game? And then the webcam has the arbiter, right? You get to see the backside of the arbiters.
Well, I know Carol gets the squats in. I mean,
okay.
but you know, I was really expecting something much worse there because you know when somebody says,
0.001%.
you know, when somebody says you're perfect,
except
but
for this one detail, not to do with us. And as far as the production values go, Bob, really, you've got to thank our producers and the team. And trust me when I say there's a team of people behind this whole show that really brings it all together.
And it's not just us?
True that. And They're really marvelous. Those introduction teases, the montage of chess images of the players, that's just great stuff. I totally agree that the production, it feels like a television program show that they produce.
I just like the flattering lighting by Kevin.
That's good too.
Keep that going. And, and of course we'll continue to give shouts out to our production team, because one thing that I really like is chess tournaments around the world. I think they're inspired by this production, because I see little things that remind me of this, and that's fantastic.
Well, we're setting the standards worldwide, and people who watch this show globally say, that's what we should be doing for world championships and candidates and all the top tournaments in the world. And we do it, of course, for the Grand Chess Tour as well.
That's right. So let's get back to the games, but keep the questions coming both via our hotline and also the hashtag US Chess Champs. Cristian Chirila, Grandmaster, who opened the show, is on the St. Louis Chess Club Twitter. We've got Webster Student International Master Eric Rosen. He's doing US Chess Twitter today. And we also have lots of fans using that hashtag. So that's another way to chime in on what your predictions are today. Do you have any big predictions today, Yaz?
I'm going to wait for another half hour to see where the games go. I'm still intrigued very much so by the game of Onishuk and Caruana, because after knight e4, White played the move bishop d2. Cagey little move here by Alexander. He's basically saying, if you want to take my bishop and win the two bishops, that's great, but then down the road, I'm going to be able to get into e2, e4 with tempo, grabbing all kinds of central space.
And then where are you going to put your bishop on f5? It's
thereafter, yes.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward to put it on d7 because it's in the way of the knight on d7 and knight on b8. You could put it on bishop g4, but you don't really want to play bishop takes f3. So. And
on the other hand, if you try to liquidate with, for example, knight takes c3, bishop takes c3, bishop e4 to occupy the e4 square, well, you've got to be careful that I'll expand with d4, d5, hitting the rook and getting on the long diagonal before the bishop on g7 arrives. So Fabiano taking a little time as he has to address this move, bishop d2. And Maurice.
Really fascinating line, to be sure. And what's interesting about it is how well Black does if you play the natural moves. The move in this position, knight takes on e4, bishop takes, bishop to g2. Black scores overwhelmingly well in this line. In fact, at the top of the list, I found a lot of draws, and Black scoring, and I just can't even believe it when you look at the numbers, 11 wins to 1 for White. In this position, that doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, I'm just flabbergasted. I got to take a double take of these numbers that's saying that in this variation. And it looks as though this line is not what you want to do. Bishop to d2, on the other hand, what Onishuk did play is a rarer move, and I'll get to that position now on the board, which is here. Bishop to d2, and this line scores better for White if Black doesn't play very well. But Black has some natural moves. Bishop to g7, bishop g2, and now knight takes c3 is the move that the database has. And of the 5 games I found, Black won 4. I don't get it. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, this line, just the stopping of this move, e4. It looks like White should be able to execute it. There's no reason in the world for White to lose these positions that frequently. There's nothing wrong with White's position. So at any rate, we have it going in that direction on the board. Bishop d2 having been played. And to see Fabi stopping here looks like he's uncertain. We know him. If he knows exactly what's going on, the move will be spanked down immediately. So clearly he prepared this, but now he's in a situation where he's a bit worried about Onishuk's preparation.
Thank you. And coming back to the game of Nakamura, well, a victory of sorts, a moral victory for the Grand Prix attack, as Hikaru spends an entire move playing a2, a2, a3, entire tempo, just to stop a possibility of bishop b4.
Well, not just. We also might expand later with what they wanted before. You, of all people, have to have respect for that plan.
Well, most especially because I made a good career out of it. But in this case, I usually would play rook b1 with the idea of not playing a3. Here, for example, after we go to g6, let me just put a few moves on the board. d3, bishop g7. knight f3, d6, we get into a very, very well-known position that Walter Brown most especially liked to play as black. And here I would play the move rook b1 in order to play the move b4, but my pawn would still be on a3, so I'd actually have my pawn already on b4. Why is this so different? Well, imagine after a3, b4, black plays the move a7, a6. So what's your most natural move? a4, so that you can get in b5. But then white has lost a tempo. So at the current position that they have on the board, I think it would be a very good idea for Danya to deviate with g6, which he has done.
Right, which is now it's like a closed Sicilian type position where
Reversed, yes.
Yeah, where you play in the closed Sicilian, you usually fiend kettle your bishop. So,
and Hikaru, very aware of the little details I've just been discussing, instead of going for the knight f3 d3 plan, he switched his plan by playing the move e2 e3, and he says, I'm going to bring my knight on g1 to the e2 square so that I can at least expand in the center, give myself the option of expanding in the center with d2, d4.
Well, don't forget, Hikaru Nakamura, when he was a little kid, used to play the Grand Prix as white. And I think that was that must have partly been because his stepfather, Sunil Weeramantree, also played it.
Exactly.
So, and yeah, I mean, obviously, even when he was a little kid, he was like 2,300. So he was mating people at this Grand Prix.
Yes, indeed, and Maurice.
Speaking of Hikaru Nakamura, something he did yesterday is being reflected in a game on the ladies' side between Jennifer Yu and Anna Shevich. Remember this position, guys?
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to see some more of the scintillating action we saw yesterday in this position? Bishop to e3 was played by Gadakomsky, and after bishop to d6, knight to e5, g6, we saw the wild g4 and h4 get stormed down the board. I wonder if the ladies were watching that game at all, or at least researched it after the fact. Anna Shevich boldly going into the same line that Hikaru did, and Hikaru played some very interesting preparation in that game. Will we see that happen now? We'll see as the game proceeds.
Wow. Thank you, Maurice. I was just looking at the game of Sam Shanklin. He came up with a very confusing move, rook a8 to b8 in that situation against VAR. VAR, that move rook b8, that may be the latest and greatest in theory, but it sure looks like a strange move to my eyes. Rook a8, b8 here. I can only guess that Sam is preparing a very early b5. Let's just take a look. Can black really essay such a gambit, which the move rook on b8 clearly prescribes? The idea is that after b5, queen takes c6, bishop b7, the rook is not attacked, and in fact the rook on b8 now defends the bishop, so that the bishop eyeballing this knight on f3 can't.
So you have no time to take on
b5
bishop f3.
As the knight defends the rook, and it's a tempo, and black is winning.
You have no good. The only place to put your queen is on c7.
Exactly. Now, black is likely prepared to try to win back his pawn and disrupt white castling opportunities. So this move, rook b8, very intriguing. I'm still not sure what to make of this move.
This isn't really the end of the variation.
No, not at all. It's still continuing, I'm sure.
We got to look at the move bishop takes b5 and have some fun.
Oh, take my rook?
Yeah, well, just one.
Okay, that's one. And if we take two, okay,
yeah.
No, maybe I can go back.
And then after bishop takes d7, you simply have this king e7 move.
Well, look at this. It's wild with both kings. Ooh, I made a mistake. Check this out, Jennifer. In this position, let me play the move king d2. We'll see the difference in just a moment after the end.
I see what you're trying to do.
Yes, you do. I want to take advantage of this crazy check. The idea is before my king was sitting on the e2 square. Now that it's sitting on the d2 square.
So queen d5, you have bishop c6 check.
Yes,
right?
But this is how I wanted to use the open file.
And then if king f6.
Well, then we get a mate, right? Check, takes, check, king f6, mate in 2.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
Wow,
Very nice.
some extraordinary preparation. And as you were mentioning, Jen, if you do take with the queen, then I've got the discover check this away to pick up the queen and
the
probably.
B8 is also hanging, so you're having lots of fun here. As well,
I'm
right?
having too much fun. There is a Zwischenzug in this line with bishop b4 check, so I can save my rook on b8. But this is a wild and crazy stuff, and Sam Shanklin initiated with this offbeat move, rook b8.
But maybe the pawn on f3 isn't the play. Maybe there's something else there.
You mean all the way back?
Yeah, so after queen
Queen
c7,
c7.
do we have anything else besides taking this pawn immediately?
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Yeah, like
but
I was thinking about trying to play b4 or bishop b4 followed by castling.
Well, I liked your move bishop b5 from that earlier variation we just looked at. This feels dangerous for black because, after all, white is a pawn to the good, and he's got the initiative. As we know, the word initiative in chess means the ability to generate threats, and white's initiative here looks pretty good. So b4 of the alternative moves wouldn't be on my list.
And we've got another phone call. Welcome to the show. Hello. Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, hi. This is Greg Ranger calling from Chatham, New Jersey.
Hello, welcome to our show, Greg.
Jennifer, welcome back and congratulations on being a mom.
Thank you so much. It's the best.
Yasser, fantastic to see you back. And Mr. GQ over there at the action board with the red shirt and the bow tie. Maurice, you're doing your typically wonderful job with the play-by-play. And I wanted to say one thing to Maurice before I ask my question. Maurice, I happened to discover your interview 18 years ago this month, 1999, April 7th, with Charlie Rose. I would urge everyone to go look at that interview. I thought that you were, the interview was great, despite the fact that the typically liberal, hubris-filled, condescending, and patronizing Charlie Rose was asking you questions that I thought were irrelevant to your great achievement, even at that stage of your life. And I thought your comments about your views on chess and life are just precious.
Thank you.
Okay, now for my question. You ready?
We're all set.
It's a trivia question. Why, at the end of each game, does the arbiter take each king and place them in the center of the board before taking the score sheet? What is the tradition behind that, if any?
Well, thank you for the question.
Oh, the arbiters.
That's an easy one. Essentially, that's recording the final result. When the kings are positioned in such a way, it signifies to the program the game has been a draw, or white has won, or black has won. So everybody who's watching the game knows the result.
Right, and the DGT board picks it up as well.
Exactly, that's what that's about.
Yeah, the arbiter is getting a lot of attention today.
Yeah.
Shout out to international arbiters, Frank Guadalupe, who's also got another big event coming up, the Super Nationals in Nashville.
The biggest tournament, not only in the United States, I think also in the world. Over 5,000 to 6,000 competitors in our Super National. That's the elementary, junior high, and high school championships in Nashville, Tennessee.
In May. And here he is, Frank Guadalupe, and we've also got international arbiter Carol Jarecki,
yeah.
Who is with us here in St. Louis for so many years, and I know she loves it here. It's a great place to work, isn't it, Yasser?
Oh, well, definitely. By the way, looking at that game between Nakamura and Daniel Naroditsky, bam, e5, e4 by Daniel. He's really thrown the gauntlet with his last move. He's basically saying to white, look, I'm willing to expand and push my e-pawn up the board with the idea that when I fianchetto my bishop, then blacks will have a better view. The bishop will have an open diagonal along the long diagonal. So the move e2, e3, if you're not going to play the move d2 to d3 to stop this expansion, I'll grab it, and look at that. He did it right away with e5, e4.
But this move has drawbacks as well, namely the fact that now white knows what you're going to do. A lot of times I like to keep some flexibility with those e5 and f4 pawns. Like, maybe I'll play f4, maybe I'll play e4. You don't know right away. Whereas now that we know, we can plant a knight on f4 and really start to grasp onto some of the square weaknesses that you've created. But you seem like I don't know what it is, Yasser, but it seems like you like black here. Is that true?
Yes, I do.
Because the way you're talking.
Yeah, because I'm not a big fan of the a2, a3 tempo. I think white's advantage in chess is rather slim, and you can't just throw it away with a move like a2, a3.
Knight e5 is an idea here, too, and I think that's why Hikaru quickly played d4.
Absolutely. Well, as you were saying, Jennifer, you know, white's given squares. Now that you've advanced, you're going to put a knight on f4, maybe to d5. But as Bobby Fischer said, to get squares, you got to give them. And after the move e4, black has his own ideas. He wants to play knight e4, knight d3 check, completely disrupting white. Hence, we see the move d2, d3, getting rid of this pawn on e4, and Dania is captured. In case of a recapture, well, we'll post our knight nicely in the center of the board with the move knight c6 to e5, provoking the queen to come back. And now after bishop g7, I really think most of, if not all, of black's opening issues that he might have in the opening are behind him. And Maurice, you've got some other insights on some other games going on.
Absolutely. You talk about opening moves. These players prepare so deeply. They go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 moves these days into preparation. And you watch the youngsters, Maggie Feng playing against Tatev Abrahamian, showing her knowledge of this particular variation. The game, let's go back just a couple of moves, actually, to this point. And she's been blitzing out her moves, as is Tatev. Knight takes d4, queen takes a6, bishop to e3, b5. Developing her queen side was the youngster. And after this typical move, king to b1, knight f6, not worried about the thrust of e5. Now knight to d5, knight e4, giving away this dark squared bishop. And now queen takes e3. They've blitzed really to this point, and Maggie is not slowing down. She's now played bishop to d5, a line that's been sturdy for black. So clearly the youngster is prepared and fearless. She knows this position. I mean, she's looking up in the sky like, okay, what you got? Because I know this one. So challenging her in that line for sure. And now the other youngster, Jennifer Yu, she's playing against Anna Sharovich, and she played bishop g5 in this position, bishop g5. We saw this move. This is not what Kamsky played yesterday. He played bishop to e3 against Nakamura, but bishop g5 we saw just a few months ago that So played against Anish Giri, and I'm going to pull that game up right here. This was the position, exact position at bishop g5, f6, bishop back, and now bishop to d6, which is now on the board in the game with Sharovich, having played the black pieces, put bishop on d6. Anish thought that he could play very simply with g3 castles, bishop g2, no problem. He could just wait around until he saw this maneuver, f5, and he said, okay, let me play knight e5 and attack your knight, except he had to face f4. And we remember black had a steaming attack in that game. Wesley didn't play it quite correctly in order to prosecute his advantage. If he had, he could have won yet another game in that competition. He ended up winning the tournament anyway. But what does young Jennifer Yu have for this line? We will find out as she has walked into some very sharp preparation as this game proceeds.
Thank you, Maurice. And just turning back to that game that we had kept our eye on between Onishuk and Fabi, after the moves, we had left it after bishop d2, bishop g7 was played, bishop g2, both players fianchettoing the bishop, their bishops, and the immediate knight takes d2. Grabbing the two bishops did Fabi, and after castles, knight c6. Okay, it's an interesting game. It's like a King's Indian defense where somehow black just got rid of this knight on f6 for a dark squared bishop, and with this last move, knight c6, essentially e7, e5 is on tap, trying to gain control of the d4 square. If white goes e2, e4, which would be normally a very challenging move, after bishop g4, the bishop is preparing to capture this knight in order to capture this pawn on d4. And it feels to me like black is simply doing very well.
So with d5 here, you're going to play bishop f3
And then
knight d5?
nanosecond, bishop,
Or knight d4.
knight d4. And
if knight e5, the double attack is well met just by bishop e2.
yes, and the knight on e5 is potentially vulnerable to an f2, f4, pushing it away. Conversely, when you put the knight on d4, and after bishop d2, essentially this knight is unassailable, and you'll just fortify it with a move like c5, and I prefer black.
Well, yeah, I mean, my bishop's better than your bishop, right? That's what it comes down to there.
I like the way you said that. My bishop's better than your bishop. True that. Your bishop is better than my bishop.
That's not the kind of thing that happens in the U.S. Championship.
And we have another caller.
And we've got another caller from Canada. Welcome to the show. We love hearing from you all around the world.
Hello again, Jen and Yasser. It's Randy Bonnell calling from St. John's, Newfoundland.
Hi, Randy.
Yes, sir. I have two quick questions, one for you and one for Maurice. Is it time for chess to have its own senior and champion, similar to the seniors of the PGA? And for you, Yasser, and for Maurice, has Yasser shared the third white bishop joke with you yet?
The third white bishop joke.
White bishop joke. No, I'll answer that one first. No. I don't know where we're going with this one. Yasser, do you have such a joke?
Randy's going to share. No, Randy. What's the joke?
No, I don't think it's appropriate for the air.
We don't know that yet.
But when we find out, it'll be too late, Yasser.
Unless, these calls are supposed to be screened. So hopefully he shared the joke with our production team and they feel free to put it on the air. But I have not heard the joke.
All right, I think we lost him, though.
Oh.
So there's no joke. Oh, my God.
Can't
now we have to get Rex on to tell a joke.
Yeah, well, ooh, boy, that we definitely need screening on that one.
And why would they ask you that question, Yasser?
I'm trying to remember the three white bishops. I just want to say, regarding the senior tour, in truth, FIDE, it was about 10 years ago, I would think, they really started creating senior championships, senior world championships. And they've become very, very popular indeed, and they're played annually. Also, I believe there's a world senior team championships as well. And Alex Yermolinsky was trying to bring the old crew together, Joel Benjamin, Larry Christensen, Alexander Shabala, to win the gold medal at the World Senior Championships.
It's only 50 and up.
I think they actually even have different categories of 50 and 65 and up.
Yeah, the U.S. Senior Open I know is 50 and up, and there are some 60 and up tournaments as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's good. I mean, anything to keep encouraging people to play.
Yes, absolutely. So I was just going to say, in this game between Onishuk and Fabi, we're seeing that the immediate e2, e4 actually doesn't work that very well for white, and maybe he should preface the move first with h2, h3 in order to stop a future bishop g4. Let me just refresh my board and see if indeed that took place. That was the game of Wesley. So, no, instead of e4, the immediate d4, d5 was essayed, attacking this knight, but it has ramifications. The first one, and the most obvious one, is black's bishop on g7 is unimpeded on this long diagonal. And the second one is this bishop on g2 is now going to be a little bit boxed in now that the pawn is on d5. You're grabbing space, but you're taking up some serious responsibilities and obligations. We have a special guest, Jennifer.
Yes, Jim Kavanaugh. He is with Maurice Ashley.
Thanks, Jen. And Jim Kavanaugh is the CEO of Worldwide Technology, one of the biggest
employers here in St. Louis, but also one of the top companies in the country. I believe Forbes ranked you guys 51st on the largest private-owned companies. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Tell us a little bit more about your company.
Worldwide Technology is a global systems integrator, so we provide large Fortune 500 companies, governments around the world, large service providers, the complex integration, technology integration that goes into running companies and organizations, data center, cloud, cybersecurity, and we actually have a whole team of application developers that write mobile apps on top of those technology environments.
Sounds exciting and also cryptic.
Yes.
Well, certainly you know the business, but you're also in another business that's interesting. You're interested in bringing Major League Soccer to St. Louis.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, I actually played soccer growing up. You know, as a kid, I played at St. Louis University, which is just down the street from where we are here. Played professional soccer for a number of years, and actually played for the Olympic team back in '83 and '84. Wow. So I had a good fortune of traveling around the world. It's kind of interesting what you guys are doing here with chess, that soccer is such a multicultural global sport, and chess seems to be the same.
It is.
So some similarities in regards to those two. But we think that soccer, from my perspective, and the MLS is important. One, I've got a passion for the game of soccer because I think it's just good for a number of different reasons. The development of kids on and off the field, character, similar to how I think chess can be applied to help develop kids. But it's also something that I believe is good for the community. So if you think about all the things that are going on with sports teams, businesses, chess, I think cities need to be more progressive in regards to bringing activity to downtown cities. And it's not just one thing that really drives that. It's an ecosystem of partners and things going on. So long answer to your question, we're at a point now where we're very close to bringing an MLS team to St. Louis.
I believe there's a vote in a couple of days, Prop 1 and Prop 2.
I didn't hear about that. But no, I'm just kidding. No. I've been up to my ears in kind of campaigning for this vote, which is Tuesday of this week. And we feel that we've made a lot of progress to connect. It's not just about soccer. It's about giving back to the community. It's building this multi-purpose stadium which
is a beautiful looking proposed stadium downtown.
Yes, it is, and once again, not too far from where we are here, and it's right next to Union Station. And that's the thing that excites me, even when I look at the picture. It's creating an ecosystem of activity in the downtown city that feeds upon each other to develop a more progressive city, and I think bringing that activity also improves the security. Activity brings more people that not only creates more jobs, more activity, more interaction between different organizations, but then also it's a sport that I love, and I think it's just a great sport of soccer. So
absolutely, and chess is a sport that I love, and certainly there's some economic impact for having this chess club here in St. Louis. And we have some challenges trying to broaden the appeal. What are the challenges that you face doing the same thing in soccer?
It is interesting. I think there's definitely parallels between the two. Soccer in the United States, even 10 or 20 years ago, it has come a long, long way. So I think that opportunity is there for chess also. And I think it's something that it can take time, but there's also, I think, once the ball starts rolling and you create that momentum, it really builds, and it can build in a significant way. Just like if you looked at soccer in the United States 5 or 10 years ago, you had franchises out there that if they're trying to bring a new franchise to a new city, it was mainly 1 or 2 investor groups or cities vying for that next franchise. Today, they're looking for 2 franchises in 2 different cities. There's 12 investor groups, 12 different cities. And, the last 2 franchises just got awarded. One was in Atlanta that I wouldn't consider just an incredibly big sports town, but their first game that they had, their first opener was 56,000 people that they had, and they sold 27,000 season tickets. Wow. So it says a lot about the momentum, and I think there's a lot of parallels to chess. I think chess has such a great ability to connect to kids, inner city schools. It can be a great teacher, I think, of kids to think more strategically, especially in the day and life of everything is immediate gratification. Everything's, responding to your phone, social media. So I think to be able to pull kids back, and even, adults moving into other roles to think more strategically, I think chess could be a great teacher.
Well, I've been doing that for 30 years, so I know it is a great teacher. And I initiated my own company, Millionaire Chess, to do a big idea, $1 million chess tournament. We did it 3 years in a row. Wasn't easy at all. We had to just pass on this year. So I'm interested in the challenges of something like soccer. But I've heard that you're a big chess player as well. At least you were in college. Is this the case? You're playing for your college team?
It brings, I have fond memories of, first I'll qualify, I was not a big chess player, but I really did play chess. So it's very interesting that, and again, not too far from here, we had a house in the city that had a porch out in front, and it would be a day like this that we would be out, and a bunch of buddies and people would be getting around, and we're out on the porch, and we'd just get the chessboard out, and there'd be a number of us playing chess and competing against each other. It was something I really enjoyed. And I'm not exactly sure how that really came about and we do it, but I do have fond memories of playing chess and competing with a number of different guys on the soccer team that even had houses across the street. So it was a great experience. And
well, I'm not surprised that a chess player ends up being CEO of a top company. Jim Cavanaugh, thank you so much. Worldwide Technologies, keep doing great work.
Thank you, and good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Maurice. Very nice, very nice. Soccer. You're a soccer player, Jennifer?
No, I've never. I mean, in the city, we always used to play basketball.
Yeah, basketball for me and football.
Because I grew up in the city, but
right.
Yeah, I think it's a great game. I mean,
obviously the most popular sport in the entire world.
It's becoming so much more popular in America as well. So
well, when we hosted in '94, I believe, the World Cup, that was fantastic, and soccer really got a liftoff from that when it came to the
kickoff, one might say.
Yeah, a lift and a kick.
Well, the thing is, whenever we host events here, we often partner with cultural institutions, and you notice that a lot of the free days we spend at baseball games, and so anything that comes to St. Louis, eventually the chess players here will also get a chance to participate in.
Right. Well, and as you know, tomorrow while it's a free day for most, it's actually a community outreach program too, and a lot of our players will be going to community centers and schools, as you say, as part of the cultural activities going on here in St. Louis. Funny things going on. I'm getting these really feelings of deja vu as many of the openings and defenses that are being played in the fifth round are right up my alley, especially the game between Ray Robson and Alexander Shabalov. When I started playing chess, I really enjoyed what was called the modern defense, or the rat, or the perk. In this particular defense that Shabalov has played, it's called the Gurgenitsa system, and it has a very interesting ideas. It borrows ideas from the French defense, where in a French defense formation, black is trying to plant his knight on the f5 square, but at the same time keeping the diagonal open. And with this move, knight h6, black is taking possession of the f5 and g4 squares, and he's put his bishop on g7 to attack white center. Ray went bishop e3, castles h3, in order to contest on the king side the squares f5 and g4, and he's wanting to follow it up with f5. And now that you put your bishop on e3, I would play the move queen b6. My opponent would play queen d2. I take the pawn because, as you know, I'm a pawn grubber, and I was very happy to have that little puppy in my pocket. Rook b1. I'd lose a lot of time and give my opponent the opportunity to expand, which is exactly what Ray has done, and knight f7. So it's kind of a crouching tiger formation that black has on the king side. It's like, come and get me. I know, Ray, that you're going to throw everything down the board, but guess what? I've got a pawn in my pocket, and my king's pretty safe. What about white's king? Super double-edged game going on here, as you would expect when we ever mention the name of Alexander Shabalov.
Yes, and it was good to see him get on the scoreboard yesterday. Another game I wanted to check in with,
Sure.
Wesley So versus Jarabouk. We
Exactly.
saw that was a French with a queen takes d5, the trash variation.
Right.
And
with an early, from the start, with that early d4 takes c5, which I never felt was anything special for white.
well, with similar kind of ideas, and also after queen e2, a6 to prevent any kind of bishop b5 nuisance.
Exactly. And with the move a6, black is saying, okay, my plan of untangling my queen side is to go b5.
But now after a4, which is
stop
what
that.
Yarrow played, bishop b5 is also back on the menu, because if pawn takes b5, and you don't have time to defend that rook on a8.
Right. But still, I don't see it as a move really to be able to play bishop
it's not a
b5.
threat.
There's no real threat. More like just stop you from fianchettoing. For example, you're absolutely right, Jen. If castles bishop b5, you don't want to grab that because, oops, something bad just happened on the a file. But you would drop back with your queen, and you'd ask white why he felt it necessary to push the queen away. So I think this is okay for Wesley. Maurice.
Well, some interesting theoretical battles going on in the ladies section. The women are definitely duking it out. I am surprised by this one, though. Jennifer Yu has walked into this line that Wesley got such a great position in against Anish Giri with the black pieces. In this position after castles, bishop g2, f5, this is the position. And we didn't see anything at all that was positive about white's game. And Anashevich clearly saw that position and is just playing Wesley So's move. Basically, these days, if Wesley plays it, you can copy it. I mean, that's the way it looks. And his preparation is strong. And look, 95 has been played. This is the exact same line, the exact same move that Anish Giri played, and he thought it was a strong move. Afterwards, he said to us, boy, I thought it looked good, and then it was just bad. And it was bad because of this super aggressive f4 shot. I don't know what she's doing right now. The youngster, maybe she simply did not see that game, but she's played the move 95 and must feel like it's a natural move to her. Does she have some even deeper preparation prepared? That'd be fascinating. She's been going quite slowly. She hasn't been rushing her moves at all. While she's behind on the clock, Anna has been playing very quickly. We'll see whether or not she's just falling into a trap that she should have known from the Grand Chess Tour. If she's not watching our broadcast, look out. You might lose a game because of that. Another theoretical battle. This one, I just wanted to point it out because Tatev Abrahamyan is known as a Sicilian specialist. She loves it when you walk into the Sicilian. Remember that game she lost against Irina Krush? Irina decided, I'm not going into the Sicilian battles. I'm going to play c6 Caruana, play very solidly. Maggie Feng said, well, I haven't played you much. Let me see what you've got against the Sicilian. A lot of us would be going, no, don't do it, don't do it. Well, she's done it, and she has played a move, bishop d5. The typical move here is bishop to e7, but only by a little bit more. I think only one more game than bishop to d5 in this position. And we talked about it. I said this just several minutes ago, that this move had been played. Nothing has changed. That means that it's not a position that Tatev is that familiar with, and she's in this line, and Maggie is no longer even at the board. She's walking around, leaving Tatev to think about the fact that this young lady is very well prepared for this line and showing the youngsters know their stuff. Another board where a champion, a former champ, is dealing with preparation is this one. If I go back to this position here, Emily Nguyen, she got into this position with castle c5, queen e2, knight b d7, rook to d1, and now after queen c7, d5, liquidating everything on the d5 square, and after bishop to e7, the typical move, normally e4 is played, b3 also has been played, but the youngsters are just bringing little wrinkles to throw off their more experienced opponents. we'll see how it works out as theory abounds on all the boards. There we see young Emily now facing this move, which I think is new, knight f6 by Irina. Will she be able to hold off the 7-time champion with her playing her very first championship?
Thank you, Maurice. And again, this is the game Yasser Seirawan from many, many years ago where we traded everything on d5, and I played bishop e7. Vasil played e4, not the move b2, b3, and I got a very comfortable game. Going and returning to the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Daniel Naroditsky for a moment, we left it around these parts where Danya had just captured the pawn on d3, and I had pointed out that in case of queen takes d3, black has this move knight e5. So Hikaru prefaced the capture first with knight f3, stopping knight e5, and the players quickly got to this position, and after queen e7, black is ready to play the move knight e4. Hikaru didn't want to see that move get played by black, so he dropped his knight in on the d5 square, and I'm looking at this position and I'm saying, I don't see any problems anywhere in this position for black. I think after the trade of knights followed by knight e5, Danya's position is very good. And you look at the move a2, a3, and you say, well, isn't there any other move that would have been better than that move? a2, a3 is looking less and less as a valuable tempo.
Well, the commentary team, the live commentary teams, were excited by Nakamura's 1c4 because they said that that's the game, that's the move that Hikaru likes to play when he's really trying to smash his opponents. But
really?
Yeah.
When he wants to win, like really win, then you play the English. Well,
And in a way, it makes sense because, as we know, e4 leads to Berlin's a lot of the time,
right,
and some other openings.
Well, I'm just saying, as a lifelong English devotee, it's nice that people are catching up with me.
Oh.
Maurice, your thoughts, please.
Speaking about wanting to smash your opponent, Anna Sharovich has played that really industrious move by Wesley So, the move we were anticipating. F4 is on the board, and I don't know what Jennifer had prepared, or if she had prepared. If I look at the fact that she's still sitting there thinking about her next move, she has not played a move as yet, and Anna has got to be wondering, well, why did you walk into this? She's playing 2,800 preparation right now is black, and white seems like she's thinking. If you're thinking about this position, you are probably already in big trouble. If I can flip over to the game that we saw in the Grand Chess Tour, let's follow this game a little bit. Giri came up with nothing better than queen takes, f takes e3, f takes e3, knight takes e5, d takes e5, and then bishop to c5. And he suddenly realized that this dark square bishop was a monster. The pawn on e3 under attack, difficult to develop his pieces without this bishop ensconcing itself on this fantastic square. This pawn became weak. Wesley didn't play the best moves in that game. I think it was like rook f5 or something that would have really answered the bell or rung Anish Giri's bell in that game. But he didn't get it quite right, and Anish was able to, many moves later, end up getting a draw. I don't think Anna is going to let her off the hook that easily. But walking into this line, I mean, it looks like if you play this variation, this kind of game between a top player like Wesley So and Anish Giri, that's the first game on your mind if you're going to play a line like this. You must at least know that game. And it looks like the youngster did not do her homework well enough because she's found herself in a very difficult position right out the opening.
Thank you, Maurice. And in the game of Yarrow, Yarrow's won the two bishops. After the move a4, we left it here, Jennifer. By the way, the move b6 not only prepares to play bishop b7, but it kind of sidesteps the bishop b5 idea because you get to drop back with the queen and keep the rook protected.
Right, and we would lose a piece after bishop
Exactly.
b5.
So after knight b3, Wesley said, I'm happy. Let me complete my development, bring my bishop on this long diagonal, looking good. Knight takes c5, where here I'm expecting queen takes c5, although also knight takes c5. The reason I like queen c5 is because I want to play bishop takes f3 when the opportunity arises. For example, bishop e3, queen h5, and again, I'm
Well, you could
angling.
also play bishop f3 right away there, I think.
The rook on a8 still hanging.
Oh, right.
unfortunately.
Oh, I haven't castled yet.
Yeah, you haven't castled yet. But
Yeah.
queen h5, and you're eyeballing this opportunity for bishop f3, looks okay for me.
But maybe instead of bishop e3,
Yes.
white should somehow take a timeout, because I would love to keep the two bishops, but the problem
Of
is you're
course.
playing queen h5 anyway.
Well, castles and bishop f3 is on the agenda. Remember that queen takes c4. Well, here's a good thought, now that I'm thinking about it. b2, b3, stopping those threats, and maybe
You have to worry about bishop
angling.
e6 sometimes, too. Like, if you do play queen h5,
Oh, yes.
you got to worry about bishop e6 with the bishop coming
Sacrifices,
to a3.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so that's, if I were, I think Yarrow here, I mean, he might be playing
Wesley.
wisely so, but white is still for choice. It's like, we've got
No,
two
he's got
bishops
the
for
two
now.
bishops.
And I'm sure that will make Yarrow's biggest fan who's watching, Vanessa Sun 64. She
Vanessa.
says, I am Yarrow Jarobic's biggest fan, and I'm watching the broadcast. So shout out to Vanessa. It's great to see these players have fans from all over the world.
Yeah, oh, there are fan clubs. And
Tatev has a lot of fans. They're always tweeting it.
right. And I remember I was in Norway, in Stavanger, when we went on a ferry ride, and it, literally the entire village came out to see Magnus as we got off the boat. It was wild.
Are you a chess groupie?
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly. Well, he is a chess star.
That's right. Well, we are going to take a quick break, but write into us at the hashtag US Chess Champs, and we will take your comments and questions, and we'll be back with more action on the eve of the rest day. And we're back at the 2017 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships here in the capital of chess in America, in St. Louis. Beautiful day in the Central West End. And lots of intensity here on the boards with some critical matchups. Onishuk playing against Fabiano Caruana. That's one that really intrigued you.
Absolutely. It sure does have my attention, Jen. When we left it, we were these parts. D5 by Onishuk was where we left it. Knight A5, attacking the pawn on C4. B2, B3. And now after C7, C5, you think that this knight is out of the game. This intriguing pawn offer by Onishuk was declined. Takes on C3, queen takes C3, bishop takes E4 was a possibility. Fabi didn't want to go for that because his knight on A5 is out of the game after moves like rook E1. Something about this position did not attract Fabi. He dropped back with his bishop, and Onishuk is ready to play E4, E5. But this really reminds me of my own style of play. I really liked provoking my opponents into taking very concrete and aggressive actions. Imagine, for example, optically it looks really terrifying. White's ready to play E4, E5. But just imagine, for example, after A6, E5, B5. Visually, White's gotten everything he wants, right? I mean, he's grabbed the center. He's going up the board. But at the same time, look at what Black is trying to achieve. He's trying to bring his knight into the theater of battle by keeping an eye on this pawn on C4. You could continue ahead, plow ahead if you like, with the move E6, takes. Bishop comes to C6. And at the end of the day, this is a very, very potent dark square bishop that's raking across the board. Some players will like white, some players will like black. It's a very sharp strategic game that's going on here between these two great players.
Two big bishops here.
Two big bishops. So that's one game. And then, of course, I was completely mistaken about the Wesley So game. For some strange reason, when we got to this position, I wanted to play the move queen takes C5 to open up the possibility, of bishop takes F3. Knight takes C5 is just so much superior. The knight on D7 vacates the D file. You're eyeballing the pawn on A4. I had a blind spot, a terrible blind spot. I didn't want to allow the move knight E5, which would have been terrible for Black, gaining a tempo, except it's mate in one. The knight on F3 is pinned. Knight E5 would be an atrocious move, blundering checkmate on the spot. So the knight takes C5 was a much better recapture by Wesley, and that was the one he made.
We do have some more hashtags coming in. One from your lovely wife, Yvette Seirawan. She says that she's watching online and she's, in her unbiased opinion, enjoying the live commentary.
Unbiased.
Yes, shout out to Yvette. We also have a comment from Nathan Wonder, who says that he's been trying to get the hashtag Team So going for the last year. If he wins this week, can we finally make it happen? Team So. It seems like you've got a lot of fellow fans these days.
Absolutely.
That kid is on a 60-game winning streak.
Wow.
Unbeaten streak.
Unbeaten. I'm sorry. And
winning streak would be remarkable.
Yeah, that would be pretty hard with modern chess, right? And we've got Christopher Luciano from Sports Senpai, who says that he wants a recommendation against a 1d4. Just pick something off the top of your head.
Benko Gambit.
All right. Maurice?
Benko sounds good.
Grunfeld.
Mix it up. No, too much study. Too much to study.
All right, well, I'd like to talk a little bit, and I pose the same question. I'm going to ask myself a question, and then I'm going to pose the same question back to you guys. The question is, what two games from this round would I pay money to see right now if I saw the board position right now, right? So that's the question. And I'm going to show you my two. This one, for sure. For sure. You know, $10. All right, this position, those guys, oh yeah, I want to see it. Shabalov versus Ray Robson. Ray with the white pieces. And Shabalov, this position you said you like so much, Yaz. And Shaba said, give me the pawn. I got it. Prove your initiative. Shaba would easily play white, by the way, in this
Yes.
position. He said, you want to play white? Yeah, sure. Fix the board. No problem. So he's taking the pawn, and now G4 by Ray, the knight dropping back, bishop D3, FE5, DE5, knight to A6. I mean, continuing the excursions of the knights to the side of the board, rook B3 and queen to A5, and now castles by white has been played. I mean, to have sharp, enterprising players like Ray Robson and Alexander Shabalov in this position. White's pawns down the board. White has already sacked a pawn. Black seeking development, the spatial issues. This one's going to be fun no matter what. Somebody's dying in this game. And so, I'm paying money for that. There's no question about it. And another game that I would say the same for, just from this round, there's a backup game for sure, but this one is more intriguing to me. Let's go back to this moment when A3 was played, the game between Sabina Foizer and Katerina Nemtsova. And in this position, the knight was hanging, well, not hanging, but the knight was on prise. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and now the fractured pawn structure on this side. And we see the fractured pawn structure, and check out this formation, C5. You don't see this structure every day. This is why I was so intrigued by it, because you want to know what's going to happen out of this structure. Look at this pawn formation. White's double pawns, the F pawn already on F5, C5, the knight on A6, this piece set up. What's really going on? Well, Sabina said, I'm pushing my pawn down the board, and after knight C7, I'm pushing the E pawn up the board. And now look at this, the pawns, levers everywhere, the pawns exploding in the middle of the board. This one looks like fun, and this looks like somebody's going to die, and those are the positions I want to see. Somebody about to lose. Forget about the nuanced positional games. No, I'm not interested. This one is fun. My backup game would be the game with Fabi playing against Onishchuk, but I can't find it. Where is it? Oh, here it goes. This would be a backup game, but no, I wouldn't pay money to see this. Forget it.
Well, it's $10, man. That's a cupcake and a latte. So pretty much all the games. Which ones would I not pay to see? That's another question.
I mean, pretty much all the games.
Pretty interesting.
Rush Ship, maybe.
Really?
Rush
Yes.
Ship, the queens are already off. That one seems a little bit less interesting.
Which one?
But I've got another question for you guys.
Yes.
You can have Wesley So, or you can have any other two players in the field. What do you pick?
You mean to win the tournament
Yes.
from this moment? Mm-hmm. Any other two?
Yes.
I'm picking the other. Wow.
Fabi, Naka, Ray.
I get Fabi and Naka right now. Well, Fabi's already a point behind him.
Exactly.
I think I would take Fabi and Naka.
What about you? Would you take Fabi and Naka, or would you take So?
I'm going to join Team So.
I was going to join Team So too.
It's hard to bet against Wesley, but boy, with those two guys chasing
He's
him.
looking so good. There we see it after 4 rounds. 2 wins, 2 draws. He leads the pack. Hikaru nipping on his heels, as is Yaro and Daniel. And there is Fabi with 4 draws. He looks like he's way, way, way behind, but 1-2 wins, and he'd be right on the podium.
There's still 7 games to go, don't forget, and we are going to get back to round 5 action in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Hello and welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Championship coverage. It's not Yasser, your eyes aren't for you. I'm with Nick Ragone, the marketing director at Ascension, and you've been involved in the chess club for quite a while now.
I have now, coming up on almost 3 years, and I love it. You know, I moved to this area a few years ago. My son got involved in chess, and I became a chess dad. And about 2 years ago, conceived this idea of bringing chess to Ferguson and the middle schools there through the Your Move Chess program, and it's been an absolute thrill to see that program blossom and to be involved. I mean, St. Louis is now the epicenter of chess thanks to Rex, and what an amazing community it's become, and I'm thrilled to be a tiny piece of it.
And tell us a little bit more about Your Move Chess.
Sure. So the idea behind it is that my son plays at MICDS and community school chess, and one day he asked me, hey, do all the schools around here have chess? And I didn't know, and I called up the club and spoke to Mike and others and found out, in fact, and Tony Rich, that Ferguson was looking to bring after-school chess to that area. And so Ascension decided to partner with the chess club and raise the funds and make sure that all the middle schools had the after-school chess. And now we're in year 2 of the program. We have our big fundraiser coming up May 31st of this year. Our target is to raise another $100,000 to continue to fund the program and actually begin thinking about ways to embed chess into the curricula of a few of the schools and watch those kids blossom. I think chess could be a lifelong love for those kids, not just in learning the game, but also in learning math and science and being excited about school. And so I'm just tickled at how well the program's going.
That's great, and I've heard a little bit about that fundraiser on May 31st. Danny Wrench is going to be a part of that?
Danny Wrench will be a part of it. Danny and I got to know each other a little bit, and he's a world-class chess nerd. And no, I'm kidding, Danny. He's great. And last year we had a bunch of the GMs, and I'm hoping this year, I think last year we had Fabiano and a few others, and Ben came. And hopefully if you're around on May 31st, you could come as well. And really, you know, allow people to, it's not just a fundraiser, come play Blitz with some of the great GMs in this area. And it's always a thrill. Every time I get to play with one of the great GMs, I realize how great they are and how not great I am. But it's a lot of fun just to see them up close.
And so what happens at a fundraiser like that? Dinner? Do you have any chess games going on?
Yeah, we'll have chess games, we'll have boards going on, we'll have dinner. We actually have some entertainment. We'll have a band there, I think we're still working out the details of that, but there'll be a little bit of entertainment, a chance to mingle with some GMs and play with them. We'll have tables set up everywhere. So it's not one of those boring sit-down fundraisers. It's really engaging. It's not a sit-down dinner. It's kind of hors d'oeuvres and cocktails so that you're up and around, mingling with people. And last year we had about 300 people. It was right at the Chase Park Plaza in the Grand Ballroom upstairs, and we completely sold it out, and we expect to do the same thing this year. And a lot of people really enjoyed it because it was a chance to rub shoulders with some of the great GMs in the area, which is, for an average chess person, is a thrill.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just a great opportunity. And, of course, the players are staying at the Chase now. Such a wonderful hotel. So tell us a little bit about your own involvement in chess. I know you're a player yourself. What do you think of these championships, and who are some of your favorite players?
Well, I love watching the championships. I love attending. I love the Sinkfield Cup. Not surprisingly, I'm a huge Wesley So fan, as is a lot of people right now. But I love his attacking style. I just like the idea of not taking any draws and trying to play aggressive, both in black and white. I love playing blitz and bullet chess. My chess.com rating on bullet's about 1,600, but everybody tells me it's the worst thing to do out my game. But I don't have the patience to play classical chess or even 30-minute chess, so I play a lot of bullet. But for me, it's like, instead of doing a tactics trainer, I just play bullet, and you see patterns, and I know a lot of it is pattern recognition. And my bullet game has gotten a lot better. My classical game is pretty questionable, but I love watching Magnus Carlsen. I love watching Fabiano. I mean, each one has their own style. I love going back and watching Ben Feingold's videos, and a huge fan of his lectures here, as well as he's opening up his chess club and watching his videos. And I love watching Danny Wrench's videos on chess.com. As a chess dad and a growing chess player, I've only been playing 5 years. I try to absorb as much as I can.
Well, it's so great to have your support here at the Chess Club, and it's also so fun that you yourself are a chess dad and a chess fan. So you basically come at this at all angles.
I do. It's funny. My son is 12. I'm not 12. We've been playing about the same amount of time, 6 years, and he can't understand why I can't learn at a faster rate. And I said, well, your brain's like a sponge, and mine's like a cinder block. It just doesn't learn as quickly as yours does. And he can look at a board and see, 5 moves ahead, and it takes me a while to figure it out. But it's fun to play with my son, and we keep learning and growing together.
Well, don't give up. Just keep going. Just keep playing those bullet games, and you'll beat your son eventually.
Oh, yeah, I can beat him at bullet.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Nick Ragone of
Thank you,
Ascension
Jennifer.
and Your Move Chess. And that fundraiser's on May 31st. We'll be right back with more games from the championship and women's.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
There is a world where superheroes touch the stars, live the dream, experience the fantasy, and play all day long. Welcome to Wizard World Comic-Con, coming to St. Louis, April 7th through the 9th at the America Center. Get tickets now at wizardworld.com.
And we just got an "oh really" from Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, who's a little shocked by one of the games from the U.S. Women's Championships involving one of our many leaders.
Yes, 5 leader Jennifer Yu in big trouble as she has just put her king in the noose, Maurice.
Absolutely, but my "oh really" was for Wizard World. I got to check that out. I'm excited to see that. Effective commercial. They got me and Nerd Central here. But this position is horrible for her to even think about castling. She needed to coordinate her pieces is what she decided to do. But castling in this position is just asking for it. The open B file, the bishop, the queen, the fact that this queen is on the wrong side of the board, and on top of that, weakening the F2 square, the move rook to F2 right now, you don't even want to know the engine's first response. The engine's first response is bishop to E4. You know something's wrong when that's the first move being thought about. Bishop to E4 in this position. Why? Because suddenly this bishop is under attack. Let's simply defend the bishop with this move. Now let's have a discussion with your queen. Where is this thing going to hang out? This queen suddenly under attack. If the queen... By the way, the engine's first move is queen F3. I'm just going to tell you how bad it is. If the queen were to go to this square, now that it's gone, this attack on this side of the board is steaming. I mean, what do? A3, you see the sacrifice coming. Bishop takes. You can't move your king over because, of course, queen C3. What are you going to do? There's just a vicious, straightforward attack that's about to happen against young Jennifer. And she should just be turning all shades of purple looking at this position, having put her king in the grinder. And Anna has to be licking her chops at having this beautiful attack just simply handed to her. Preparation. We know we talk about the openings a lot at the lower level. You know, you don't have to study too many openings and memorize all these moves. But at this level, you have to know exactly what's going on, especially in key games. And she was unaware of this game between Anish Giri and Wesley So, and she has simply walked into some 2,800 preparation. And that's not what you want, especially if it's not one of those preparations that equalizes the game. Mm-hmm. It's one of those that's like, sorry, you have a gun to your head, and you better duck. She did not, and she is about to get blown off the board. It is now up to this four-time Belarusian champion to see if she can find how to prosecute what looks like a very straightforward attack.
Thank you, Maurice. And that, while the move Rook F2 is very compelling, your rook's on an open file, you're always wanting to invade on the business squares. Even that immediate Queen A5 also had my attention. I mean, White's king is just going to come under a great assault. Big advance took place in the game between Yarrow and Wesley So. We had just seen this capture, knight takes c5, knight takes c5. And Yarrow decided that he didn't like the knight on c5. He gave it the boot with b2, b4. The knight came back. And now, I mean, I'm sure his idea had been to continue with b4, b5 in order to place the bishop effectively on this a3 diagonal. But he didn't follow up. Normally when you play a move like b4, you're going to play b5 right away. And suddenly he's starting to think, like, wait a minute, maybe I have some problems in the position. What kind of problems could he have? Well, if you play b5 right away, queen e4. If you trade, queen takes e4, knight takes e4, you're actually helped black. Why? Because now the c5 square has fallen into black's mitt, and it could be that Wesley has the edge, the initiative in such positions. So big time decision with move b4, and I don't condemn the move at all. I think the move actually is pretty decent, but the fact that he's thinking about his follow-up causes me to doubt White's position.
And moving on to Onish Caruana, a game that we've been obviously very focused on as well. We've got a comment that Dr. Checkmate says that he feels like Alex has a huge advantage, but he's looking with 1,600 U.S. Chess Federation eyes. Well, Yasser, you actually kind of went over that when you said that e5 looks super attractive, but that Black's coiled defenses and two bishops actually have some energy of their own.
Absolutely. Again, optically, Captain Checkmate is absolutely right. Somehow that's going with the comics theme, isn't it? Captain Checkmate.
That's the comics show over at the Hall of Fame.
Right. Basically, White has this really beautiful center with d5, c4, and e4, and White, you know, is ready to go through the center with e4, e5. But it's not the smashing type of position that you might expect. After a move like e5, for example, Black might even consider a move like bishop g4, threatening to undermine this pawn on e5. If you capture, well, no harm, no foul, as we say in basketball. No blood, no foul. We will simply recapture the pawn. And this bishop on g7 has a beautiful diagonal. So,
and
again,
our big problem is our knight on a5, but we hope to play
b5 and somehow get it back in the game. I actually like Black's position, but I understand how confusing this could be for a lot of amateur players. Maurice.
Right, that sort of modern, hyper-modern play that Black is playing and letting you have the center pawns, but you'll have counterplay against those pawns. And so Black definitely is the kind of position I would like to play as Black, even though I know White should be fine in that position. This one, I don't know who I'd play. This one is crazy. First of all, you saw these pawns challenge pawns. Now, what happens in these kind of positions if amateurs are playing? Immediately a pawn capture occurs. right? It's too much tension in the middle. Let's resolve it. But strong players know that you do not exchange unless it benefits you. You don't just exchange because it's there. So I always tell my students about the 3 F's. The first F is you only make trades if they're forced, because you have to, or they're fantastic. It means that both of them are pretty good, compelling reasons why you make trades. I won't tell you what the other F is because we can't say it on the air. You should absolutely know that exchanges are done for real reasons, not just because they're sitting on the board, not just because they're making life complicated for you. You need to be very diligent in that. Otherwise, do not trade. Do not trade. That is a bad habit of players. The position's so complicated that their instinct is to trade. So what did Sabina Forza do here? And what the engine, by the way, the engine suggests of the top 3 moves, none of them include trading. One is bishop d6, one is knight h5, one is even d6. Not a single trade here. No matter how complicated it gets, if you cannot prove your trade is forced or fantastic, don't do it. If it's not required by the position, do not do it. Find another move. She found the engine's first choice, bishop to d6, noticing this diagonal being a little bit looser now. And look at this structure, constellation of pieces. These two look natural. The knight on c7 does not. These pawns look funny. This pawn formation, I mean, I love it. It's just crazy. It's the kind of one you want to sit down and really analyze. This is a game you could get into because of its complexity. The engine's giving this variation, I want to point out, queen e2 as the first line takes on now trading on the square, trying to take advantage of the queen's presence on the e line. And now e5, rook e8, f4, guarding the pawn, d4. And what is happening? I mean, I'm clueless. I love it. It's just, this is mass chaos on the board. Knight to d1 played now, suggested by the engine, bishop to f8, and the game continues. d6 is threatened, the knight is threatened, the queen can move to f3 and knight g4, and it's wild. Great position, fighting position, and you know what this kind of position means? Time pressure. Because they're going to try to work things out, and there's been a lot of time in a position neither one of them probably has ever seen in their lives. And it's not one of those standard, you just trade off pieces on the line, you know what to do with the pawn structure. You have to look at every single move because one false move spells doom.
Thank you, Maurice. Wow, a lot of sharp, tense games, big strategic fights. I want to turn our attention to the game of Hikaru and Daniel Naroditsky. A very important game in our tournament standings, as both of these two players are doing very well in the tournament. Some confusing play earlier. After we saw this move, rook d1 by white, bringing the rook into play. Queen e7, knight d5. Danya played a move I had not considered. He simply retreated his queen. That looks like the loss of 2 tempi. He did it for a very specific purpose. I believe he was really concerned that if he had traded, that white was going to get counterplay down the c-file, and so he didn't. But is it worth 2 tempi? Well, let's find out. After queen d8, rook b1, knight e5, white dropped back with his queen, and c7, c6. There was a trade. Bishop came to d2, queen back to e7, and then Hikaru played the hyper-aggressive bishop b4, attacking this pawn on d6, but in some kind of funny way. He wants to lure or encourage black to play the move c5, which, if he were to do that, he would give up control of the d5 square. So let's see, what move did Danya make after bishop b4?
C5 is on the board.
He did play c5, and now it's Hikaru to play. Wow. Well, okay, let's just drop back with our bishop. Bishop comes back to c3.
Yeah, you don't have time to play knight c4 because of bishop g7.
With a discovered attack against the knight that you've left suddenly all by its lonesome. So I am assuming that Danya will finally bring his queenside pieces into play with the move bishop e6. A very rich position here. King's Indian players are not too worried about the backward d6 pawn as they get dynamic counter chances. Even Hikaru Nakamura, this looks like a Leningrad Dutch that Hikaru himself plays with the black pieces. So big fight going on there as well.
What if we just play in a kind of like lame fashion, like
Please.
knight e5 and bishop d5?
Knight e5 takes, bishop d5. So just a lot of pieces are probably going to get traded down the chopping block here on the d file.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I was a little worried that if I don't do that, obviously my c4 pawn is in take. So I guess the other option is to just play b3
at once and just leave all the tension in the center, kind of like that game of Kate and Sabina, or Sabina and Kate that Maurice was referencing. If you don't have to trade, maybe it's better to keep the tension as long as possible. So this game is very sharp.
That's right. And black can, in this position, try to play b5 like we've seen in other games, and that could be another active plan for Naroditsky. And meanwhile, is Nakamura going to try to hammer on a d6? How would he go about that?
Well, let's start with a move after c5, like rook d8. Just preparing to knuckle down and keep this crucial pawn under defense. Say doubling of the rooks. I don't know. It looks like a. I just don't know exactly how. If black just keeps his position, just keeps his pieces in the center of the board, how Hikaru can strengthen his position.
Yeah, the doubling of the rooks doesn't look so impressive. That's why I'm wondering what other active plans Naka has here, because, you know, b4 would leave our pawn on c4 hanging.
It would be nice on a very good day if somehow we could swing our knight around to the outpost d5. But that's going to take a lot of maneuvering. And if the knight leaves the king side for too long, there's even the possibility of g5, f4, initiating a counterattack by black.
It does look pretty slow, but yeah, you're right, that knight on f3, since we're not really excited to take on e5 because it straightens out your pawns.
Right.
It's not forced or fantastic or... Wait, what's the other F?
I don't know. We'll leave
frenetic,
it at
filibuster. I can't figure it out. Fabiano.
There we go. All right, let's turn to Wesley's game, because again, after Yaro played this very aggressive move b4, it seems like he's just having second thoughts about having said A, what he's about to say B. And a difference of 24 minutes. Wesley, very practical player, almost always ahead on the clock, looking good. Maurice.
Yeah, I feel like I want to cry. I'm gonna tell you, it's like the game can be so emotional, and to watch what's about to happen to Jennifer Yu is just like, oh, poor thing. She walked into this line, and now after Queen A5, the move you said is so natural, Yaz, she played King to B1.
Oh dear.
I mean, it's just like you just feel the pain of what's coming next. Some hammer blows are going to come. First of all, Queen C3 is already in the position. Like, I could just take on C3. That's just the first thing to do. But there's got to be something heavy that could just crush you. And of course, the move to analyze is this one. Rook takes B2 check. And the engines give it as completely winning, but you have to calculate the variations. The most dominant line here is queen down with check. Your king has got to go somewhere. You don't want to go here. I'll just show you why in a second. We're going to play king b1. And now the move bishop to a6. That's all she needed to do. Prepare the entrance of the rook to the b line, the bishop to d3, the hanging pawn on c3. You can't run because a2 is hanging. Going up wasn't going to help because of bishop a6. The king's just murdered. I mean, it's just done. She went right into an opening line that she did not know, and it happened to be one of those that you don't get just a slight positional advantage. It's one where you get a steaming attack. Castling queenside was just suicide, and now she's going to go down and may just be just in brutal fashion.
Ouch. And like you say, the rook sacrifice, very, very compelling, but there's also queen takes c3, just grabbing a pawn and stripping away I think rook takes b2 is a stone cold winning sacrifice, by the way. But queen takes c3 also has much to be said for it, I'm afraid. And Jennifer,
Wow,
big trouble in that game.
Swings of fortune indeed, starting off with a win yesterday against Irina Krush and then losing to Anna Sharovich today. Just a very dramatic couple rounds for Jennifer Yu.
Exactly. Also, very intriguing positions going on between Tatev and Maggie. When we left it at these parts where bishop d5 had just been essayed, and Tatev played queen g3 with understandable reasons. Her idea is to keep that bishop on f8. As long as the bishop on f8 is glued to the pawn on g7's defense, Black's king is stuck in the center.
And we can sometimes try knight d6 as a result, because bishop d6, pawn d6, you would not be able to recapture and allow queen g7. That would be horrible.
Indeed. Ideas of knight d6 check, followed by queen takes g7 are on white side of the board. So Maggie said, hey, I've got my own play. I'm going to go queen a5, threatening queen takes a2. And if you want to play a3, give me this opportunity to play either b4 or bishop takes a3. You're in trouble. So Tatev, pardon me, had to loosen the dark squares around her king. And once that took place, now came bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4. A lot of dark square counterplay. Bishops of opposite color, middle game, and we know in such positions those who can make...
Getting exciting.
Exactly.
Where's that bishop going to go? Bishop on a3. So now, obviously, the queen c3 is well covered, but Black's going to try another way to get into those dark squares.
Well, exactly. That's what Tatev has absolutely got to be concerned about, that she never allows this queen c3. And Maurice, back to you.
Yeah, Black looks perfectly fine in that position, and the engines agree. And another position that's completely wild, we talked about, we're going back to it, and we said if you don't have to trade, don't do it. The engines give queen e2 as the best move. Don't trade. She did. She took on f5 in this position, and this capture the engines don't like. But not that it's that bad. It just immediately gives Black the better game, slightly better, and has the initiative. But check out the move you'd have to play, Yaz. I'm going to give you just a guess. What would you play here as Black? Flick of the wrist.
Take on d5.
Take on d5. That's exactly what she did, but I told you, don't trade unless it's forced or fantastic. That is not the number one move in this position. Pawn takes, you want to play pawn takes d5. The other move that keeps the fight going is knight to e8. I know you didn't think of that one first.
No.
But the point, of course, is to bring the queen to this square and keep the attack going. Now, that's a crazy move, and I'm sure no human's going to play that. Another move you could play is knight. Whoops. How did I pull that off? That was interesting, like magic. Knight takes on d5.
Now, that's interesting.
Now, that is certainly an interesting move. The point being, of course, c takes d5, queen to h4. And what do? If you play f4, then an easy draw. It's not so interesting after all. So this line doesn't lead anywhere, although it might be the precise move that's worth playing here. White giving away the advantage immediately by trading on f5. She did take on d5 in this position, and I believe we're waiting for a move. No, she did take back with the pawn. You want to check out White's pawn structure? I mean, it's evolving every minute. I mean, you have this crazy pawn structure at first. This one, I don't think I'd pay for it, because White's pawn structure looks awful. You're up a pawn, but ew.
Oh, but you said you like blood. This looks like a very sharp game. I would expect a decisive result one way or the other. We have a very special thing that's going on at this year's U.S. Championship, Jennifer. We're doing it in 2 languages, Spanish and English. And Alejandro is, along with Lily,
Fuentes,
doing the Spanish market. We have a special in it to share.
Let's see it. Plenty of sangre being spilled.
Well, we're here at the Kingside Diner next to the St. Louis Chess Club, and this is the Spanish studio. We're doing a live Spanish broadcast for our audience that wants to follow the action here from St. Louis. I have the pleasure of working with Women's International Master Lily Fuentes. She is a Pan American Under-20 champion, and she's also a member of the Mexican Olympic team. It's nice to have such a strong player double check and analyze with me.
Well, it's my first time just making commentary. I mean, lucky is in Spanish because my English is not the best. People from Mexico, all my family and friends, they're following me, and they are telling me like, you are doing it really good for being your first time.
We've had people from all over the world log in and watch the Spanish broadcast. It was a little bit of a surprise. We put this together pretty much last minute, but the overwhelming response has been that this was a great addition to the already amazing broadcast that we have here from St. Louis.
And that's how you find the broadcast, uschesschamps.com. There's a button right at the top of the game player that will lead you over to the Spanish language broadcast. And personally, I studied Spanish when I was in high school and in college, and I also traveled a lot, so my Spanish is not too bad, and I really would love to listen to some chess shows in Spanish, because you kind of learn chess and you practice your Spanish at the same time.
Right. What could be sweeter?
Are the games being archived? I mean, is the broadcast being archived? Because yeah, as a Spanish one who studies Spanish myself, I'd love to see what they talk about when they're using chess terms in Spanish and all the attacking words and counter-attacking words that are used.
Counter-attacking.
Yeah. Sounds like fun. Something that is real fun. Money, I told you, I pay money for this game, is this position between Shabalov and Ray Robson. Ray Robson with the white pieces. And Shabalov in this position played e6. He said, all right, I get it. Your main break is the move f5. If I cover it 3 times, what are you going to do? How are you going to attack this position? How are you going to break my position down? This doesn't look that easy. What did Ray say? I'm going to attack all right. Here I come. H4 on the board. This is the kind of move Shaba himself would play. Let's see what you got. The move H5 is coming to open up that side. This rook is on B3. It's got a lot of buddies in the way somehow to clear out to get to this G3 square, but you could tell White has only got one thing on his mind, and that is mate. He is really steaming down the board with this attack. Love to see how this game proceeds. The engines give knight c5 in this position, forking these 2 pieces, and you know there are different responses here for White. Bishop c5 is one of them, just taking this piece off, which I look at, I go, I don't really want to give you my dark square bishop. But the move that's fascinating is this one, knight takes d5. Now, that one woke me up when I saw it. Knight takes on b3, knight e7 check, king over, and then a takes b3. Now, this line, unfortunately, runs into queen takes d2, bishop takes d2. The queens are off the board. The attack has been somewhat minimized, although he still has some energy. H5 coming down the board. You've got to pay attention to this position. But without the queens, it doesn't look like it's going to be obviously mate. It just looks like he's getting compensation. At any rate, H4.
Nice.
This is the kind of chess position we love to watch, just because there is no symmetry on the board anywhere. It's as asymmetric as they come, which generally means a heavy fight. Those boring pawn structures where there's an isolated pawn and a knight goes on d4. Can't stand them. But these are certainly rich. Let me tell you something.
Maurice,
I don't know.
I wanted to draw your attention to the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Danya.
I'm going to go to it in 1 second. I'm going to let you guys go to it, as a matter of fact. But I just wanted to say one thing. A position, this young lady has some kind of 9 lives. I mean, 9. And then how many rounds? 11 rounds. So she might have to use all of them this tournament. She's already lost one of them. Queen takes c3, we had said, is the easy move. But you have to analyze rook b2, and you've got to spend 20 minutes analyzing it and see whether or not it's good, because it's just attack and win. That's how crushing this attack was. Rook takes was winning. Queen c3, however, too obvious, a little too straightforward. And after queen takes, the engines give rook h e1, which is exactly what she played. And now the engine's saying slightly better for black, and that's it. Slightly better, significantly better for black. She's up a pawn. She does have the 2 bishops, but this e6 pawn and that c6 pawn, both on open lines, will be attackable. And this knight is placed, and oof, the mate is gone. That's all she cares about right now. She actually developed all her pieces, and it looks like Anišević has blown the attack and has changed the direction, the entire momentum of the game. And she's played queen h6 in this position, offering a trade of queens, which seems reasonable in the game right now. It's going to be an endgame, a pawn down. Jennifer Yu, given this position, the way she's played this tournament,
she might be winning a pawn down just because she's able to win so many of those positions where she has been worse. Definitely an angel following this young lady so far in this event.
Thank you, Maurice. And a big-time move by Daniel Naroditsky. We were expecting him just to get his queenside pieces into play with the simple developing move bishop e6. Instead, either he saw an opportunity or he misjudged his, he got too optimistic. One of the two. He played the big-time move f5, f4, menacing an bishop to g4 and opening up the f-file.
Well, bishop f5 is the idea.
Bishop
so
f5
if we
to
take
skewer.
with the e-pawn, keeping our king perfectly safe, well, that would be a bad move because of bishop f5.
But that's
even
the
there, we
question.
have to keep analyzing because of taking on e5, right?
Well,
Let's take a look.
Well, there is bishop f5, and I was thinking, how do you like, I love exchange sacrifices. I grew up just admiring the games of Tikhon, Petrosian, and many others. I like the exchange sacrifice. I love a safe king. So I'll go queen e2.
So I'll take on f3, trade some pieces off before snacking
On
my
b1.
exchange.
Okay. And I'm looking at here and I say, I've got this awesome bishop on g2. Is it worth, I've only got one pawn, however. I don't think you should take on c3. Queen takes c3, bishop d5 check is being menaced, and that's scary. But without that trade, Marie's saying, don't make unnecessary trades.
Or your...
Hikaru has great compensation for his material.
The other question is taking with the other pawns.
Precisely.
Now bishop f5 is failing to e4.
Well,
not necessarily failing to it, but... Yeah.
Okay, so...
So what did you want to play instead of bishop f5?
No, I did want to play
okay.
bishop f5. e4, knight takes f3, bishop takes f3, and then this pawn, Maurice is over there just jumping up and down. I can't believe it. Bishop h3, and this is Danya's main line where he's anticipating that, look, if he can ever crash through on the king side with a move like rook takes f4, oops, Naka's king is suddenly quite vulnerable.
Fun stuff, Yaz.
Okay, Maurice.
But there's fun everywhere. How are we going to follow all these exciting games? I mean, everything is going on. Take a look at this one. We haven't even paid too much attention to Jeffrey Zhang and Gadakamsky so far. But from this position, Jeffrey got this nice little position in the opening. And then after queen e8, he played b5, knight d8, a4, challenging this knight. Looking to challenge tonight. Gada said, I won't have any of it. He said, c4. Let's keep the pawn storm going. After knight e6, the Indians actually prefer him playing knight d5 right now. He got just couldn't control himself. Let's go, c5. He's just like attack everywhere. And the question is, what happens after takes? Because it looks like take back, knight takes e5. What are you doing? Well, d takes e5 is on tap. F takes e5. And here the Indians give the simple rook c1, surprisingly, in this position. And white, of course, has the d5 square and some pressure, but it's not clear what his sacrifice is all about when he had the move knight d5. Well, at any rate, he's played boldly, maybe not judiciously with this move c5, but it's on the board. That's one exciting game to look at. Another one, and Nakamura did take on e5 with a knight. Oh, this one back here. We saw h4, knight c5. I love it when players are not materialistic. I'm one of those in that camp. Ray said, you're attacking what? He probably said, I'm not getting this rook over here anyway. So if you want it, keep spending time on it because I don't care about it. h5 now, attacking, giving away this rook. The Indians actually give takes first just to make sure nothing happens, and then take the rook on this square. C takes b3 in response. Does white have enough compensation in this position? Somewhat surprising if king h8, this rook is going to show up on the G line, and you might rue the day you play this variation. But give him credit for being bold. This position's on the board, and the Naka position did feature this position here. Knight takes e5, d takes e5, e takes f4 is on the board, and the exchange stack you want, Yaz, probably won't come to pass. Well, bishop f5 is playable, and he could play bishop to e4 in this position, or maybe check first and then play bishop e4, or he could actually sacrifice the exchange with bishop d5 and queen to e2, this line here, and then just play this position. So a fascinating one there, and another one. I mean, look at this thing.
This one has gone wild. E6, FE6, DE6, bishop C6, knight to D5, queen there, and then queen to G5, hanging this pawn here with a threat on this square. The Indians actually, believe it or not, I know a lot of people are looking at this saying, white is jumping on black, and the Indians say black's better in this position. He's got the chances here, and the move bishop F6, shutting down whatever is happening on this side, and now C4 is hanging, and white is the one who's going to have to prove something in this position. That's just 3 or 4 games we're looking at, and it's like the house is burning down everywhere. Just all these barn buster games that are going on. An exciting round 5 here at the championships.
Well, one sad news. We got some sad news in Jennifer Yu's game against Anna Sharovich because queens have come off the board, and Anna had such a promising attacking position. I would have really liked to see her keep the ladies in the position. She had that critical moment after rook A1.
Exactly.
She decided to play queen H6 instead of queen F2.
As Maurice was saying, missed a big opportunity there. I know we do have a caller, but I just did want to get in this shot. On one of our breaks, I'm not kidding, you can ask Cristian Chirila, I said, Cristian, let's just play some moves in the game of Fabiano, and we reached a position nearly identical to this one. The players have followed our analysis, and I was saying to Cristian, much like our caller, Captain Checkmate, that visually, optically, for the amateur player, it really looks like white's on top. He's just crashed through in the center, and black has done everything wrong with this knight on A5. But guess what? Maurice is absolutely right. I was saying, look, I like this provocative style that Fabi did, and with the move bishop F6, Alex's attack might come to a shuddering stop.
And this is where your analysis ended with Cristian?
No, we actually got to this position, and I was actually playing bishop takes D5 and saying, look at my dark squared bishop, look at your light squared bishop. I've got a pawn majority on the queen side. I can play moves like B4 and C5 and try to put that majority in action. Jennifer, we have a caller, and apologies to the caller for keeping them on hold.
Well, welcome to the show.
Hello, my name's Ty from Memphis.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to, first of all, give you guys a lot of kudos. I can't think of 3 better commentators. All 3 of you are great advocates for the improvement of chess in the U.S., so it's really good to listen to your commentary.
Thank you.
I wanted to say first, I have a couple of questions. I call my fellow club level over the board players weekend warriors because we typically face things like a 5-round Swiss tournament, 3 serious games on a Saturday, and 2 on a Sunday. It's mentally exhausting. I've analyzed my own games, and usually I do not make a superior move after thinking a long time. So I have a couple of questions. Number 1, does thinking a long time really help? And number 2, is there an ideal time control that would make a weekend Swiss less grueling? Warriors, because we typically face things on 5 rounds.
Okay, well, thank you for
great
the questions. Maurice, you get first crack on that. By the way, weekend warriors is the way I thought of myself when I was growing up in chess as well.
Absolutely. I give credit to all those weekend warriors going to chess tournaments so frequently. Maybe the greatest one of all is Jay Bonin, who's just come out with a nice book. Look up that name, Jay Bonin, if you don't know him. He's been a fixture in American chess for decades, and man, how many games has he played in chess? It's got to be a record because that's all he does on the weekend is play at chess tournaments and during the weekday as well, by the way. I think that it is true. Most of the time, long think is wrong think. I mean, that's usually ends up happening. You usually think a long time because you don't know what to do. You're confused by the next move. You think that there's going to be some kind of specific response. Maybe your spidey sense is telling you that there's something there, especially if it's a long variation, that we also have that as well. If you look and analyze a long variation, usually there's a hole in it. And I think that when we think a long time, it's all about uncertainty. And sometimes you have to reset. Just the fact that you're thinking for so long means you have to reset your thoughts and think about the position anew in some kind of way. Do anything you can. I remember a story, if I may. I was playing against Patrick Wolf in a tournament, former 2-time U.S. champion, Grandmaster Patrick Wolf. And I was playing this game against them, and I had this position, and everything was telling me that I had a great move in the position. And I kept thinking and thinking and thinking, and I couldn't find a move. Everything about the pattern suggested that I had a great position. And there I was just struggling away, and finally, maybe 40 minutes passed, and I was stuck on this position and couldn't find the way to make the tactics I wanted to make work happen. And so I got up, and there was a player's restroom that was very nearby that they had made separate from the general restroom. And I walked over to it, washed my face, came back to the board, and I looked up at the demo board that was displaying our game. And as soon as I looked at the demo board, the move came right in my face, like boom. And I was like, what just happened? I didn't do anything extra. I just washed my face, came back, and looked away from the board, and the move just popped out. All that thinking didn't lead anywhere, and the act of washing my face, I mean, I guess it was useful, but when I finally did, the move just appeared on the board in front of my eyes. And so sometimes thinking for so long is just not useful. You need to reset your process and look at the board anew.
And you're going to play 3 games on a Saturday, 2 games on a Sunday. You're going to be exhausted. Ideal time controls for our weekend warriors, Maurice.
Why am I getting all the questions?
Well, no, he had a 2-question question, so I was going to give you first.
I gave the good lecture on the first question.
Okay, if you don't want to, go ahead.
Okay, but I don't know about an ideal time control. 3 games in a day is rough. I mean, that's just rough, no matter how you look at it. I think you're going to be exhausted no matter which time control you use, unless you're playing 10-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute maybe. Game 60 is probably what would normally happen to give a little bit of extra time. But I think it's going to be mentally exhausting no matter what. 5 rounds in 2 days.
I think Game 60, Game 90 would be ideal, even though, as Maurice has mentioned before in the broadcast, when you poll chess players, a lot of times they want to keep what the standard is, which is like the long time controls.
Yeah.
But my brother, who is a chess organizer, he's the commissioner of the Pro Chess League, he thinks that, like, he and I have talked about this, and he thinks that the poll results can be misleading because there's always going to be a tendency towards inertia if you poll people. Like, obviously, the fact that they're playing in the tournaments means that they like the way it's structured.
Right.
But if you play 2 games a day, and especially for adults, you can't work out, you can't call your family, like you can't.
You need break for meal breaks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just completely rolling, and I think it gives like a big advantage actually to young players, and that's why you see more and more of them playing in these like weekend Swisses. But I think a 2-hour, 3-hour game, if you're playing more than 1 a day, is about right.
Yeah, I'm all for game 60 with a 30-second bonus for those 5 weekend games. I think you're getting enough chess, enough time to think, to create something special. And I agree with the wrong think approach. You really don't want to get into those 30-minute tanks in your games, because you're probably just means that you're looping your calculations, and it means also that you don't have confidence in your calculations as you're reanalyzing the same variations time after time.
But exceptions prove the rule. I mean, rook takes b2 would have been worth 30 minutes. I mean, if you know,
I think it would have been worth 5. I mean,
yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think there's too much to think about there.
Not
actually,
in that one.
Sure, but if
look at the position she
has
has on the
If
board.
she doesn't see it till the last, if she's thinking for a little bit and she feels she needs that time, and it's going to end the game.
What it is actually, seriously, it's a confidence thing. She saw queen c3, queen takes e3. I get 2 pawns. I go rook takes b2. I lose a rook, and I have to calculate a forcing variation that may
I disagree.
win. I think it's
disagree.
confidence.
I think she didn't even look at rook b2.
What?
How can you look at rook b2 and not play rook b2? How can you look at it? I mean, come on. Seriously? How can you look at this position, see this move? Maybe she even looked at rook b2 and didn't even see how to follow it up. Maybe she thought after bishop a3 check, which is more natural, king c2, and she started realizing the knight was going to b3 and her attack wasn't working.
Yeah, that I buy.
Maybe what happened was she didn't realize that this is the key move, because that's an unusual constellation. You rather put the bishop and the queen, right? To put the queen in first is probably the move she missed. So she might have seen rook b2, but she probably didn't see. And when she just not seeing it, she just didn't notice it. She didn't even think to look at it. Queen check, some king, maybe the king is running in her mind, like king here for example, or actually king b1, bishop here, and maybe bishop f1 slows you down, but you know, and it's funny, bishop f1 does slow you down because knight b3 is coming, but it turns out the only winning move is this one, the only winning move in this position. So maybe she looked at it, and I'm going to try to understand why this is the only winning move. If you take on a6, now the move bishop a3 is again the right move, and now it's mate coming. Mate in 5 has been announced. So I think that there were some difficult moves here for her to look at. She looked at rook check. She probably didn't even see queen a3, and she looked and she said, nah, why do I do that? I'll just win a pawn and just go ahead.
Well, she spent 5 minutes on the move. So that's an example of a case where she could have spent a lot more time on that move and tried to calculate some of these, and we wouldn't criticize her for it.
Look at the
so
board,
there are
though.
exceptions that prove the rule.
Look at the board position, though. Take a look at the board, the actual game position. You look at this, it looks like a pawn sack.
Like 2 pawns. It's 2 pawns, Maurice. Queen c3, queen e3.
No, I was up a pawn already. You sacked a pawn.
Oh, to get there.
Position.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so she got her pawn back with queen
Oh.
c3, and then she took a pawn on
I
e3.
gotcha.
So right
Sorry.
now we have 6 against 5.
Okay.
These pawns are terrible. I mean, these pawns are, what's 6 against 5? This is not 6 against 5. This is just a bad pawn formation, and you're holding on for dear life for these pawns. White, I don't think anybody, Yaz, you wouldn't feel badly playing this with the white people. Well, maybe you, because you're a pawn thrower. But I mean, would you feel like you're going to lose, especially
No,
after maybe a move like this one, for example?
I feel I could keep this position pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, this is something you think if you have to play it, you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy to hold this. And moves like knight a5 and even ganging up on this pawn are possible right this moment. So she just dodged a gigantic bullet, and maybe it made sense that she didn't see rook takes b2 in this position, because it was a difficult move to calculate everything.
Yeah.
So she didn't see it. She walked into it. She was supposed to die. It was complex how she would die, and another variation, and she's alive and doesn't know maybe that she was dead. She may have been afraid of it, but it doesn't look to her like she was dead, and now it's irrelevant.
Well, yeah, I think that very good questions by our caller. Another person in the women's championship who seems to be doing quite well is Nazi Paikidze against Carissa Yip. She's up. She's not up a pawn now, but there's some issues here with the possibilities of bishop e5 in the position. This rook on b8 is.
Well, it's the bishop on c8 that's really being dominated in Carissa's camp. Big time problem for black in terms of getting her pieces out.
That's right, and Nazi might be able to snack a pawn here with knight a5, because I don't think you can play knight a5 after bishop e5.
Well, let's take a look here. We'll bring up Carissa's problems, and the way she got into the problems was a little bit strange.
Yeah, I thought that
everything was okay.
This was the one that I joked about, that this was the one game I wasn't willing to pay a latte and a cupcake to see.
I see.
But I was wrong, because of course, but it's kind of interesting in balance, right? Because white has some better piece potential, but our pawn structure is worse.
Yeah, but I think this move knight b6 really was a step in the wrong direction for Carissa. After a4, this very natural move by white, actually using her split pawns to attack on the queen side, provoked Carissa into playing the move a5. And now this big juicy square on b5 is like a magnet for white's pieces. And I'm seeing a pretty dominant game here by the reigning
and
champion.
Can't she just match a pawn
b6.
here after knight a5, bishop e5? Bishop
Sorry, I think it's actually
d7.
It's white to move.
It is rook
yes.
b8. We just played knight
b8.
b6.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so you wanted knight a5, bishop e5.
Or should I take first on d8?
Either way, we got.
Either way, I mean, we're trapping that rook, and you can't play bishop d7 because we have our knight guarding that square. So.
Exactly. This looks really, really, really bad.
Devastating, indeed.
Yes, Maurice.
Nazi in cruise control there. Take a look at a very, very rich game between Onischuk and Fabiano Caruana. Queen g5 was supposed to be responded to by bishop f6 to keep things normal. Rook a8 definitely kept him in the game. However, for black, gave some sharp chances, that is, for white. Queen h4. Now this pawn in undertake takes, and takes has been played, and this is the position on the board. Black looking for something to do, something productive. Now, the Indians are giving the possibility of knight takes on c4, kicking the legs out from under this knight. However, after knight g5, mate threat, h6, queen takes on c4 now, guarding this knight. And the problem is, if you take on g5, suddenly white's pieces jump and come alive. Rook to b1, queen c8, queen d3, aggressing this weak button on g6. Queen takes e6, not possible because of knight to c7, and suddenly white is the one who is going to be ahead. Tons of material, this rook hanging, of course, the fork. So queen d3 creating some problems, and you have to be very careful here. King h7, for example, is a move. Knight b6 on tap, and this pawn lives. That's the key. The pawn stays on the board. Just a sharp position to be sure. The other line, however, after queen takes c4 is not to take your piece back and play rook to f5 first. Gain a tempo on this knight. And now take a look at this sequence. Check, giving away the piece, trading, and now knight f7. And this position is not easy to judge. The move d5, looking to try to get to this pawn, allows queen h4 hitting your pawn. And you have to be careful here because your rook is under attack, not to play the move rook takes e6, because suddenly the move knight d8 on the back rank appears on the board. So this is not easy to calculate. This is a very tricky position where mistakes could abound. Of course, we saw Fabi regale us last night with his precise calculations, deep calculations anyway. I don't know how precise they were, but we were just, I at least was very impressed by the way he was showing variation after variation after variation that he had seen. And probably he saw some of this stuff because he did not play knight takes c4. Instead, in the game, he played bishop takes on d5 right away. And after cd5, the Indians saying bishop f6 is fine for black.
You know, those variations by Fabiano yesterday, I was also really impressed. And what struck me about them is that there was a thicket of variations. Each individual tactic was not that difficult to see. But the fact that they were all interwoven and there was such a tough thicket of different moves, worth the instructional value very high, so worth looking it over as we go into a quick break before the games heat up towards time control.
They've been heating up already, Jen.
And welcome back to the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. We've got a lot of excitement going on in this round. Right now, Yasser, I see you're looking at the game between Yarrow and Wesley.
Right. I was very curious, pardon me, I have a mint in my mouth, how Yarrow was going to follow up on his B4 expansion. He did play the move B5, but only after Black had gotten in the move castles. This is the problem with B5. You've given your opponent this very nice, handsome square, outpost on the C5 square. And after this trade, knight B5 looks, I kind of like Black, actually. It's a very strange thing with this pawn on A4 being a target by this knight, potentially also menaced by the rook. And you're just going to reset your pieces. Bishop back to B7, queen back to C6, or rook D8. At the moment, unless White gets in a very quick bishop F5, bishop F4, bishop D6 idea, I'm liking Black in this game. And also, a lot of confusing games. What's going on in the Hikaru Nakamura game? Danya made a very enterprising pawn push, this move F4, and I saw exchange sacrifices galore.
After taking on F4 with either pawn, but instead
after this
Nakamura took on E5 first.
Right, and I'm sitting here saying, why did Hikaru play this? I thought he was definitely going to play bishop to D5 check, put that king in the corner, then go queen E2 with the idea that this pawn on E4, pawn on E5, I beg your pardon, is going to fall, and he'll have two pawns and a very powerful bishop for the exchange. That was not what Hikaru did. He went bishop here, and we've got this position on the board with Black, with White's king getting exposed after this move. G3 takes F4. I think Danya is doing pretty okay at this exact moment. And Maurice, you've been looking at tons of games, and I know that game of Shabalov and Ray Robson is an exciting one. Take it away.
Absolutely. This game has just been keeping my attention, and neither one of these two players are materialists, and they're after my spirit, where material, what material? You want to take stuff? Go ahead. You can have it as long as I can touch your king, then, or at least get within a fighting chance of touching it. Knight to C5, attacking the rook and the bishop, and of course Ray ignored it with H5, saying you can have my rook. And what did Shabalov say? I don't care about your rook. You can keep it. I want to get rid of this attacking piece right now, even though the engine said that taking the rook was okay. C takes, and now G takes H5, blunting the direct force of the attack. If pawn takes, Black gets a G file as well as White, and plus Black has the two bishops. But non-materialist that he is, G5 was Robson's response. These guys don't care about taking stuff back as long as the attack can continue. Now this maneuver, knight to H8, the engine's first response, the correct move in this position by Shabalov. And now queen to H2, going after this pawn, not because he wants it back, but because he wants to attack. And that is really his point. But Shabalov could care less about that guy. Now after this pawn on F4, if you capture on H5, he's going to take on F4, and it's not clear how the attack proceeds. It looks like it's the best variation to play, however. Hard to imagine how you just keep this pawn on the board. What way would you do it? You can't move this rook, this knight. What's the future of this piece? He could play maybe knight E2, something like this. Unfortunately, that drops this pawn, and the position goes. So we have a situation where this queen is holding on this knight and this rook to this pawn. That's fixed. This rook, and sorry, knight G6 was played. This knight and this rook is holding the queen and the bishop down. That leaves only this rook and this knight to move. So looking for a move, I don't even know where to put this knight. Let's say we play knight H4, for example. Now the engine says C5. Oops, a threat in the position for Black. So that might mean you have to take this one, but I'm not sure I like this variation. Takes, takes, takes. Then again, now White does have some possibilities of G6 and ideas like that. The engine's actually saying that Black is only slightly better. Completely confusing position here. You got two bishops, an extra pawn, I believe, for Black, if I'm counting. Make that an extra two pawns for Black. And now the engines are going 000. Yes. Wow. Talk about craziness. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Chess is an amazing game. And for those of you amateurs out there, you know, you learn a lot about material in chess. It's something that we learn. The first thing that happens is we play chess and we lose material. We don't see it. We don't care about it. We drop tactically. So we lose pieces. We learn we can't just lose pieces. So you train and train and train so that you don't give away material. You just don't want to lose a pawn. You don't want to lose a knight. You don't want to lose a rook. You don't want to lose an exchange. You train and train and train so that you don't do that. And then you get better and better, and then it reverses itself again. You start realizing that, hey, I can give away material under certain circumstances. And the better players will say, yeah, no problem, I'll sack this. But usually at that point, you're sacrificing because you see a mate, a big attack. It's very obvious. Then you get to the next level, the highest level, where you say, wait a minute, I can give away material even though I don't see very clear, obvious, crushing compensation. Like you talked about, Yaz, the exchange sacrifices. I don't have to see it to the finish line. I just judge the position. But then you might even evolve even further to those players who are like, I'm not giving you anything. Korchnoi, who take everything. Yasser Seirawan, who never seen a pawn he didn't want to take. Karpov, who doesn't sacrifice, he just squeezes. So, but it's still a fine-tuned understanding of material. And that is really where the best players are, in the ability to give away material or judge very keenly whether or not the material is worth the other compensatory factors that are in the position.
And speaking of finish lines, I think that Nazi Paikidze is just about to put her opponent to rest. We were talking about how this game against Carissa, her last move, Nazi just played this nice move, A5, and she's supporting her knight on B6. The knight can't take on A5 because, well, actually multiple reasons. Probably bishop E5, but just rook D8 is the easiest, and winning on C8.
Exactly.
So meanwhile, now that we've played the move A5, bishop C6 is now a threat because you can no longer save the day with bishop takes B6, right?
Exactly.
So if you play, for instance, H6, we just played bishop c6, and after bishop b6, pawn takes b6. Now when you take the bishop, we just have rook d8 check, followed by bishop e5 and rook c8. And
winning a piece and the game.
So, and I don't know what Carissa Yip can do against it, because a move like h6 is kind of necessary, otherwise your back rank is busted.
Maybe we have to try f6 in that particular position, Jen, just to stop that nice little, well, hold on. No, pardon me. h6 is the wrong move. Sorry, f6 to stop your little combination there. So in this case, after bishop takes, I don't know if I'm surviving or not. I think I'm still losing, I'm afraid. Rook check, sorry. But at least in this case, I'm not getting your bishop e5 and rook takes c8.
Right, or at least, or at the very least, I have to work for it a little bit harder.
More.
Like, you know, if I play bishop a3.
Bishop a3, yeah. Now you're actually threatening the same idea, bishop d6 and rook c8, as well as simply b7.
Exactly.
So that is a win.
Before b7. By the way, for those who are wondering, b7 doesn't win because rook takes b7 hits the bishop on b2. So you always want to watch out. You're totally winning. You're like, b7, I win a piece.
Oh, no.
Loose pieces drop off, as they say. But Nazi Paikidze does look like she's going to be extending her score to +2. Pretty huge when you think about that horrible fight that she lost the other day. 129 move, and now she's going to be tied for the lead, and of course it's going to be a narrower field because we had 5 players tied for the lead going into the round. Nazi was one of them, so anybody who wants to keep pace with her has to win today.
Exactly. All right, that's a very big game. And speaking of that big game between Sabina and Katja, that had our attention. Ooh.
Well, that's not,
this is Tatev. Wow.
Now, this is a really big game because Maggie Feng could join the leader circle if she were to win this, but somehow things like they haven't gone in her direction.
Wow.
Tatev's figured out a way.
She sacrificed a bishop. Bishop takes g6.
So that's exciting. So let's see what would have happened if it was captured. Bishop G6.
Queen takes
just
G6.
ripping up the position. And now after Queen takes G6, what was Maggie worried about here? I think just Queen F6 winning the rook.
Yes.
The king can't go to a light square, so we're just going to, at the very least, win your rook, and we'll probably
end up
checkmate you too. Exactly. So that forced the move rook G8, and now F5.
Protecting the bishop, takes. And now we can't capture because D8 is an invasion square for white.
Yikes.
So she had to play Queen G4 takes. And how many pawns does she have at the moment?
I just see 2, E and D. I feel like those
I'm counting them all. I see 3.
No, there's 7. There's 7.
Yeah.
We got 4 to 7. So let's continue the variation. You must go King D8, otherwise we can just Queen. Worst case scenario.
Exactly.
And this is an interesting setup.
I'm thinking that
that Tata is crushing, huh?
Right. That I start to see that vulnerable king with the queens on the board. The black's king safety. Well, I don't think she has a king safety. Although there is, to be fair, the annoying defense Queen E6 stopping my intention of Queen B6.
And if we try to do it anyway, you made us Rook D6, Queen B6.
Sorry?
Well, if we were to play Rook D6 here, you can take on E5, which conveniently threatens checkmate.
Oh, on B2.
Yeah, you actually have a little bit of counterplay.
Yes,
So what does Tatev do instead here? How's the endgame?
You mean after? I wouldn't consider it really, but sure, let's have a look. After all, it is 3 pawns.
It's too bad that we already have our pawn push to D7, because if the pawns were like on D6 and E6, then we would have a really nice game. But here they're blockaded, which makes it a little less attractive for sure.
Exactly.
But I'm still wondering if it's good, because if we can just go Rook G3, Rook takes G4, and now we're threatening things like H5, that's going to be crushing.
All right, so it's time to put on the brakes and start blockading these pawns. Bishop E7.
Did I have to play E6, by the way? Maybe I should start with my plan of scooping up G4 right away. Because you remove bishop. Because
D7 pawn.
Yeah, well, can I start with Rook D4 maybe?
Okay, Rook D4. So you want to pick up my little guy over here.
I do have to play E6 at some point, though. You're right, because my rook's tied down otherwise. So I'd have to play E6 here.
Right. So we're getting a similar position to our previous line.
And now
Bishop comes to E7. This suddenly starts to be not that clear. Let's keep the queen.
If Rook G4, you have Rook C5, indeed. So you don't like this line?
No.
Okay, let's go back.
I like to keep the queens on the board.
Understandable.
When my opponent's
your opponent's king is on D8?
Yeah.
Understandable.
Now, I'm just wondering, okay, I took on D7.
That did happen.
Yeah, it already did. Well, that's fine.
I think so, yeah. I think that happened in the game.
So then I like to keep the queens. Queen F2 seems like an attractive move. Queen E6. And
Queen
here,
F2 has been played, by the way.
Right, you definitely. Now, this is annoying that this queen takes E5 will be threatening this checkmate on B2. So I have to make a preparatory move here, guarding. But let me just keep it nice and simple. Queen E3, Maurice. I like what Tatev has done with this sacrifice. Is it right?
It is technically correct, although the agents are saying that it's an equalish position. It's very hard for white to make any progress in this game. Black can always find some sort of defensive compensation. But nevertheless, white wasn't doing anything anyway, so the sacrifice did change the nature of the game. Black didn't play the most precise defense, but it doesn't matter. It still would have been compensation for this material, and it may be easier to play white in this position than it is to play black, and that's critical that black has to keep defending. So it looks like a finely balanced game, in fact, where Maggie has to be careful. She might just blunder and lose. So we'll see how that goes. But something else to point out that continues to be a running theme for Anna Zatonski in her tournament, more time pressure, and in this case, a simply bad move. Take a look. In this moment, she is playing against Apurva Verkud. In this position, she played knight b5, the knight dropped back. Usually the knight goes to b5 for what purpose? To put a knight on d5. I mean d4, excuse me. Put a knight on d4, and it's, old Russian school, boring grandmaster chess. That's what you do. Instead, she played this highly nuanced h3. Okay, maybe she was worried of knight h5 coming, chasing her bishop. So Apurva said, okay, what happens if I play queen b6? Your knight's under attack. What are you going to do about it? She played queen to a4, securing the knight on this square. But of course, a6 could happen at any point in time. But instead, Apurva played bishop d7 and set up a diagonal challenge to this knight. Now, if you're going to play queen a4, the Indians say you could actually continue with a move like knight d6, even rook fd1. I mean, but you're scared. You know something's going on along this diagonal. She must have looked and spent a lot of time. And you want to know her next move? Queen back to d1. She just played queen a4. Now she just moved her queen back to d1. So, natural a6, knight c3, gift me the pawn on b2. Now, things are not so clear after knight a4. She does have some kind of compensation against this queen in the position, although the queen is not being trapped. The queen can play queen to b4, rook to b1 in this position, and now queen a5 or queen a3. It's a little dangerous thinking about this pawn, but let's just play this move for a second. And the Indians don't like rook takes b7, which looks like a free pawn, because of the sudden reversal, knight to d8, attacking the rook and attacking the knight on a4. So now, because she can't touch that pawn, she actually has to play knight b6 and go for this type of position, where she does have great compensation, given that the rook is hanging and the rook cannot go and guard this pawn in any way, shape, or form. This bishop is very strong. Some compensation. But the most critical thing about this position is that she has 13 minutes and 54 seconds. The same problem. Now it's actually 13:34. She is under the same problem. Look at that. The queen is on a5. They have actually arrived at this position where she could potentially blunder with rook takes b7, allowing knight to d8. And if she sees that she cannot take the pawn, after all that thinking, remember what that caller said? How long should you think? And we said, long think, wrong think. After all that thought, after all that investment, to think that she's going to take on b7, and now to notice the move knight to d8, she's got to be thinking, oh boy. But we've seen her handle herself in time pressure, and there she did not miss the move knight to d8. She played knight b6, but still 13:29 on the clock. Man, she is taking us on a very exhausting roller coaster ride every single round.
So you thought it was easy being the U.S. women's team captain, huh, Maurice?
Oh, no. I saw you in Baku.
I was sweating every round.
You were sweating every single round. That was hard work. Being a team captain of anybody at all, but just our particular ladies, I know they made you sweat.
Yes, indeed. Streak is going to be kept alive in the game of Wesley So. As I foretold, I actually liked Wesley's position back here. He traded, played knight e4, got rid of the two bishops with the move knight c3, bishop takes, queen takes, and this is just a very nice position for black. I don't say it's winning. The split pawns on a4 and c2 are nice targets for black. This construction, this majority on the king side is very good, and this knight has this great outpost d5. So this is a very comfortable position for Wesley. I would say it's a two-result position.
And
only black can win, and white will be very, very happy to get a draw out of this. Sorry.
And meanwhile, let's take a look at Onishuk versus Caruana.
Oh, that's been a fabulous match.
That's going to be very exciting, I think, in the next few moves as we approach our time control.
Let's go back to where we were when we left it. We left it at this critical decision. Bishop takes d5 was played by Fabi. C takes d5, bishop, f6, knight g5. And the result of all of those trades was that white is ended up with a very passive bishop on g2. And this knight may look like it's out of the game, but if it ever finds a square, for example, d4, e5, black is going to be for choice.
But one of white's saving grace is going to be drumming something up on the king side, maybe even try to get a perpetual in by sacking on g6 or something. Because to me it seems like this pawn on c4 is going very fast. a2 is going to hang too. So somehow, if we need to save this game as white, it's going to be involving some kingside operations.
With bishop g6, pardon
Exactly.
me, bishop b4 and g6. At the moment, the queen actually looks very nicely placed on b2 because any of those perpetual check ideas that you would like to generate as white can be protected with
by the fianchettoed queen, which
by
is so good in defense. But still, a move like c3 opens up the closes that line down.
Well, let's see. Let's just go with the flow here a bit and try to imagine what the players could be thinking here. So white is ready to finally pounce and get checks. Well, in this particular case, oops, the bishop takes g6. Ooh, those two queens are really.
Who would have thought two queens would be so strong?
Yes. So it's a question of
we got to go slower. So rook e4 has been played, by the way, though.
And Fabi's thinking about the very
after c3, maybe we could just play rook b4 with a little tempo.
Yeah.
Idea that you can't play queen a2 because we got rook a4. A little fork. Oh, that's the other F. Forced, fabulous, or fork. I knew it was on the tip of my tongue.
I don't think that's the other F.
So queen
nice
a2,
try,
rook
though.
a4.
Okay,
and
so
therefore, and if you have to put your queen in front of the pawn, perhaps that's a concession. But what about queen e2?
Well, here you would be very happy to bail out of this position with a repetition.
Very unusual repetition, indeed.
Yeah.
So maybe instead of c3, there's a better move.
Maybe a simple one like, well, rook f6 might allow a different setup by white. So I'm not happy to be
right, blocking our fianchettoed queen.
Maybe we should just go back and just say, okay, great. If I can trade queens,
that would be
it will
fabulous.
be all about this pawn and this knight versus this bishop on g2. Advantage Fabi. Maurice.
But and we've got Grandmaster Cristian Chirila with some thoughts on the game today.
Thank you, guys. First of all, I want to thank Yasser for blowing my segment. I was going to talk about Fabiano versus Onishchuk, but instead I'm going to have to talk about Nadzi's game, which is highly, highly interesting. Let's look at this. So first of all, Nadzi is coming after two very, very difficult rounds. She's playing the youngest opponent in the field. She has the white pieces. She chose this Catalan, very, very strategical opening, and she allowed black to exchange the queens. Why not? You're playing an unexperienced player, a player that wants to keep the pieces on the board. She wants to checkmate you. Let's exchange the queens and see what happens. In this position, Nadzi built up a very nice advantage in the endgame, and she came up with this extraordinary blow, knight takes a5. Now, if you take back the knight, I'm going to play bishop e5, and now we see that your rook is trapped. Instead of that, black took on c5. Here, black took on d1 first. Take, bishop takes c5, knight takes c6, knight takes c6, and now a5. White is completely dominating this position, and I think she's going to win. I heard that you guys want my opinion in regard to who's going to win the championship. In the men's section, I'm going to pick Alex Shabalov. No, I'm joking. Wesley So, and in the women's section, Nazi Paikidze with a repeat. How about you guys?
Well, I've joined the Wesley So team, and thank you, Cristian, for the nice demonstration there of Naji's game.
No, I don't think it's fair to predict the championship. I think at this point it has to be 2 versus 1. You have to choose between Wesley or two guys.
No, I'm saying I'm going to go with Wesley.
Well, I'm saying if you only get to pick one guy from the championship,
I'm giving the field.
Everybody's picking Wesley. I think if it's Wesley versus the field, the over/under the number of players that you need for it to be a pick'em is 2. If you have 3, I'm going to pick the 3 players.
Okay, you got the field. I'll give you 11.
Okay, you give me all 11. Okay, then I'll take the field.
Okay.
Then I'll take the field, but I think it's very close. I mean,
yeah, but his form has been so impressive. And for the ladies, even though she suffered that incredible blow against Anna, what Naji has done today, her champion's comeback, her determination to come back from such a such a loss. I mean, let's face it, you lose 129 rook and bishop versus rook game where you're 2 moves away from claiming a draw, that's got to be a blow. But if she wins today, she'll have won back-to-back games. I'll go with the reigning champion, Naji, but I won't give you the field.
Yeah, that would be very dangerous.
You got to pick one.
I'll go ahead and pick Anna Zatonski. You know, she's getting into crazy time pressure.
Don't I know it?
But she does have that amazing fighting spirit, and she's very creative. You know, I think I know Anna's a huge lover of chess problems. I also really like chess problems, and you kind of see that vision that came into play at the 11th hour in that game, literally the 11th hour,
right.
where she found this finish, which you know, under incredible stress. It's
playing
beautiful finale,
yeah.
which you know, put her opponent in zugzwang.
Exactly.
The game.
Maurice, you got to pick the 2 champs.
Or the field versus Wesley.
I hate agreeing with Yasser Seirawan. I totally hate coming after him, especially. But Wesley and Nazi, I mean, that's what I see. Nazi seems like she's on the comeback trail. Irina, I really thought Irina, if you had asked me before the tournament, I would have said Irina hands down, like just hands down. But something has happened, and there's some hiccups going on in her game, and it's close. It's a pick 'em for that one. But I feel like Nazi's starting to round into form, and she had the bad game, and it just seems like she's coming back. So I'm going to go with Wesley and Nazi. I would like to continue with the 3 Fs theme. By the way, this position here that was sharp, the way the exchanges happened were not quite accurate, but even so, you have this position on the board where black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns, white has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns. So material is even technically. 2 bishops versus 2 knights, horrible pawn structure. What is the one trade that black should not make? Absolutely not. It's not forced, and it's not fantastic. I can tell you right now. Is this forlorn trade?
Forlorn. That's it. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Like, why would you do that to white's pawn structure? Why is this move being played? Knight f6, rook a d1, and all of a sudden white has this bishop. White's pawns have been fixed. Why would you do this? Why exactly would you do this? And if you're going to do it, why aren't you like maybe getting counterplay against this pawn? It was not forced by any stretch. Let me go back to this moment. It wasn't forced. You could have just moved your rook. Maybe she was worried about something like queen b3, but queen back to f7 guards everything, and there are no dangers at all. This position simply had to be continued. Maybe she thought bishop to d6 was playable, except now after knight takes, f takes, rook takes, and you have to be very careful here. In this position, white's pawns are dropping off like flies in this structure, and the king is still exposed. F pawn is going. Maybe she thought she was forced because of this situation, so she backed down and traded. Well, when we come to the current position on the board, let me get to that position right here. Current position on the board, white just looks like white has a normal position. This pawn is backward, a great bishop. The queens have been traded, and it's not just an endgame where white is just better. That bishop is a monster. This pawn is weak. Bad trades lead to bad things. Whenever you're ready to trade anything in chess, rethink it. Make sure it's force or fantastic, because it might be forlorn. Maybe that's not the right F. I made that up on the spot. There must be some better F than that.
Right. Well, thank you, Maurice. And we've got an intriguing move. Once again, Fabiano in keeping me riveted to this key game with Alex Onyshuk. He just retreated his queen all the way. I was suggesting that he might retreat the queen to f6. He actually preferred g7, and I can only guess that his idea is he wants to release his rook on e8 from the protection of this crucial pawn, while also stymieing or completely stopping any of those perpetual check fantasies that Alex might have.
I wish
So-
I could play queen d2 in this position. It's just like I just moved my queen from
Yes.
h5 to h4.
Right.
But if I could play queen d2 here and then attack your knight, I could then take on c4.
Exactly. So I think that what Fabi has in mind is to play rook c8 and rook c5 in order to keep the knight well protected, and only after preparing the advance c4, c3, c2, away he goes. Again, if black ever gets in, that knight ever returns to civilization, like the e5 or d4 square, Fabi is going to win this game. Maurice?
A game that's about to be won with no problem at all is this game with Nazi Paikidze and Carissa Yip. After bishop takes on c6, pawn takes, I think we actually were here. No, actually one back. We were here. a5. f6 was played, bishop c6. Now looking to penetrate with rook down and check. If you take this one, you lose this piece. So bishop takes, a takes b6, bishop takes, check. King f7, and now bishop to a3, clearing the bishop away and also threatening to bring the bishop down here. She played rook a8, rook takes c8, takes bishop d6, and that pawn is screaming home after rook d6 takes rook to d1 check. No problem. Rook c1 trying to hold on to material, except that's not going to last because of this move, queen to e3, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn, about to take everything. This one is resignable, and Nazi Paikidze will have won her second game in a row after a disaster happened to her. It looks like Carissa is continuing to play, but this one can be resigned in a clear conscience.
Thank you, Maurice. And a game we haven't paid too much attention to, but again, a very big game for our tournament standings, is the game between Varugian and Sam Shanklin. I actually thought that Varugian was playing a sweet, sweet game. Rook and pawn endgames can be tricky. This one doesn't look that tricky, however, because as we've been taught as youngsters, outside pass pawns in rook and pawn endgames are key, as they are in king and pawn endgames. So I'm thinking that what white wants to do is just maneuver his king up the board and hope that black goes after this b pawn trades, and then he'll lose a king and pawn endgame.
And there it is, our first result of the day. Nazi Paikidze has defeated Carissa Yip, and now she's going to be in the lead of the women's championship. The big question is, how many players will join her?
Wow, I'm looking at this young lady, Carissa Yip, and I'm just thinking to myself, I see a future champion all over this young lady. I think in a few years, she's going to be on the podium. I'm impressed, but today she was outplayed by a better player at the moment, Nazi Paikidze, reigning champion.
Yeah, that's right. She does have that great attitude. And as you were mentioning in the Sam Shanklin game, Akobian is maneuvering his king over to the e4 square, whereas Shanklin's played king c5. But let's look at some games that... Has that game actually reached time control? It's very close.
Very, very close.
Yeah, and they've got plenty of time, too. So we'll take a look at that end game a little later, while we see if there's any games where we've got a clock alert. We have one in Nakamura and Naroditsky.
We don't have a clock alert in the game between Jeffrey and Gata, but it has been a trench warfare kind of game. I really didn't think that Jeffrey's sacrifice of a pawn earlier was a good idea, but he has managed to establish his knights on c4, as well as d5, two tremendous outposts. This knight on d7 isn't that great. Black, Gata's got this awesome knight on d4. Again, this was an opening. This was from an opening that I played in my early days as black. It's nice to see Gata playing my opening here. I think, I would rather play black in this particular position. So I don't think that the sacrifice by Jeffrey worked as well as he'd hoped.
And let's take a look at what's going on in the game between Onishuk and Fabiano Caruana, because that's one's just like so intriguing with these unusual maneuvering. It looks like Onishuk's played rook to f4. I think what you were saying is that with the queen on g7, ideas of rook to f4 are so unlikely that he just like to take off one of these defensive rooks.
Exactly.
And perhaps occupy the b file with the other one and play bishop f1 if he gets a chance.
Well, the only thing I would be afraid if I was in Fabi's shoes is I wouldn't want to see rook f7. Why? Because if we trade on f7 and white just gives away essentially the e6 pawn, then this bishop could actually be a troublemaker from bishop h3 to e6. So that's the one thing I would just be cognizant of.
And that's why, indeed, Fabiano Caruana removed the rooks on f4 before playing rook c8 himself. But we do have a guest, our first winner of the day, reigning champion, Nazi Paikidze.
And now leading the tournament by herself. She probably wasn't thinking about that when she lost a tough game in 129 moves a couple of rounds ago. But 2 wins can do a lot of healing. This game today, it seemed like you had a good opening right from the get-go.
Yes, I didn't expect Catalan today because she usually plays knight f6 and g6. But and the variation that we played, I didn't really remember it well, but it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, you got a bind on that queen side. Were you surprised the way it was just so easy? It looked like you just got what you wanted on that queen side of the board.
Yeah, I think the knight d7, knight b6 was probably not a good idea. And maybe after a4, she doesn't have to play a5. Because after all that, yeah, I really liked my position after c4 and c5. I couldn't find moves for her.
Yeah, that bishop certainly was buried on c8 and ended up dying on c8 with all those moves. You had a terrible loss, but now you've bounced back with 2 wins. What's your perspective on the tournament now?
I have completely forgotten about that last game, so...
Sorry for reminding me.
That's okay. Now I'm just thinking about the rest day right now. I need to recover, and second half of the tournament is like a whole new tournament.
What do you have to say about the other players, the stress of playing in the U.S. Women's Championship? This is your 3rd one. You won last year. The first one, you didn't lose any games. This one, the first 2, you didn't lose any games. This one, you did lose a game. What's the stress like playing in this thing? For people who have never played it and may never play in it, what is it like and how do you deal with it?
It is really stressful and there's a lot of pressure. I think I especially have extra pressure because I'm the reigning champion. But, you know, during the game, once I start playing, then I don't think about anything else and just look at the board and think about moves. But before and after the game, I do feel stress.
How do you relax for that, or how do you release it? Or do you release it?
I try to sleep more than usual. That helps me. Normally I sleep 6-7 hours. Here I sleep 9. And I just wake up with a fresh head and don't feel stressed.
I need to figure out how you do that because I don't even have any stress and I'm only sleeping 6. But thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your win and enjoy the rest day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. And
9
thank you, Nashi.
hours of sleep.
Congratulations.
Kind of like 9 lives
like
of
that.
Jen for you. We actually have a great little Photoshop from Eric Rosen over at the U.S. Chess Twitter of Jennifer Yu with cat ears. It was for, yeah, I'll show it to you in a minute.
Yeah, I actually saw that on your monitor. It's very, very cute.
That's right. And how is our young lady
Jennifer
Yu doing?
I mean, she has an angel tapping her shoulder day after day, because in her game with Anna Sharovich, after facing a winning mating attack by her opponent, she's turned the game around completely, in my view, and now she stands in a position where she's very likely to win. The light square bishop for black is simply a very, very passive piece, and it's Jennifer's pieces that are dominating on the dark squares. The pawn on e5 is a thorn in Anna's throat. The king is coming to d4. The rook is dominant on c5. And as soon as white gets around to it, maneuvering the bishop to b3, Anna's going to lose this game. Maurice, I'm kind of stunned.
Not so fast.
Not so fast.
It's
Okay.
not that easy. And matter of fact, the Indians think that last move, b4, might have given some counterplay. I know in the general terms, yes, it looks like it's the right thing. But this move, rook f7, which has been spanked down on the board, does give black counterplay. So it's just the specific moment where now black is talking about rook f2, potentially getting this e3 pawn down the board. A move like king to d4, for example, the Indians give as best, and suddenly rook f2, and you know what the Indians are saying right now? take the pawn and get rid of these pawns. And at any rate, black is better. So rook f7 should not have been allowed in this position right here. Although I don't know why the engines are giving this move first. b4, rook f7, king d4, rook f2. We just analyzed this, and now the engine's going crazy. Okay, so this sometimes there's a glitch because they're flipping responses. Yes, this move would be very good for black, this position. So rook f7 on the board right now with the threat of rook f2 coming down, and it's actually black who, because of the security in the position and the immediate threats, black is the one who's better here.
Wow.
Only because this rook is going to appear on f2.
That is very surprising optically, but can we
Yeah.
can we get back to my
Sure.
favorite game of the day, Alexander Onishuk Caruana? That just really intrigues me, this setup, because it's very concrete here. So I'm just
We saw the move rook f4,
rook
queen
f4,
f4,
and
rook
you,
c8.
as you pointed out, rook f7. Fabiano's sense of danger said, "No way are you
Alerted
getting
him.
that move in."
Right.
And now I'm a little worried about Fabi's position, because if Alex gets in moves like queen d2 and bishop f1, it's pretty bad. So does he need to get active and play something like queen b2 anyway? I mean, I know I'm hanging queen f7, but you can't really take on e7 because c1's hanging. But if I don't do something like that, I'm just afraid of bishop f1 could just go against me.
Well, first of all, queen d2, I can cover the knight on a5. I can keep it well protected. Bishop f1, my idea, of course, for black was that I wanted to be able to play c3.
And can I play queen b4 there, though? And
Okay, so what is
and you have rook c5. So if I play bishop f1,
So
it's
I'll
black's
start.
move. Okay.
I'll start with rook c5.
Okay, it's your move. Yeah.
Okay, so bishop f1. Do you have a concrete threat here? If you take on c4,
Oh, and Nakamura has drawn his game, I'm hearing.
there is a draw, so that's our second result of the round. c3, that's weird. c3, bishop takes, I don't know. What's going on here, Jen?
Well, I was also thinking about not even taking on a6 right away. I was thinking about putting my queen on b4, but
Oh, I see. So in this position, you're thinking about this move.
yeah, I
Queen
just trying
to
to get really
b4.
active. I feel like I can always take a6 later.
Well, I'm still trying to get the zen of the position myself. Say, I'll activate my queen, and I'll try to put my king on a little bit more safety square g7, so I don't have to worry about you trying to come in on the back rank.
Well, a very exciting battle indeed.
Truly.
And it looks like Fabiano Caruana is in a bit of time pressure here. He's got only 5 minutes, and you can understand why he's thinking in this absolutely critical position. So yes, Naroditsky's game versus Nakamura was a draw. You didn't like the way that Nakamura handled the opening, and it does seem that he's struggling a little bit. He's getting whites against players that like Naroditsky, Jeffrey Zhang, and he's not getting much
that
from
have
his whites.
resisted, yes.
He's played c4,
And
plays e4.
That's a
and
bad sign, right? I mean, you want to have, like, the game of Najis today. That's what champions do when they have white. They never let you equalize, and when you're worse, they never let you escape.
And we should check in on Ray Robson's game against Alexander Shabalov.
Oh, you know it. That was the money game that Maurice was paying to watch. Let's see what happened in that game. A lot of transitions. Well, there was that crucial moment that Ray had to decide whether or not he wanted to take this pawn on h5, giving up the pawn on f4. Maurice wasn't enthusiastic about allowing Shabalov that opportunity, but Ray has maneuvered his knight all the way from c3 over to g3 with a dream. This knight has a dream. Get to h5, get to f6, and mate the black king. Check with Shabalov. That's the answer. Queen comes back to e7. Rook b2 by Ray.
Yikes,
I mean,
that's a good idea.
Bring everybody over to the party. Rook f2, and maybe even knight h2 to g4.
Queen f7? Heck no.
No.
Queen h3.
I know Maurice likes those trades of bishops for a knight, but for me, the most important trade in chess is queens. You get the queens off the board, your king gets a lot safer. Ray said, no, you're not going to get a safe king, Alexander Shabalov.
I agree with that, especially for people who are just learning the game or just getting a bit better. queen trade evaluations are very important because a lot of times people get emotional about queen trades. They look at their opponent's rating, they have some kind of feeling about it, but it's really important just to judge the position.
When I was beginning chess, I couldn't play without my queen. I never wanted a queen trade. It was the most powerful piece. I was infatuated with the queens, in fact.
So here, of course, it's very logical to play queen h3. Even though you could say that both kings are partially exposed, the real issue for here is that white has a target, that h7 pawn.
Yeah, and not only that, it's not just the question of the target. The reality is that Shabalov has won a lot of material, but his pieces are not active, whereas all of Ray's pieces, both rooks, his knights, his queen, are all on the king side, and it's a long way. It's two
B6
moves.
has been played, by the way.
Yeah,
and
it's
now
B6.
How is Shaba going to react to the move rook h2, just threatening checkmate?
Well, if the
He's
bishop...
got a couple ideas, bishop h8 or queen g6, right?
Yeah, well, if the bishop does ever get out to a3, a6, and d3, protecting h7, then it's just game over. So Ray has to... Ray's next moves are going to be very critical. Shabalov down to 3 minutes 45. How about this? Ray Robson ahead on time?
I know.
That's as shocking as I can imagine.
It looks like a very good position for him, too, with rook h2 coming up, and I don't see those pieces coordinating quickly enough. I'm getting worried for Alexander Shabalov, but we've got Hikaru Nakamura. He's in the studio with Maurice.
Yes, giving chase to the leader, Wesley So, is Hikaru Nakamura, half a point behind. Looked like with the white pieces, he might be able to drum up some play and possibly win, but the young Naroditsky was able to hold him off. Hikaru, you've had a couple of whites now where two young players have neutralized it pretty effectively. What were you thinking about the exchange sacrifice? Why didn't you go for that variation? Did it look like it wasn't worth it?
Well, I mean, first of all, against Jeffrey, I got nothing. But today, I don't think that's the case. I think I had some chances. Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of critical points. I mean, I was kind of upset at myself when I played this rook b1 move, which I guess is fine, but I thought there was certainly some better continuations. So I was kind of just annoyed with myself throughout the game for doing that. But yeah, later on it got interesting. I'm not sure which exchange stack you're talking about, though. I mean, which position?
Yeah.
You mean, yeah, but here it doesn't work, does it? I mean, isn't there always some e4 after? I mean, I thought I was just actually in trouble now. Bishop d5, king h8.
And queen e2.
Queen e2, bishop b1, rook b1, e4. I mean, maybe I'm just missing something. Maybe this is...
So you want to take back on the second pawn? Is it 2 pawns?
I mean, it's 1 pawn right now, but...
So if you take on g7 and take on e4, that's...
Yeah, but I mean, black's going to control one of the open files. I mean, like, okay, bishop g7, king g7. I mean, if queen e4, then black just takes rook a d8 probably. I mean,
is that a third pawn or is it?
Yeah, it's a third pawn. Black's getting the rook to d2. Rook d2. I mean, don't forget also it's double f pawn, so it's not really 3 pawns.
Right.
I mean, maybe I could have tried this. I didn't really. I don't know. Somehow this doesn't look very convincing to me. Especially because black's going to go like just take and rook e8 probably.
And if bishop f3?
Yeah, bishop f3. I don't know, rook c2. c5, rook d8. I mean, it's probably a. I mean, now it's starting to look like at least I'll get some chances. So maybe I should have gone for this, but. Even if black doesn't play rook a d8, if black just plays rook b8, I'm even here now that I think about it. Rook b8, and what's the big deal?
Yeah, it doesn't look special.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, okay, black's going to get a rook on one of the open files. That's kind of the point. I don't see how I'm really doing anything. Like, if I block the d file, then he puts a rook on e8. If I don't block the d file, he puts a rook on d8. So... I mean, I feel like this has to just be pretty easily holding for black. I mean, and not to mention the f pawn also, it's a double pawn. So I mean, maybe down the road I can do something, but it's very hard to believe that this can be anything. So I mean, I just didn't buy this. I mean, the only thing that I could have tried was, I mean, maybe I could have tried this g takes f4 line instead. Okay, knight e5 takes. I mean, I guess maybe I have bishop d5 also. I don't know, some bishop d5, queen e2, but. Bishop d5, king h8. I mean, somehow I didn't really... I mean, like FG3, HG3, and the bishop looks really pretty on D5, but I'm not so sure it's doing anything. That's, I mean, like, if black plays, like, I don't know, bishop F5 maybe? But maybe now I get E4 and B4 maybe. Yeah, maybe I had something like this and it was better. But somehow I was a little bit worried, like H5 maybe. I was just a little bit worried about the king side here somehow. H5, H4, H5, bishop G4 is also an idea too. Yeah, somehow I was just a little bit unsure about this. And I mean, if I'm not just breaking through on the queen side, then having played E4, I'm going to probably end up in a lot of trouble on the king side because the bishop is blocked out. So. I mean, I had this opportunity too, but also GF4 was what I really was unsure about. I was discussing briefly with Daniel after the game, which is, so GF4, bishop F5, E4, bishop G4. And, I mean, maybe there's something here, but I couldn't really figure it out, and I was already starting to get a little bit short of time. So, like F takes E5, bishop F3, I have to take on F3, takes, like ED6, Queen G5, King H1, Queen H4, and it's, I mean, black's not threatening mate to be fair, but I don't know, I wasn't really sure about this, also here if I try Rook D2, protecting the pawn on F2, now there's some tactics I think with Bishop C3 and Rook takes C3. Yeah, takes and Rook takes C3, and I mean, and what's the count? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm not even going to be up a pawn here, so this is absolutely nothing. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I mean, it's just this is completely fine for black. So, I mean, I didn't really I didn't see anything with that, and then I mean, I think Daniel was very precise after takes. Yeah, Queen C7 takes. Yeah, and Rook D8 was a good move. I mean, I think without Rook D8, I can maybe at least try something. But after Rook D8, Rook D1, I mean, of course, after Queen B2, I could have played Rook E7, and I mean, I can make the game go for like another 2 hours, but there really isn't a point because black was Queen D4. I mean, I think Queen D4 might be the only move, but just takes Rook B7, Rook C8, and I mean, it's going to get to some like 3 versus 2. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can trade the F4 pawn for the G6 pawn. But I mean, there's no real. Yeah, Rook C8 is important, and then I mean, it's going to be he's going to win the A pawn for the D pawn, and it's going to be 3-on-2. And I mean, there's really no need to waste two hours of my life in a position like this.
Well, Wesley, good news for you is that Wesley So has drawn his game, so you still keep pace with him. But you did give away a white essentially. I mean, second white. These youngsters are pretty good players.
I mean, I was never under the impression that the youngsters weren't good players. I mean, the U.S. Championship has gotten a lot stronger than it used to be in the past. I mean, and when you look at these players, I mean, okay, Jeffrey, I already said enough about him the other day, but, even Danya, sure, he's, going to Stanford, but he's still, what, like 2650 or something? I mean, if 2650 is, if I'm supposed to be 2650s every day, then I should be like 2,900. So, I had chances today. I mean, if you have chances and you don't convert or your opponent defends very well, there's not much you can do about it. But that's really all you can ask for in modern chess. So, I was upset with the game against Jeffrey, certainly, because I would say that I did not get anything in that game. But today, at least, I got some chances. And I think maybe I could have had something more, but I think Daniel played quite well in the critical moments. So it's quite reasonable.
What are you going to do on the rest day?
What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's what, Monday or something?
Monday.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I have no teams that are doing well in hockey or basketball, really, so I'm a bit out of that.
You going to watch the final game of the Final Four?
No, I don't think so. I've given up on all of that. I just don't do the whole bracket or any of that stuff anymore. It's not my thing. So I don't know. I mean, I'll certainly tonight, of course, assuming it didn't happen already, I'll probably watch the final between Nadal and Federer in Miami. But otherwise, I'll just relax and try and do something.
All right. Well, we hope you get your rest, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Maurice and Hikaru. What are our current standings in the Open Championship?
Well, let's
Jennifer?
just take a quick look. Wesley So at the top, he just drew his game. Is Alex, and then we've got Nakamura, Naroditsky, and Jerubuk just half a point behind. But let's get right back into the games because we are approaching a lot of excitement and time pressure here.
Well, we can ask if Fabiano could join the group directly a half a point behind Wesley.
And this is your big question, your favorite question after C3, H4, Queen S6. Should Alexander trade queens or not, Yas?
Yeah, this is really, really a tough one. I mean, you definitely want to do it because after the queen trade, wow, look at this incredibly powerful protected pass pawn. But black's going to be able to blockade it, and without the queens, it means that there's no attacks against black's king, and you're just facing this situation of a pass pawn on the c file. But on the other hand,
get back into
exactly. How does the knight get back into play? Has Fabi overlooked a very salient point here? Like, for example, after trades, let's say we start with f3, with the idea that we want to just get cozy up here with our king. And what is black going to do to activate the knight?
F5 in this position.
F5. Oh, oh gosh, I'm blundering all over the place. I was going to put my bishop back, but I'm overlooking a check. My timing is terrible today. Oops. Rook check, and I pick off this bishop. So actually, after the queen trade,
although even there we have rook c8 check and e7 at the end of the variation.
Oh, excellent! Good news. I'm not blundering everything. Thank you, Jennifer. Save me from myself. The line Jennifer just pointed out was check, king f2, rook takes, and a check. And I knew there was a reason I wanted to trade queens and have a pass.
Eventually that knight on a5 would come to haunt him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And we have Grandmaster Wesley So, #2 in the world. He's currently leading the tournament. Will anyone catch up with him?
Yes, with the Grand Chess Tour champion for 2016, Wesley So. Wesley, today was a tough game. It looked like you wanted to play for something. It looks like he wanted to play for something, and then in the end, nothing was there.
Yeah, well, it was a good game, pretty much evenly all throughout. I mean, white had the bishop pair, but I had good development and something. But I think overall the game didn't really go outside the boundaries of equality, so I didn't really get that many chances to play on. And the final position is just equal because these rooks are very active.
In this situation, you're still +1 on the field, so that's got to be a good.
Sorry?
You're ahead of the field by half a point. Do you feel like you're going to have to win more games in order to win this tournament?
Yeah, I think so, definitely.
Well, how many? You got 7. You have 6 rounds to go. Out of the next 6 games, what do you think is the score that's going to win this tournament?
Well, last year Fabiano won clear first by +6. So, but this
tournament seems harder.
This tournament is tougher than the last year because Jeffrey Chong has improved a lot, and Alex Chabalov is the lowest rated guy here, but yet he's still almost 25-60. And the players have improved and become better. Almost all of the players.
There's no way +6 wins this one unless somebody goes nuts.
Yeah, no, I think +6 is really hard to achieve. I mean, 8.5 out of 11, somebody's gonna have to start winning games soon. But I think +4 might tie for first. +5 wins clear first. So right now I'm on +2. But it's very, very hard to win even a single game here. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Right, definitely. You play Akobian tomorrow. What's your experience with him?
So I play Hikaru tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow's the rest day, but today.
Sorry, not tomorrow, but well, I'm getting information that you're playing Akobian next.
Are you? You sure?
We'll try to confirm that to make sure.
Maybe.
Well, we'll double check that to be sure. What do you do on the rest day?
Well, tomorrow we have to go to the community to help develop the community. So I think I'm gonna make an appearance tomorrow with it at school. Jefferson School.
Jefferson School. I'll be making an appearance as well. No rest for the weary.
Yeah,
Still got to do some work.
Three of you have been talking for many hours every day. It must be very tiring.
Well, we know that you're putting in a lot of energy yourself trying to win these games. So we will give you a chance to rest.
How's Fabiano doing?
I know you like paying attention to all the other games.
Yeah,
so.
you look at the women's games.
Let's take a look at this Fabiano game. Let's pull that up on the screen so we can satisfy his curiosity. There it is. Is this position now?
King F8.
White to move.
All right. So what do you think about this position?
Well, first sight looks around equal, but have to check computer. I mean, his Black's knight is on the rim, so that can't be good. But at the same time, Black King is gonna blockade the past e-pawn, so more or less equal. But with their times running out, it looks like it's gonna be exciting next few moves. But
all right. Well, we don't need you doing such good commentary. That's our job. Get out of here and play good chess. Wesley So, thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the rest day.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Wesley, and thank you, Maurice.
And he's playing Makovian after the rest day.
He does.
According to the website's parents.
Okay. Well, I'll go with the website parents.
Don't go with Wesley. I'm just kidding.
No. And
Ray Robson defeated Shabalov, I
he
think.
did.
Because,
that night. And look at those white pieces. Everybody's at the party.
Yeah, well, what happened was, just as we were looking at, we got the rook h2 and then queen g6 to defend h7, but knight h5 coming into f6, and unfortunately for Shabalov, if you capture that knight, g takes f6, and now there's a threat of rook g1, and just absolutely carnage here.
Absolutely.
So I think it was a resignation right after knight f6, so I think there was a couple other moves.
Knight f6, king f7, knight d4 was played, and this is where Shabalov threw in the towel, facing all kinds of threats, including queen takes e6. There's discovered checks. It's a disaster.
Knight takes d5. I mean,
knight takes d5.
On top of it, just
everything.
If bishop c8, there's knight d7. Okay, we should stop.
Yeah.
There's too many wins.
No, it's beautiful.
And we've got, we should stop though, because we have another leader of the U.S. Women's Championship in our studio, Anna Zatansky. She now joins Nazi Paikidze in the lead.
Well, they're going to start calling it the Anna Gambit, the way she gives away so much time in the opening and somehow manages to find a way to play majestically after that and still win her game. I know for a fact your coach is not too happy with the way you're handling your clock, but certainly the results are coming and you're winning your games.
Yes. So that's nothing to add to your words. Yeah.
Now let me ask you, do you like this time pressure? I mean, is it feeling good inside?
No, I don't.
Then how are you ending up in time pressure in these simple opening positions?
No, but it's not so simple. I just try to find the best way to play. Maybe I should not find the best way, just good one. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't. I don't want to mess things up because you're winning these games anyway. But you're getting. I mean, queen a4 and then queen d1. What was that about?
I think I just blundered bishop d7, and I don't know if I had another move besides queen d1.
Apparently you did. I think there were other moves like knight d6 or bishop d6 was possible.
Actually, I calculated these lines like pretty long time, and I wasn't satisfied with the results. That's why I played queen d1.
I mean, queen d1 is just
of course. I acknowledge my mistakes. So, yeah.
Makes you a big person.
And of course, if she would play bishop e6, I wouldn't play bishop a4. Sorry. Queen a4, I wouldn't play.
Repeat. But there was a moment where you could have taken on b7, rook takes b7, instead you played knight to b6.
Yes, but I didn't like knight d8.
Okay, so you saw it. All right, just checking. Yeah, knight d8 was winning on the spot.
You're checking me. I thought I could take on b7.
I wasn't improving on the analysis. But did you think you could take on b7 when you played this variation? No, you wanted knight b6 all along.
And I think for her it was better to play rook d8, bishop c7, and here something, just to give up exchange in this, and take my bishop for the exchange.
What's crazy is once you get into the time pressure, all of a sudden you play quickly and like a genius.
Come on, but this is easy. Queen d4, you're activating your queen, you're connecting rooks. Rook c1, you're taking open file. It's nothing to think about.
You're doing it every round, though.
Rook c7, you're like going, rook c6, sorry, I was thinking about rook c7, but then played rook c6. But like, this move is nothing to think about. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
If I would get some difficult position, but agree with me or not?
I agree, but still, I'm just, you're torturing us.
No, I was lucky.
I
was lucky to get such position where it was like so easy to play moves. It's like so natural.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I'm sure your coach is happy there's an off day, and probably.
Yeah, I want to say sorry that my father is watching my games and having like I think he's getting like high blood pressure. I'm so sorry.
Aging by the day, Dad. Yeah, you're making it hard for sure. But at least tomorrow he'll get to rest.
Yes,
and recover.
I'm glad for him.
What will you be doing on the off day?
I want to go to Science Center.
The Science Center?
In the park, in Central Park. It's an amazing place. It's everyone just who is in St. Louis should visit this place.
Absolutely.
Last year I was there with kids. This year, unfortunately, I'm alone, but I will enjoy definitely.
All right, well, enjoy the day and do whatever you want to do to keep winning. Don't listen to me. I don't want to be blamed for anything. Anna Zatonsky in the lead, tie for first, guys. She's got some magic. She looks like she could be a winner as well.
Thank you, and congratulations, Anna. I'm with Anna's father on this. Like I said, being the U.S. women's team captain, watching Anna get into time trouble in so many of her games can be tough.
And let's take a look at the current standings for women's as we see Anna and Nazi at the top of the leaderboard. Maggie Feng, Jennifer Yu, Irina Krush could catch up. Sabina Foiser actually just won her game, so she's within striking distance too. But let's see how that game between Tatev Abrahamian and Maggie Feng is turning out, as Tatev only has 46 seconds, but the good news for her is she only has 2 moves to make until they reach that time control.
And let's see, I clicked on the wrong one. I'm sorry, that was the Jennifer Yu game that I have. That was the bishop sacrifice for these 2 very, very impressive looking pawns on d7 and e6.
And we keep having this theme of offering queen trades.
Yeah, we left it around these parts.
That's
and
right.
These moves were all played, g3.
And now after rook a5, queen f2, Maggie would like to get queens off the board.
Right.
Tatev, listen to you.
You said, no way, not doing it.
No, your king is still less safe than mine, although,
but
of course.
What's the time situation?
45 seconds left for Tatev, but just 2 moves to make. So as long as they're not super tricky. So what's the prognosis? I guess if rook f3, there's always a queen g6.
Rook f3, queen g6 would be disaster all over it, right?
Yeah. So, but we'll take a look at that in a minute. Right now, we've got Sabina Foiser, who won her game, and now she's on +1 too. And hey, that's not too far from the top in the women's.
Keeping pace with the leaders is Sabina Foiser after a big win today. Sabina, this game was crazy. I saw the pawn structure. I said this is the one I pay money to watch. The way the pawn structure was, pawn on f5, pawn on c5, your pawn structure on your king side was compromised, and then the trade on f5, and suddenly you had triple pawns. What were you thinking when you were playing the game?
Well, first of all, I was surprised by the opening. I didn't expect it, and I thought, okay, let me also play something that I didn't play before so that we kind of enter into some new territory. And yeah, I mean, I played the position, and I thought, I had to, well, first of all, I let her double my pawns in f3, which, okay, has happened before, nothing strange about it. But then I thought, okay, I have to open my bishops because I have the pair of bishops, so we know that we have to have the position open. So I started, and then it seemed like to me, there were not so many choices at some point. So I thought, okay, I will have 3 pawns. At some point, probably I'll lose one, but, what to do? I'm safe. My king is safe. That was my goal, to have my king
That
safe,
was definitely the case. Were you surprised, though, at the moment when she played this trade? We've been talking about trades. The trade knight takes on e4.
Yes.
That just straightened out your pawns.
I think that was a mistake from her side because After I take back, now I don't have my triple pawns anymore. My bishop is really defending my king and it's doing a great job. And the knight in f6 has to stay there, protect d7, and now, d7, and then I'll always have some possibilities to play e5 at some point, and like I did in the game, and win the pawn. So I think that was a mistake from her side. Probably moving the rook to c8 was a better.
Shocking trade on her side, though.
Yes.
Was she in time pressure at this point?
Yes, she had, I don't remember exactly how much time, but she definitely had less time than I did. And it feels kind of natural to take back the bishop pair, but I feel that, you know, my position is very strong now.
Oh, yeah, you definitely had a great position. While you're within striking distance, now if the leader's keeping pace, it looks like there's going to be some points that are needed to win this tournament. But tomorrow's a rest day. What are your plans?
I haven't decided yet. I'll have to see if I can teach in some schools. If not, probably I'll go to the Arch and, you know, enjoy a free day.
Well, do that. Enjoy the free day, and we look forward to seeing you a couple of days from now.
Thank you.
Guys.
We've got plenty of
Thank
games with
you.
just a minute or two on the clock, so
Oh, my.
let's take a quick look. We've got Onishuk versus Fabiano, Caruana. They've got 2 moves to make till time control, about a minute each on the clock, and this move G5, committal decision here by Alexander Onishuk.
Has been played,
He's played G5 and L with a couple of different choices. Fabiano decided to, no, he hasn't captured yet. Has he? No. Maybe he has.
Yeah, I think
he
has.
captured on G5 and then played knight takes D5 check.
And this is the current position where White's about to lose his central pawn structure. That was his pride and joy. Knight takes D6. How did Fabi get his knight? When we left it, we were really concerned that the black knight on, he went knight C4. Oh, he played this blunder, king G3, so that after knight C4.
There's rook C3 and then you got knight D2, huh?
Right.
Yikes.
He blundered by putting his king on a square
and then
that the knight.
E3, there's rook C3 or something.
Sorry, if there is rook takes C3, knight D2. I'm sorry, Jen. What?
So just if rook E3, you can also just take on E4 and then take on D5, huh?
Yes.
Or knight F1 is better.
Oops.
So many good moves.
But
one big news is Tatev Abrahamian's made time control, and it looks like she's gotten the better of it. She has this move that she just played, queen C3, threatening queen H8 and queen C8 checkmate.
Right.
And it looks like she might just be busting Maggie Fang. Huge news. But we have a big winner today, and we actually got a tweet about him. Somebody, Christopher Yap said, so you're telling me that Ray Robson has more time than his opponent? April Fool's Day was yesterday, you guys. Indeed, today he had more time than Alexander Shabalov, but more importantly, he won the game.
Yes.
And now he's with Maurice.
Yeah, and Ray was rolling his eyes. It's like, ha, 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 really funny joke. That was it. I saw it out of the side of his eye. What he cares about is that he won today and creeps a little bit closer to first place. Today's game, I said I would pay money for. Where I was saying, which games would we pay to watch? I said, this would be the one I pay money for. When he took on B2 and the game was simply insane, what were your thoughts right around that position?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should have gone for the sacrifice. Probably objectively, I should have just played knight A4, and I think positionally I should be better. But queen D2, I mean, this position looked really fun to play, and I think White does have a lot of compensation. So I don't know. I wasn't sure. When he played knight A6, that was an interesting moment. Then I played rook B3, queen A5, castle. So my intention was after knight C5, I have this knight takes D5 sacrifice, and we exchange queens, and I'm down the exchange for a pawn. But I have compensation, and some lines I might even take bishop takes G6 and go for an endgame where I have 3 pawns for a piece. So that would have been really interesting.
You played E6 and you played H4, responded to by knight C5, and you just said, you can have whatever you like, I'm attacking only. I mean, this was some real big dog chess happening here. What did you think about the capture on B3? Because he didn't even look, it looks like he just ignored it.
I don't think, well, I didn't think he could really take on B3. I mean, knight B3, I just take A takes B3, and I mean, the bishop on D3 is super strong. I mean, he really doesn't have any pieces to defend, so unless he can take all my pieces and it's not get mated, it's over. And I think practically it was just too dangerous. So I was expecting him to take on d3 and c takes and take on h5. Actually, I was even thinking he should take on h5 first instead of taking on d3, and I still played g5. And he can still take on b3 there, but even there I thought it would be really dangerous for him. So, and then the position we got, I think apparently he thought he was doing well or winning because he was up 2 pawns, but I thought in the long run I'm going to get, let's say, one knight to f6 check, and then he's going to have to play bishop takes f6, g takes f6, and once we get that position, the pawn on f6 is just too strong, and I'll bring a rook to the g file, knight to g5, and he can never really defend there. So I was happy about my chances. I didn't see any clear defense. The only thing I thought he could try to do is if he could get his king somehow just to run away, even give up whatever material, but just get his king to the center or the queen side, but I didn't see any way for him to do that.
I thought the engines were suggesting something of bringing the bishop to d7 and then dropping it back, giving you the b pawn. Just since it's up 2 pawns anyway, bring the bishop over to the king side and just bring it to g6 with bishop d7 at some point, bishop e8. Did you ever consider that maneuver?
Yeah, I didn't consider it too much because, at least not in this position, I can take in queen h3 probably, and I guess if I take the e6 pawn, I'm still doing okay. But it's true, his bishop gets to g6, and now I don't really have that much of an attack. So, yeah, possibly this was the best chance.
It wasn't this position we have on the board, but earlier it looked like hanging on to that g pawn, that b pawn, and being down in development just helped you because your attack just seemed really strong.
Yeah, exactly.
You got a rest day tomorrow. What are you going to do?
Obviously, I'm going to rest, but I guess I may go back to Webster. You know, I've been at the Chase Hotel the whole time I've been here, so maybe I'll go back. I'm not sure. And yeah, just rest and prepare. Maybe I'll play tennis. I'm not sure. I'll think about that.
All right. Well, congratulations on your win today, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Ray, indeed.
Big win for Ray. Let's see how that Tatev Abrahamian game is finishing, because right after time control was reached, Tatev looked like she was in a really beautiful double attack here with let's see how it happened. I think the problem was...
we left it at these parts.
Queen d3, Maggie thought that Tatev had just dropped the pawn in time pressure alert, but really Tatev had this idea of queen c3 up her sleeve. Queen c8 is a devastating threat. So now Maggie probably thought she could defend this with queen c5. But what about just queen h8 and rook f1? Or yeah, I think that's the way.
Queen h8 check. Bishop has to
the other
intercede.
Move,
yes.
Like queen c7, right?
And rook f1 in order to win this bishop.
And now you'd have to play. Yeah, you'd have to play like king takes d7. But now your king position is awful, and I'm up a pawn.
Yeah. Oops,
so
excuse me.
As long as there's no...
well, this queen defends very nicely this diagonal, so rook check, king b2, and you don't have a check on the diagonal. In the meanwhile, like you say, you're up a pawn, and you have the initiative.
And Maggie looks busted here, and that will not put Abrahamian in the winners or the leaders circle going into
But it will certainly improve the tournament, yes.
And just like Sabina, she'll only be half a point back behind Zutansky and Paikidze. So really anyone's tournament in the Women's Championship.
Right. A game we haven't really paid that much attention to is our 7-time champion, Irina Krush, who, of course, entered today's round tied for first. She's still at play.
She's playing against Emily Nguyen, and Emily's been having a tough tournament in her debut in the Women's Championship.
I can't seem to find the game. I'm going through the whole... this is it.
There you got it.
So, right, for sure, Irina came in today's game saying, look, I mean, Emily, you're giving points to everybody. I need to get the full point as well. The players have made time control. The last few moves, let's just see who's been playing for the advantage.
It looks like Irina has, but somehow White has defended everything. How bad is this?
Well, that pass pawn on c3 is simply very
too
big.
Good. But how do you increase your position now? It seems like White's defending everything. The pawn on f2.
The knight is a good defender.
Pawn on e5. Do you have to put putting your king on e6?
Well, one of the things, funnily enough, that one of the problems I meant to say that Irina's facing is this king can actually play an active role. If the king could move up to e4 and force this bishop to give up protection of the pawn on c3, the tables could turn in an instant, as white would have queen, knight, and an active king, not a king that you're going to checkmate anytime soon. So
You got to watch G2.
I got to watch G2. You're right.
Oh, well, it happened.
The Indians give that as the Indians are actually giving this position as drawn.
As a 0-0-0-0.
Because you have to repeat the position.
Ah.
It's king e4, like you guys suggested, king e4,
Right.
and that has been played. Bishop has to drop back, and then just bring the king back and ask you, what are you going to do about this attack on this pawn? Looks like queen a1 is the only way to change the position, but you're not improving this queen in any way by putting it here. You can't play queen b2. You're just simply passively defending a pawn. And she could, in fact, I don't know how this is working. Oh, yes, it is. Knight f5, knight c5, excuse me, and then now your king suddenly is under attack. So you have to be careful here because this queen is coming down with check. So the Indians are giving this position now, king e4, bishop b6, king back to f3 as drawn, as repeating moves will be the best way to play there. I'm not sure if you guys have looked at the Fabi game recently, but it looks like he's winning.
Whoa.
Looks like he is totally winning. Let me get that position up right here. At least according to the Indians, they think he has a big advantage. Anyway, this move, king g2, king e7, king g3, allowing this knight to come from prison was a mistake. He should have played f4 or even f3, but not king g3, and suddenly the knight appears, and king to f4 compounded it, and now knight b6, g5, fg5, and this is all time pressure moves, and you can feel it the way white played. And after this check on f5, and now white's about to lose a pawn. It looks like he has to play the move king g4, but then rook takes on f2, and his e6 pawn is going to drop as well. He's going to beg that all rook endings are drawn. Maxim will apply to this position, but if Fabiano can win this game, he'll be right behind the leaders, right behind the leader, Wesley So, creeping up on him. As you know, Fabi desperately wants to do something now before the rest day because there's only going to be 6 rounds left. And Fabi's sitting, you see, all the way down at the bottom of the list. That's not a place he's used to being, especially since he's the defending champion. And +6, as Wesley said, probably ain't going to happen in this tournament. He is down there all the way down, but if he were to win this game, he would jump into a tie for second place. So you can be sure he's going to give it his all to try to win.
Absolutely. Wow. What a big blunder that was. King g3. Time trouble makes fools of us all.
And now that we're
Maurice
out
Ashley.
of time pressure, it seems like we're settled in now for a couple long struggles. I think this one will
I think
go.
it's lost.
Yeah,
I think
but
this rook ending is lost for
another rook
Alex.
game that's lost is it seems like Shankland is.
Oh gosh, yes.
I mean that
Sam
super
and Var.
active king. We can take a quick look at that.
Exactly. Well, we had those passed pawns on the queen side that Sam was stuck. He was in a situation where he simply could not capture this pawn on b6 because in any king and pawn endgame he is losing. So Var, being well aware of that, was able to achieve this position after the time control. Yes, indeed, they've already made move 44.
And finally, we have Jeffrey Zhang against Gada Kamsky. We haven't checked in that in a while as we completed the time pressure. Let's see how that's going. I thought
that was the game that was incredibly clogged up. I liked Gada's position sometime before. I just thought that this knight on d4 was the dominant and key factor. However, is there a breakthrough? Has Jeffrey been able to construct some type of a fortress in these last few moves? Let's see what has happened. The famous king march. In such positions, the breakthrough is to play g4 and h3. But when you're sacrificing these pawns as black, you don't want your king to be in the middle of the action. You want your king out of the action. So Gada gets on his bicycle and moves his king all the way over to the queen side and says, okay, now with my king in safety, now I'll start to prepare to make the sacrifices of g4 and h3 possible. Maurice, I don't know. I mean, I like black's position. I just don't see how he's going to break through.
Yeah, he's got more space. He's got the pawns, but there's nothing to do unless. But you know what? He's going to maneuver forever.
Oh, of course.
Right? He's going to let's go here, let's try this, let's try that, and see what he can do. But a young lady who's going to teach us all about the art of defense, I want to know, because I'd be losing her positions. She's some kind of magical dust saving these games. Is Jennifer Yu? She looked all busted, just totally busted in this position, and here she sacrificed her bishop and then took on e4, and after rook to e2, this move threw away the game. She had a better chance with bishop f5 according to the engines, and then taking on h2. Instead, she played rook to e2 check, did Sharovich, and after king f4, she played rook to c2, and her problem is that this pawn on a7 would give white two connected pass pawns if it falls, and she was not able to allow that to happen, so she played check, drove the king back, and went totally defensive in a defensive posture, king f7, and now b5, and Jennifer saying, well, I don't know about this position anymore. Clearly, this pawn is going to come off the board. We're going to have bishop and very ugly pawns left, but one pawn is still going to be left on this side as well, so you better pay attention to that. Looks as though the worst has passed for the youngster, and she's ultra-focused right now. How many lost games can she save? It's just incredible to see her coming back. Would you be surprised if she won this game?
I have to say no, because just look at the record.
It's just been incredible what's been going on. Clearly now Black is just happy with the draw. I mean, there's just seems like nothing much to do in this position, as White's pieces are just all the way in the position, and Sharovich realizes that she has definitely messed things up.
Spoiled the position with the extra piece, yeah.
Tremendous fighting chess going on in both the Women's Championship and the Championship as we head to the rest day tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break as the rounds head into the final time control.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships here in St. Louis. We saw some developments in the game between Emily Nguyen and Irina Krush. Maurice predicted that might go in a repetition of position as King E4 back to F3, attacking the pawn on C3. But as it turns out, Irina didn't want to draw. She did try that move, Queen A1, and Emily made the decision to play Queen C1 to force the trade of queens. And that has been the theme question of the day. Is it good to trade queens or is it bad to trade queens?
When do you and when do you not want to trade queens? And that is the game of Arena you were mentioning. And a queen trade actually,
favors Irina, I think, don't you? With the bishop versus knight.
Yeah, sorry, I must have clicked something. I want to go to the current position. I'll speed it. Put it on the accelerator button there. And Queen A1, Queen C1 was traded. This is the position that the players have on the board. And did Emily make a mistake in allowing the queen trade? So what line were you looking at? I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Well, I was just thinking that if I can get even just in the end game, like if I trade off C3 for E5, black will be like at least a little better.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily indefensible, but the bishop is just going to be better with pawns on both sides of the board. So if suppose, whose move is it now?
The last move was
Knight
queen takes
C1,
knight takes
so
C1.
just like if I, even without calculating variations like bishop D4, even if I were just to play like king E7. King
E7, yes. Makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure what Emily had in mind by provoking that queen trade. Pardon me. Let's say I'll move my king, King E2,
and then King E6.
And since I really don't want to lose my e-pawn for free, I'll defend it. F4.
And I could have considered playing G5 instead of King A, or Bishop D4. I could maybe play instead of.
Yes. Bishop D4. I think this queen trade by white is not looking like a very practical decision for white.
F4, now you always have to watch for G5 ideas as well.
I've got King D3 still on my agenda, though. King D3. I can go King D3, Knight E2. White will hold the position.
So we have to find out, really think about the best sequence here for black.
Mm-hmm.
So in this very position, after King E2, if we play G5, you could just play G3, right?
Well, yeah, G3. Oof. I'm not happy. Let me try a different approach. Let me just see if I can't create a fortress of some type like this with my knight here.
I see. And then you're going to take, and what are you going to do? You're just going to take on C3 with the king then?
Yes, that was my intention.
Okay.
Sorry. So you wanted to try G5 again?
No, I mean, I think that might, at least that gives black, certainly black some chances. I mean, Irina will keep playing that position.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
This bishop is, it's not a type of position where it's a question. The bishop is much better in these types of positions.
With pawns on both flanks, especially this, thanks to this pawn on B4. Put it back on B3. There's no target for the bishop. But the really big game is what's happening with Alex Onyshuk and also Sam Shanklin. Maurice.
Well, let's start with the Sam Shanklin game. Rook and pawn endings, we all know as we're growing up, are simply the most important endings to know at the grandmaster level. You've got to know your rook and pawns. You've got to know the nuances of that. There's so many of them that pop up, and because of the mathematical likelihood that you'll be playing one of them, you've got to drill deep into the basics and beyond and really get down to the nitty-gritty of these endgames. One theme in rook and pawn endings is if a king gets cut off, you die. That's one very solid, consistent theme. You don't want your king getting cut off from a passed pawn. It's just over most of the time. In this position, Varusian Akobian is winning. He's got an extra pawn. The h6 pawn is not going anywhere. But the most important point of this position is that this king cannot stop this pawn. And if you force this rook to be the one to guard it, you'll win the game. Rook e3 is just a dominant position. Easy win. After rook takes b2, rook takes e4. You couldn't stop that capture anyway. You take this with check, king to g6. And now this pawn is just going to be a pony going home. This king cannot help. If you start checking, he's going to pick off this pawn. Then he's going to come back, and then he's going to do the very simple technique of building a bridge. As we all know, wins without any effort. Black is gone. This game is over. What did he do? Instead, in this position, he played the move b3. First misstep, still winning in this position. Rook b5 check. And now king takes e4, completely unnecessary, allowing his own king to get cut off. He just went for food. King g6 is winning easily. But by taking on e4, he changed the nature of the game, and now h5, and suddenly his king is on the wrong side of his own pawn, and this king is able to come over and take this pawn. He must have thought he was still winning in this line. He played rook f3, king to e6, and this very important tactical moment in the game is that f7 suddenly doesn't work because rook b4 check, king e3, rook takes, pawn check, pick off the rook, pick off the pawn, and suddenly there's a draw on the board. Amazing, simple geometrics, but he overlooked it, and in this position instead on king e6 he played king to d4, and that allowed Sam, let me get this position on the board, to play king f7 and sneak his king in front of the pawn. He couldn't have dreamt this was going to happen. All of a sudden, it's on the board. But if you thought the drama was over, king c4 looks like it's still winning. Rook b8 was played, b4. And by the way, here the engines are saying that the game is equal. Hard to believe by some, but I'll show you how. And for some reason, my screen is not working, so I'm going to do this b5, rook h8, getting behind the pawn, rook h3, king takes f6, b6, still looks like he's doing well. And in this moment, Shanklin made an error. You don't want to go passive in this position. You want to remain active, and correct was king to g5. Going after this blockading rook, going down the board to do that, and by getting counterplay with this pawn, your rook is able to come behind this pawn, and you need this rook to promote this pawn. You cannot do it with your king alone. You're going to get checked forever. And because you need this rook, this pawn is always going to be a problem, and the game ends in a draw. This position, incredibly, by the engines, is equal. Maybe some table base says differently. And now I'm going to jump to the game position. Instead of doing that, he played, where am I? I'm back here, king d4, rook h8, rook h3. He played king to e7. He went passive, and you notice the computer shot up right away and said, what are you doing? Bringing your king backwards. You should be here on g5. King b5 was played, and now this position, king d7, king to a6. And suddenly, this king is supporting this pawn. This rook will help it to go down the board, and the engines are giving a complete win for white. Just topsy-turvy switching of the evaluation. I don't know if either one of them knew that mistakes were made. But a rook and pawn ending, yes, you've got to know your rook and pawn end games. And VAR handled that badly, and Sam threw away the draw. Just terrible play on their parts. And they're going to kick themselves when they find out the nuances of this position.
Absolutely, no question about it. Those rook and pawn end games are tricky, but these players are so good. They should not have made these major gaffes in this very, very technical position. And after the move king c6 just played by Sam, he's now realizing that his king was needed on g4 to keep white rook passive. Now VAR is just about to go b7 followed by rook to c3 check, forcing black's king away, and the h-pawn is not enough of a distraction. So Sam is going to go down in this game, in a game that he was dead lost, fought his way to equality, and blew it again. Rook and pawn end game is very tricky. Rook and pawn end games going on with Fabiano Caruana. When we left it, the players and there we have a handshake as Sam Shanklin has lost against Varujan Akobian. A big win for VAR, and that really puts Sam's ambitions of doing well in this tournament. He really came into this event, high ambitions, high expectations of himself, and he'll be very disappointed at our halfway break, so to speak.
And that gives Varujan an important win, and note that he's had this in a very dramatic way. He won a game against Gadakamsky. He lost to Daniel Naroditsky, and now he won. So very up and down for Varuzhin, whereas in Sam's case, he drew all his games and then he lost this one. And I should point out that the bloodiest result of all in the tournament so far is Sabina Fleischer. She's had all decisive games.
Oh, my goodness.
So that would be 3 wins and 2 losses.
Right. Wow.
And Maurice with an update on a game that looks very bloody.
Absolutely, and this one could have been a rook and pawn ending, but Maggie Feng decided that that was a lost position, and we're going to see the same cutoff theme happen in this one. Take a look in the game she faced against Maggie Feng, the move queen c5. She played check, bishop back is absolutely forced, and now rook to f1, going after the piece. King takes, and now rook takes, and in queen and rook endings, usually the most important factor is the position of the kings. That is, king safety predominates. Queen and rook versus queen and rook. It's all about king safety. You look at these two kings and you realize, boy, it's just not even close. This disparity is just too great. So she needed to go for a rook and pawn ending with check and hope that she would survive this position only down 1 pawn. But hold on, there is a problem for her. The problem here is this move, rook to f7 check. And this key move, now about to play the move rook f6 on the next move. The problem is you can't play king e6 because the rook just goes over to a7, and there goes that pawn, and then this one's going to drop real soon, or she's going to create 2 passed pawns on this side. Rook f7 check. If you play king d6, then check. You can't trade off and go into an endgame because there's a 3-2 majority on this side, and again you're dead. You would actually, after this check, have to drop your king backwards. That's not what you want to do. And after rook f6, again you're cut off this way. This way the king is cut off along this rank, and white's active and just winning the endgame. Instead, she opted for another line after king to b2. She played queen g1 check. Sorry, not king b2. Here, after rook f8, she played queen g1 check, king up, and then just decided to take the pawn on g3 and said, do your worst. Prove to me that I'm lost because I didn't like the endgame. It's kind of interesting how players will allow a mating attack versus letting an endgame be lost. She said, I want to see. If you can prove it, then you win the game. Well, queen check did get played, and this is a winning line. And Tatev, usually in these positions, you just got to keep checking the king and don't let it get out. After this move, king to d5, there are different wins here. Queen b7 is one. Rook d8 is another, and Tatev needing to calculate to see which one she will do. She needs to find the most natural one is this move, check. But after queen to d6, suddenly she's protecting herself and she's okay. So that's one trap that Tatev should not fall for in this position. But this king, as exposed as it is, you know that it's a losing route going up the board. And you see Tatev there studying it carefully. She knows she has a big chance at winning the game, but she doesn't see everything yet. There's still some stuff to calculate before that win appears on the board. We'll take you through that as the game continues, but a big chance now for Tatev Abrahamian to try to get back into this tournament.
Thank you, Maurice. And it's all about endgames. And I'm just looking at this game of Fabi versus Onishuk, and a surprising move from me was this choice by Fabi. He played the move a5, and you'll have to explain that one to me because I don't get that. I thought he was going to win very easily by simply picking up this pawn over here with rook to a5. What else can white do except play rook here, king here, and go after what can white do to prevent black from simply capturing this a2 pawn? I was going to go rook down with a check, forcing your king back into the corner. Oh, pardon me. What am I thinking? Rook d3. I thought I was going to get 2 pass pawns, the a pawn and the d. I can't capture both without losing my g6 pawn as compensation. Okay, that was maybe that was why he played the move a5. But we have Sam Shanklin in our studio with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, someone who just experienced a rook and pawn ending, Sam Shanklin. Sam, what went wrong in this game?
Well, I was too ambitious from the start. I just kind of wanted to play for a win with black for move 1, which is probably not the smartest thing I've ever done. And the opening he played with queen b3, I know I'm supposed to play knight d7, e4, d takes e4, knight e4, queen f4, e5, and it makes some accurate moves and you make a draw. But, well, I remembered this rook b8 looked a little interesting, and then I mean, I was just too aggressive with b5, queen a5. I gave him this knight c5 move and missed that. And then I missed a couple of key resources. Like, after knight c5, I'm probably slightly worse already, but not that much worse. But when I took on c5 and then bishop f6, I completely missed after queen d6, bishop anywhere, knight e5, that he's coming in with knight d7. I just completely missed that. And then after bishop e5, after bishop e5 and b4, bishop c6, I thought I had rook f8 here, equalizing, because if he plays rook d6, I have rook b6, and the bishop has to go away. And there was nowhere else for the bishop to go, but I had missed it after rook c8. He can play rook d7, and my rook on b8 is loose, and I don't have time for rook bishop b5 because queen f4 will mate me. And if I played bishop e2 here like I did in the game, he has queen e2, rook c6, queen f3. So I had to go for this dreadful position. And then I was very unfortunate that I didn't have this funny resource going forward. When he played queen c5, at first I thought he had just blundered my trick, and maybe he did. I don't know if he saw it or not. But I thought instead of queen takes c5, I could play bishop takes c6. And there's some lines, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work. So here his only move is bishop takes c6. Everything else is a draw. Now,
what happens on rook c6?
Queen takes c5 and rook takes b7. So he has to play bishop c6, and then here I'm lost because there's two ways I can go. If I go queen takes c5, rook takes c5, rook f c8, at first I thought I'm just fine here. My king comes to e7 and he can't save the bishop, but I missed he can play rook c4, which is now threatening b3, so unpin the bishop. So I must play king f8 to threaten king d6 on the spot. And now he can play rook takes b4, rook c6, take everything, and rook b8, rook b7 with the winning position. I don't know if he saw all this or not. But and in addition, I don't have to take the queen on c5, but that also just didn't quite work. I can try rook f c8 here. And the point is, it's still very hard to break the pin even in the middle game. But after queen c4, king f8, queen e4, king e7, and rook cd1, I'm losing. Because after rook c6, he has rook d7 and queen f4, and I'm going to get mated. So, or queen f3 is more accurate to go to h5. But, I mean, I just missed a few things, and then my position fell apart. And I think his play in the rook endgame was, I mean, it was probably good enough, but I felt like I had some saving chances at some point, and in the end, I lost by one tempo. And
actually, his play in the rook endgame was very poor because you did have a draw. Instead of backing your king up, play king g5, and that position is drawn.
The computer was wrong. It's actually winning for white. We checked it.
Well, show me how. Then show us how because it looked like it was a draw.
No, it's winning.
This position.
Yes. No, of course I wanted to play king g5, but it's still winning. So I
right. So show us this.
Bishop b6, king g5, f3, and I'm lost. So the computer is giving some rook c8 to c1.
Right.
And then I go b7. And it is winning at some point because the rook will come to h2. So check, king c6. Okay, you must keep checking me. Eventually you'll put my king on b8. And then I have no idea what my next move is. And rook h2 should win now. And I think this is just gone. I don't know why the computer doesn't get it, but this was what I saw.
Got it.
So, no, I mean, I thought that...
Sam, continue, please. Rook b3.
And rook c2 or something? Oh, and you take on f3 and go rook back to b3. Really? So rook c4 there? What if I play rook c4 there?
Sorry.
King f4, rook c4. Yeah, king f4, rook c4 is probably... No, not king c8, rook c4 here.
Rook c4, king here.
Rook g4.
Rook g4, king here.
Are we going to get one of these? So I'll get queen against rook. I don't know. Maybe there was some miracle, but I didn't see it.
But back up again. I'm intrigued. Just instruct me here. This position, go back one move. You played rook c2, rook b3, rook c2.
Yeah, but I don't know what else.
What happens when rook takes on on F3? Is that losing
Yeah,
right away?
that's probably good enough. So I should start with rook G2 check, actually, is the most accurate move, probably. But maybe this is actually a draw. I don't know. If that's the case, I fully deserve to lose. I mean, if he gave me my chance to hold on and I missed it, I mean, I can't complain more than that.
Yeah, it's hard to get that. If he gets the F-pawn, then he sacks his rook, then that
Yeah, of
H-pawn
course.
is running.
No, I
so.
saw this. I thought it was just completely lost, but I missed this idea to put the rook on B3. Maybe it's not as easy as I thought. And if you're king H5 here, it's... I don't know.
All right, well, we'll let you get a chance to clear your head. Clearly, there's a long tournament ahead.
Yeah, a lot of
and
games.
take advantage of the rest day.
Okay.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Maurice. Rook endings are tough.
Now, bishop versus knight endgames are tough too, at least according to Emily Nguyen, because I think she's actually now busted against Irina Krash. We thought it might be a tough position for her,
Fortress.
with some possibilities to hold. But Irina's endgame skills proved too formidable for Emily. As we can see, the last couple of moves have. I think the thing is that she didn't really want to give up this F pawn in this position, because once she loses that F pawn, she's going to lose. It's going to be 2 for the price of 1. Exactly.
Right, exactly.
You can't take it right away because of knight d3 check, winning the bishop on f2, but it's going to go eventually. Right. It has nothing to support it. So that was a error by Emily. She should have kept onto the f pawn with your move f3,
right.
or worst case scenario f4.
Right.
And then
trying to make a fortress on the light squares with her king and knight to keep black's king out of the position. But now Irina going a pawn up, and also, by the way, there's also a nasty little bishop e1 check to consider. It looks like Irina's going to...
Yeah. It just looks completely busted.
Right.
But we've got Varuzhin Akobian. He's improved to a plus score, and maybe the bloodiest result so far from the U.S. Championship, with 3 decisive games out of 5.
Been a bit of a roller coaster ride for Varuzhin Akobian. Var, you've won a nice one, you lost a tough one, now you've won again. How are you handling all this up and down and play?
Yeah, I'm happy with the win. Sam has been a pretty difficult opponent for me, so it's my first win in classical chess, and I thought I played a good game and got a winning position. And then later on, after move 40, I thought he's going to resign in any move, and then I just created unnecessary complications, and maybe even at the end he had a draw, which would have been a miracle save for him. But I'm happy with the win overall.
Yes, we were looking at that endgame with the rook and pawn. Why didn't you play rook e3 and take the pawn on e4 and just clean house?
To be honest with you, after move 40, I just thought he would just simply resign, because I had so many ways to win. I didn't have to do. I didn't have to play f6. I could just play f4, which I was thinking to do. Exchange the e pawn and just simply walk and pick up the h pawns. And rook behind the pawn is winning as well. I thought I would win immediately, which is actually the line I played is correct, but except b3 was a bad move. Just rook h4 and then rook f4 is just immediately resigns. And,
right. So you lost some concentration at this moment when you had him in the news.
Yeah. I just I think I just lost a little bit of focus, and kind of fortunate that I didn't draw this one. So but overall I think I got a good position out of the opening. I like the way that I played, in the middle game.
All right. Well, you have a person who you can't be too inaccurate against in the next round. One, Wesley So.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about this big game coming up?
Yeah, it's. Wesley is very strong, so I'm playing with the black pieces. So just it's good that I have a rest day and just get some rest. This was a long game, so I'm happy that tomorrow is a rest day. I can rest and prepare for that game. So. As
a reminder, last year I'm being told. We have on the screen that he won in only 24 moves against you in that French last time. You got to clean that up.
Yeah. I hope I can improve on that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was just a beautiful win for him. Very nice sacrifice. He had a good position. Yeah, it was really nice win by him. So.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest day, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 days.
Thank you.
Var, if I can exploit your presence, you're very, very good in rook and pawn endgames, even though you wobbled a bit today. Give me your assessment of the game between Alexander Onyshuk and Fabi. Fabi's up a pawn, and it's looking very nice. But active rook by white, active king. How would you assess this? Good winning chances or closer to a draw?
I think probably closer to a draw. And knowing Alex, he's a very good defender, so I think should be able to hold. Maybe a4, just fix the pawn, and then if keep the king on d4, pawn on f3, and just kind of wait to see how Black can make progress. It's probably about 50-50 here, but I think Alex is a good defender. If the position is not lost, he probably can defend it.
Thank you very much. That was my feeling too. I actually thought Fabi was cruising to win a much-needed win. After all, Fabi has only drawn his first 4 games. It would be a big scalp if he could win. But this extra pawn, I just didn't feel it was decisive. I just needed to get a confirmation from VAR. And as VAR was explaining very well himself, Alex Onishuk well schooled in endgame and rook and pawn endgames. If it's a draw, he'll likely hold the game. But a big game for the tournament standings.
Absolutely. And we have some interesting tweets coming in. We've got a picture of Grandmaster's Ray Robson with his Webster University teammate, Laquan Liem.
Yes, from Vietnam.
One of the top 30 players in the world. So it's really insane to think of the talent in St. Louis, that not only do we have all of the players in this tournament, but we also have visitors from just a few minutes away.
Exactly, from SLU to Webster to Lindenwood and many of the universities. I'm hoping that in the future Washington University here in St. Louis will also offer chess scholarships. Very, very prestigious schools in St. Louis.
And there's a former U.S. Women's Championship participant who goes there, Sarah Chiang.
Does she?
Originally
okay.
from Dallas, and I saw her in the club the other day. And
right.
Yeah, she told me she goes there.
Oh wow! Yeah, on a scholarship or?
I'm not sure. I didn't get that far, but it was on one of our very long breaks.
Okay, very good.
Speaking of long, another comment. Perhaps there's another rook and bishop versus rook endgame in U Sharovich, because we didn't get enough of that the other day.
Oh, just in case you didn't.
another few hours could be in store. What do you think, Yasser? Is that possible in the game U Sharovich? Do you see Sharovich picking up all of the pawns?
If Anna was so fortunate to get in that ending, I didn't think that it was possible. We left it. Wow, we left it a long way back. Somewhere here, and we didn't think so, but let's see how it's unfolded so far. After this last move, King H6, still unclear to me how Anna intends to make further progress. This rook check and rook back. I don't believe Anna has any interest in winning this A5 pawn for the A7 pawn. But one thing is kind of concerning. Are there any checkmates that king on h6 could be vulnerable? I mean, it's very easy to imagine that, for example, if my pawn was on h4 and I took it, my rook was on e5, well, I could easily set up a checkmating pattern that way.
Hey, that's not that easy. You have to take off 3 pieces from the board to make that happen.
I could do it. I'll have to use my superpowers.
Easy,
okay.
Because when you play rook e5, I'll play rook a7, and then
No, not so fast. I'll go rook e7, king g8, and h4.
Ah, okay. Well, it is a nice constellation, I have to admit.
All right.
And is Tatev won yet against Maggie?
One thing I tell players and my students sometimes is one of the hardest things to do in chess is to win a one game. You could play, a lot of people, they come out of a tournament hall, and I always say, this is the funniest joke to me when they come out and say, I was winning. Well, the thing about chess is that sometimes in order to win, you have to be a genius. You can get a great position where you feel like, oh yeah, anything wins here. Look what we just saw with Varuzhin Akobian. He was like, the guy's going to resign, and all of a sudden he made a move that at least the engines are saying would have allowed a draw. You can never think you're winning in chess, and even if you are winning, when you are, you have to be super focused, because sometimes the win requires you to be an absolute genius. It's not that easy. It's not like you have 5 moves that win. Sometimes you have only 1 move that wins or 2 moves that win, and both those moves require some amazing calculation as well. So you have to get that idea out of your head that just because you have a superior position, you've got anything at all. You've got nothing. All you've got is a lot of work ahead. This position is an example. Here, Tatev Abrahamian is completely winning. An exposed king marching down the board, there should be something that just knocks out this king. As I'm analyzing with the engine, I'm thinking, I may not have found the moves that the engine is saying right now to play because it's so complicated, it's so rich, and all Maggie actually has to do is avoid the simple losses. So let's start with the main line that is winning, and all the other lines as well lead to something similar. The move Queen B7 check. This is just winning, according to the engine. Makes sense. We start with a check. Don't do anything crazy and put your king along this diagonal. You might end up getting skewered. But so let's play the only move that lasts for a second. Now the move rook to D8 check. That's the top move by the engine. Just completely killing the king. Rook to D6, offering a trade of queens. And now Queen A7 check. Now you might want to somehow play something like Queen to B6 check, which is also winning, king here. But don't go into some endgame. This G5 move with the H-pawn running down the board might cause some trouble. So Queen B6 check, King D5, and now the quiet Rook to E8, completely squeezing the king in the position. Now, there are other ways to play, plenty of other ways to play. She could start keeping this thing going. But we're just going to play the optimal line of the engine right now, Queen F4, and now the move C4 check as best. And after C4, BC4, BC4 again with check. And now white has the king under attack. If queen takes on C4, now this is an easy win. Queen check, and suddenly the king is under attack, and you can just pick it off. This is the kind of easy move we want to see. But that doesn't have to happen. It'll make it easy. King takes on C4. Now you've exposed your own king. You started with a secure king. Now you have a series of checks. Now you have to expose your own king so that you get this attack going. And from this moment, the engine's giving the move Queen C7 check and calling it mate in 30. Mate in 30. But after this move, King to D4 allows Queen C3. So we're going to play King to D5 and now Queen A5. And you're still making all these crazy maneuvers. Now, would you go for this line when you started from this position right here? King D5. If you're Tatev and you have this position, you're thinking, I'm winning. I don't want to make this hard. I want to make this easy. I don't want to see all those crazy calculations. C4 check has to be seen. The king is dancing around. For Tatev, she's looking for the secure, simplest way to win. And as a human, forget the computer and those crazy variations. As a human, you want to keep the simple move. So what does she play? She played the move Rook to C3. Another winning move, but as you can see, it drastically reduced her advantage. Now she's only up 3 points. Before she was up 9. Now she's only up 3. But it doesn't matter how much you're up if you're going to win the game. If it's still a win, it's fine to do. And so she's playing the safest line with Rook to C3. In this position, let me catch up with the board position right here. After Rook to C3, Maggie played Queen E5, offering a trade. She wants none of that endgame. She played Queen to B7 with check, King to D6. And again, she couldn't find an easy win. And she played the best move according to the computer now, the actual computer move, A3, giving her king some space. But this rook is not going anywhere for the moment, so Maggie played the best move, Rook F6. But this position is now lost according to the engines. But check out the best move yet again. Queen C8. Not even like Queen A6, which only goes up 1 pawn, watching her advantage go down, but which may be the best way to play because it's the simplest way to play. Queen C8 is the best move. Did she play it? No, she's still hard at work looking for that win she knows she has. She knows she's winning. She doesn't want to walk out of this room, though, saying, I was winning. That's not what she wants. She wants the easiest way to make sure her opponent has no play whatsoever, no chances. But that easy way sometimes leads, as we've seen, to nothing. So she best be careful not to give her young opponent, who is desperately looking for a chance to come back in this game, with both of them now under 5 minutes on the clock. Well, Maggie actually has 5:53 that I have here, so it's Tatev with under 5 minutes on the clock, and Maggie just is hoping against hope that Tatev won't find the knockout blow.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, another game that's a real grind is the game between Jeffrey Zhang and Gada Kamsky. We saw that king march by Gada all the way across the board, putting his king from the king side to the queen side so that his king was in safety. He needed a breakthrough, and he sacrificed his e5 pawn to get this beautiful knight on f4. So sweet, as he now threatens knight takes h3 check, forking king and rook. Jeffrey had to defend the h3 pawn with queen f5, rook to d1 with a threat of checkmate downstairs. Rook takes f1 check. You take with the king, it's rook on d8 to d1 mate. So Jeffrey,
the rook, there's queen g2
mate. So knight e3, protecting the pawn on g2, protecting the rook. And Gada said, okay, Jeffrey, your turn. What are you going to do about this devastating move, rook on d1 to d3 with all of black's pieces? Look at how beautiful they're arranged. Queen on g3, knight on f4, rook on d3. It looks
you can't
like
put your knight back to c4 because there's a pawn on f3 that's hanging.
so. Knight c4, rook takes f3. Nice shot.
Yeah, rook takes f3 allows queen g2 mate, and yikes.
This position is lost.
Gada Kamsky.
Absolutely. Absolutely
Nice
lost.
comeback by Gada, who's starting the tournament with a couple of losses.
Yes, indeed. And Gada just played a Python-like game that we're so used to seeing this five-time champion play throughout his career. He's really demonstrated to Jeffrey, the youngster, the world junior champion, that
Ooh, I know we've got knight d5. Do we have a rook d5 here? How do you keep your queen? Well, let's just take a look. I'm wondering if we can play rook. Because my knight on f4 is so strong. I'd rather
you want to give up
that.
an exchange or something, yes?
And yeah, I'm thinking about playing rook d5 here. Is there something, or do you got something else in your mind?
I've got rook takes f3 on my mind.
Rook takes f3, just like before.
I mean, I liked it a moment ago. I like it just as much in this position.
Now at least I can play knight f4 and bail out a little bit.
There's no bailing.
There's no bailing, I'm afraid. Rook takes.
Oh yeah, the other rook is coming at me too.
Yeah, the other.
And that has happened. Rook takes f3 on the board.
Yes, there's no bailing here. I
Yikes.
mean, you can squirm.
Well, let's finish that line
so
that everyone can see it.
Sure.
Rook f2, rook f2, rook takes at f2 now.
Yes.
Of course. Rook check.
Yes. Rook f1 only move.
Queen e3 check.
Nasty.
Move your king away and gift us the rook.
Gift us the rook.
And queen g3 mate, checkmate, threat to boot.
And queen g1 mate also, and your knight with check.
And now we understand why Gada put his king in safety over there on the queen side, so that he would never have to suffer any perpetual check style counter chances.
Beautiful.
Wonderful game by Gada.
Extremely well done. There was no reason for the youngster to have played the pawn sacrifice he did in the opening. You give a guy like Gada Kamsky a pawn, you better have real compensation. And Gada saying he only wants to play good chess. I think that this game will be a game he'll be proud to play. Said, okay, at least I still know how to move the pieces.
And it's a statement that he, the oldest player in the tournament, beats the youngest.
He's not the oldest player.
Shabalov, sorry. Yeah. But he is.
But a statement nonetheless.
Absolutely. So we do talk a lot about the youth and how they're coming up. And actually, Jeffrey Zhang is the higher rated player in the matchup.
Yes,
currently
is,
higher rated than Gada Kamsky.
Fourth in the United
and
States.
Gada also playing black and having fewer points. It's kind of insane to think of this as an upset victory.
Right. When one of the really great things about a U.S. championship, our U.S. championship most especially, is this mix of veterans and youth. I mean, Jeffrey's going to have a great chess career if he keeps at it. And, today it was just, a learning experience. And Gada's been teaching a lot of players over the years just why he was the challenger at one time to the world champion Anatoly Karpov, and why he's such a great player. He can still play great chess.
That knight on f4 just puts a smile on my face.
Absolutely. And Maurice, back to the Tatev battle.
Yes, a lady who will have a smile on her face after this game is Tatev Abrahamyan. After this rook c3, pure security. Watch the way she handled this
like a professional, like a human. She made sure there was no counterplay at all. Queen e5, queen b7 check, king to d6. And she knows full well that king's not going anywhere. Why do I have to do anything special? Let me just play a calm move, a3, prevent any b4 ideas. Let her figure out what to do. Black has no threats at all. Black can only sit and wait. And after rook to f6, she did find the best move. Queen to c8, guarding her rook. Who knows how many threats she has as far as Black's concerned. She's got to stay in a crouch. She can't move anything away because she's going to get her king mated or lose material. So she played rook f7, trying to control this rank. And the right move again, king a2. Nice and smooth. My king is safe now. No worries. And it's still all about your extremely exposed king. She would wish her king was sitting on g7. That's not going to happen unless she drops material somehow in the game. She's now played king e7, looking to somehow get over in that direction, but that does not help at all. Rook to c7 now on the board, and there's nothing you can do with this king. It's almost resigns in this position. If she plays king f6, she did play king f6. Well, simple win starts with queen to h8 check, and what are you going to do? Both your pieces are hanging, and the move has been played. It is time for the youngster to resign this position. Maggie, who's been playing so well, and she's looking around desperately, but she understands that this game is now lost. It's been lost for quite some time, of course. She should have probably resigned herself to the fact that she was lost in this game. She's played king to e6, but that just allows Tatev to play very simple like a human here and just trade queens, and she has done so, and that's going to cost her a full rook. Will be Maggie, and she'll go down in this game.
Maggie started the round as one of the 5 players tied for first. With this victory, does Tatev join that
she
group?
doesn't join them because she was a half point behind. So she has 3 points now, and
Right,
Nazi
because
and
we
Anna.
have 2 winners. Yes.
Yes, Nazi and Anna are going to be at 3.5, and it looks like Irina is going to win that game too. So who would have thought that it would be Irina, Nazi, and Anna at the top of the cross tables
Who
before
could
the
have
rest
guessed it?
days?
Our Olympic team.
Surprisingly,
Our Olympic
she's still
team's
playing.
1, 2, 3.
Maggie's still playing down a rook, kind of inertia right now to keep making moves.
Yeah, sometimes that inertia, you've been fighting, struggling, and you still can't reconcile yourself to the loss. I know exactly what she's feeling at the moment.
And how bad is Irina's game? Speaking of who's going to be up in that winner's circle, it looks like Irina's just going to be queening a pawn. And she starts playing h4 and h3.
That's done.
That's over. And again, we see the superiority of the bishop as opposed to the knight in the same game. Although this was really, I guess this was also more about just Emily misjudging how devastating it was to lose the f2 pawn. She needed to keep that pawn on the board.
Right. That was a big error of judgment to suffer the loss of the f2 pawn, because that was the moment where we were back here, pardon me. This was the moment where at least if she saves her f3 pawn and puts it on f3, puts her king here, she's got fortress chances with the knight coming to f2.
And even if she doesn't see that fortress, why not at least try f4?
Exactly.
Hold on to the pawn that way. Maybe not as good as your idea, but it's very illogical to give up the f2 pawn. It's an instructive moment. You don't want to calculate a concrete variation where bishop takes f2, knight d3 wins you the game. You got to think about all of the possible variations. And Tatev has one, and now she's on +1 going into the rest day. Meanwhile, Maurice, what do you think about Yu Sharovich?
Well, Yu has been keeping her rook. We talked about the king being cut off. That's the value of this rook, its ability to cut a king off on multiple squares. And she should not have changed this position because it's just great for her. There's no reason to relieve Black of the stress of this ox sitting on the 6th rank. Instead, she played rook c4 here, backing her rook out, and after bishop d5, now she's not going to find the 6th rank again. Now, she should still be drawing the game, but why leave the rank? Now you have to come up with some new construction, and Black's king is about to march into the position. The engine's giving rook to b4 as the best move, king to e6. No, I did not want this to happen. No way. Now the Black king has been released. The rook is guarding everything along this rank. The engine's still saying that Black's advantage is slight, well, slight meaning 0.86, not as much as the 3 points. And there goes Gadakamsky winning his game as Jeffrey Zhang has resigned. We saw that
below rook f3. But why did she get off the 6th rank, Yaz? What's going on? The youngster's not showing sort of good experience, good tenacity in allowing certain things to happen to them that we would never let happen. You should never let happen. And look at that rook now, not happy on the 5th rank, not as happy anyway as it was on the 6th.
No question about it, Maurice. Jennifer's rook on a6 not only kept Black's king stuck on the 7th and 8th ranks, but it also kept Anna's rook anchored to its protection. So that was a very, very mistimed rook release. I don't know even how to describe it. A bad decision, and now Anna's got some chances.
And she's ahead of the clock, too, by quite a lot.
Really?
Jennifer,
What's the difference
under 2 minutes, 9 minutes for Anna Sharovich. Another player who has less time to try to convert a good position is Fabiano Caruana. He's got just over a minute against Alexander Onishuk, so mostly playing in the increment in this pawn-up endgame.
And it's gotten to a very technical position. I suspect that this is really now much, much closer to a draw than when VAR was in our studio. VAR suggested a2, a4. I just did want to see how Gata finally did finish the game after rook takes f3, queen g4, rook takes f2. He just traded everything off. Look at that. Just like, hey, I've got extra pawns, and I win. Very smooth victory. Very, very smooth
You're
victory
just
indeed.
more pawns here.
More pawns, yes. Rook
or
g3.
just start pushing the c pawn off as well.
Rook g3, rook takes g4, Jen. In
Oh,
this
yeah,
final
yeah,
position.
that's really over.
Yeah.
Okay. And we've got Tatev Abrahamian with us. She's now headed to the rest day with +1 after a big victory today.
Absolutely giving chase to the leaders in this tournament, but probably just focus on one game at a time. Tatev Abrahamian winning her game today. The opening didn't seem to go great for you. It looked very solid for her, and then all of a sudden you play this extremely enterprising bishop sacrifice on g6.
I thought the opening actually was going well for me because I wasn't sure how she was going to castle.
She didn't seem like she needed to castle in this game.
Then you're playing without a rook if you don't castle. I have my 2 rooks on the d file.
Right,
if you don't castle, you're basically down a rook.
Well, the engines gave it as okay with the dark squares for black, and it didn't look like you could make like real progress in that position.
Maybe. I don't know. I thought bishop g6 was good, but
Bishop g6.
I kind of missed some. I missed this queen e6 move.
Bishop g6 itself was good. I think she shouldn't have captured the way she did. The engines give an automatic rook g7 instead of taking it. She's going to be forced to capture this piece. But
yeah, I know she wasn't
conditions.
forced. I thought there are so many moves here, queen c5, queen e7, but I thought they didn't work out. But the way she played, like, I know I did something wrong, I'm just not sure what she did wrong. I think, like, those moves don't work, but... So takes, queen g4, so I have to take. Yeah, so here I feel like I have to have something, but I didn't see it.
Even here, the angels were saying you're only a little bit better, and no, they didn't have any way to go in and break through the position. So the way you did it, massaging her as long as possible until you...
No, but I missed something because she got to find... I mean, I think I was losing at the end if she doesn't take on e6.
I don't recall... Yeah, we weren't looking at your board right here.
Yeah, I think here if she just goes rook d6 instead of rook e6, I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah, we weren't paying attention at this point, but...
Oh, really? Oh.
This looks tough.
Okay.
One Yasser Seirawan
Okay.
coming up with some
I don't need the engine for this, guys.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice
Well,
way
it was
to
forced.
play.
Yeah, good line.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, queen c3. Yeah,
So now you're just winning.
Yeah, for a minute here I thought I don't have rook f1 because there's rook e1 check. I thought I'm losing again. And then I realized I thought the queen is on the other diagonal. I just hallucinated for a sec. Yeah, here I think practically...
Here it's over.
But difficult. Over, but difficult. Take us through your thought processes here.
Well, I thought here... I mean, there was queen b7 instead of rook c3, but I thought if I keep the king... Like queen b7, like king d4. Like I didn't see a concrete line.
Exactly. It's
right. That was the difficulty. You played very logically like a human. It's the computer has
I
the
think
other
she
line.
just doesn't have moves. So
No,
from
they
this
just
7,
lost.
yeah, A3, and then she just doesn't have improving moves. And it's very easy for her to make a mistake as she did in the game.
I thought this move in particular was simply superb. Queen C8. How did you find that move and not capture a pawn on A6?
Well, my idea is to play. That's why I played A3 to play King A2. And once I use my rook, I think her king is in trouble. A6 pawn is not going anywhere, so I can take it anytime.
Precisely.
Simple heuristics by a human. Just keep it simple. Get the king out, get the rook in, boom, 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 it's over. So
simple.
So now you are a half a point? You are half? No, you're still a point. Or you're not thinking about it. You just want to play the next
half
one.
a point. I think I was half a point behind coming into this round.
All right, so you're half a point behind. What are you gonna do on the rest day?
Rest.
Good answer. Well, we'll keep it short and sweet because we have another interview and time pressure going in the other game. But congratulations and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tatev. And what's going on in the remaining games?
We've got 3
Jennifer?
games left going on, Yasser. It looks like Irina Krush is going to
Win.
win all of the pawns against Emmeline Ewan. So that result's not really in doubt as far as I can see. Meanwhile, in Yu Sharovich, I think that's going to be the
big
longest
game, yeah.
game. And we've also got Fabiano Caruana still seeing if he can make anything of that extra pawn against Alexander Onishuk, but it looks like Onishuk defending well.
Maybe our Twitter followers were right. Maybe we will see another rook and bishop versus rook endgame in the Anna Sharovich game.
All right, well, we've got Gata Kamsky. Big win for Gata Kamsky and his fans today. We had a lot of fun watching that one. He's with Maurice.
Well, Gata says he just wants to play good games, and it looks like he achieved that today. Very powerful victory. Gata, were you surprised when he played the sacrifice with C5?
Yeah, I thought it wasn't good. I mean, anything, 95, maybe even some point take on A6. But okay, C4 and 95, I thought white was slightly better. But after C5, it just gave me pawn, and I was like, yeah, I'll take it. I mean, the central pawn and my knight and B6 is blocking everything. And of course, I misplayed everything later. I think I played H5 was correct, bishop F4, but then H4 was a terrible move. I hallucinated that I can take on H2 and on F2, but I forgot about his rook on B2. And then, of course, white is just blockading, and I think it's a draw, actually, because there is no way I can make a progress. I mean, it's a nice idea to get the king, on the queen side, very safe, and then try to go for knight F4. And probably it's not really pleasant to defend this position, especially with the time control like this on the seconds, Right. So I can understand that. But, I think he defended really well, and he probably should have made a draw. Well, I got lucky that he missed this whole 96 F4 idea with the queen and G3. Because then, that rook D3, rook F3 was really neat. I mean, if not that, white is completely okay. So, yeah.
So you got the victory in the end after a lot of effort, but still, it's got to feel good to grab a point right now?
Sure.
I mean, it's hard. It's obviously hard in here
Yeah.
to get wins. I mean, every win seems
Exactly.
like you're climbing up a mountain.
Exactly. It's like, that's what I was telling my significant other. It's like every half a point is worth so much, and I just blundered like against Verjan, and that was terrible. But the lack of practice in a strong tournament. And here also in the opening, knight b6, this bishop d7, I was no idea what I was doing. I should just play g5 and f5 and just equalize. And then, okay.
All right, the win's the win. You got an off day coming. What are you going to do on your rest day?
I'll get some sleep.
Get some sleep. All right, we're with that. All right, we'll give you a chance to get out and enjoy the rest of the time. Thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Gata. Thank you, Maurice. And Jennifer, you're looking at Jennifer's game.
That's
with
right,
Anna.
Jennifer Yu. She's got less than 20 seconds left. She's Jennifer Yu basically playing in the increment, and I'm just looking for lines that avoid the rook and bishop versus rook endgame, because I'm kind of curious if maybe some of your mating net ideas might come into play.
Well, exactly. The king on h5 does present such ideas, doesn't it? I mean, obviously, if we had, for example, a position with black putting a rook on b6, white going g5, and there's a mate on the spot with bishop f3.
Except that we're pinned. But
yeah,
like
for
if
the temporary, yeah. So white is getting very, very concerned that her moving the rook from a6 to c4 may very well cost her the game.
Especially with so little time on her clock.
Right.
But we've got Grandmaster Irina Krush with us, and she just won her game, and now she's in the pack of leaders along with Nazi and Anna.
Exactly.
The usual suspects.
The usual suspects.
Grandmaster Irina Krush with us, 7-time champion, after losing yesterday, coming back, bouncing back with a win just what the doctor ordered. But this one surely was not easy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty balanced game throughout. You know, as Black, I tried to play a solid opening, and I think White played very solidly as well. I mean, of course, I didn't have any trouble equalizing. I was kind of better from the early part of the game when I got the open D file. I guess that was a critical moment. I'm not sure why Emily didn't play like Rook D1 and try to fight for that file much earlier in the game. Yeah. Like right here, right, why not like Rook D1? I mean, I understand the Rook just went to C1, but it seems like the D file, only open file here, is pretty important. And maybe White was trying to, maybe White thought that I would play Rook D8 here, and it looked, you know, she wanted something more interesting, like, you know, it's possible. I don't know. But Queen D8, Queen D1 was mostly interesting for Black because here Black got the D file. There's an interesting line, if we go back for a second. Like here, when I was thinking about Queen D6, there's a move Knight G5 for White. I was kind of concerned about this move because, well, there's some threats to H7 after Queen D6. After Queen D6, yeah, if Knight G5 here. And also there are ideas of Bishop F6 and just Knight E4. So then I realized that here I have the move Queen D2. And this is like an example of how Black can use the D file, like let's say H3 now for White, and we can trade on C2, play Rook D1. And after King H2, the idea was just like Knight D7, so there's no trade in F6. Knight D7 and defend C5. The Rook is pretty active, and I thought this was a nice looking position for Black. But it was pretty close.
It was, and she gave you the F2 pawn, which was not necessary completely. Were you surprised when you saw that pawn drop off the board, or even a trade of queens that she forced?
Yes, well, Queen C1 was the really surprising move because I just thought it was losing after Queen C1. And this part of the game was really interesting with the Queen and Bishop versus the Queen and Knight. And I thought I was just winning here, and then I really missed this whole E5, King E4 move. Like, King E4 was a shock to me, very unpleasant. I was like, am I going to lose this game? Because King E4 and the Bishop is knocked out of position. I'm just kind of lucky that there's still Queen A1 available. It's not an immediate draw right here. But Queen C1 just, to me, looks like a losing move. I don't know. Is it not losing? Because I didn't see, with that passed pawn, the king more active, bishop against knight. I'm not sure, maybe move like Queen B3 was interesting. Queen B3 and going to D5.
Yes,
just going for activity.
Angel mentioned this as well as a possibility. Because you have no winning try, really. No big way to eject these pieces. It's not like C2 is coming anytime soon, and your king is a bit exposed. There's so much activity going on with the other games that I'm sorry we have to cut our interview short. But what are you going to do on the rest day?
Well, I have a visit to a girls' school coming up, I think, with my fellow U.S. Championship players, Daniel Naroditsky and Carissa Yip, and that's going to be in the afternoon. And otherwise, I'm just going to sleep, take a walk, and I want to go to Forest Park. I haven't been out to the park yet.
I think it's not going to be great weather for the park tomorrow, from what I hear. But hopefully it does not rain on that idea. Thank you so much, and good luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Irina. Thank you, Maurice. Big development. I definitely didn't expect this move from Anna Sharovich. After Rook B4, she said A7, A5? Whoa.
Giving the protected pass pawn.
Giving a protected pass pawn. Maybe in Anna's mind, she saw an opportunity to fix White's pawns on the queen side, making them vulnerable on the light squares. But as the game has unfolded, I still don't see her bishop coming to C2 without allowing the rook to get to A7 and snipping this pawn off the board.
Let's catch up with the game because we have a couple more moves.
What happened after Rook A7?
After
Rook C7, I beg your pardon.
Let's see, I have a few more
Okay, I'll just read.
moves. And you can see a live shot over here too. But after rook c7, we got king f4.
Yep.
And then after rook c7, king f4, rook f7 check.
Right.
A5, by the way, was a brilliant move.
Brilliant.
Brilliant, according to the engines. The winning move. Now
Winning.
black is winning.
Wow.
Black is winning. The white king is silly. Remember how black's king was cut off once upon a time? Now it's white's king that's cut off in this position. And the problem is that the A pawn and the B pawn are going to drop. And there's nothing you can do about it. You're getting mated. You're just the activity of this rook and this bishop. Why did she bring her rook back? You remember the game with Nazi Paikidze when she should have just cut off the king when he was fighting against a rook and a bishop against another Anna Zatonsky, and she didn't play this move. And same thing happened here. She's played into this line. She's played rook to e7, and now here's the win. Straightforward, big win. Bishop to c2. The threat is just to take this pawn. You want to play rook a7? Go right ahead. We're taking the pawn anyway, and now you cannot touch this pawn because this position is technically winning. You cannot trade off in this position, and in fact, the engines are giving mate in 24 after this move here, and you're going to get caught in Zugzwang at some point. This move, you just wait around, and what can you do? I mean, if you move your king here, all of a sudden this king shows up, and you're being squeezed. And this is the problem. You're going to get into a position like this one. You can play h5 for the moment and hope and pray, but guess who can just save a tempo and just keep waiting you out? As a matter of fact, there's no more waiting going on here. H6 will be forced. You can't move your king away. Who wanted to play h6? Simply bishop to g6. Thanks for the pawn. Thanks for the other pawn. The game is lost. This game is now busted. It's up to Anna in time pressure herself, as we get this position on the board, in time pressure herself, to recognize that that is indeed a win, bishop c2, and go after this pawn. It's something you have to realize. If you realize it, it's over. If you don't, you might keep making some moves and let her off the hook. But right now, white is lost.
It looks like she's reaching for that bishop and pointing towards c2. She's got a little over 3 minutes. Jennifer, you basically, and there it is.
Bishop c2.
She's played bishop c2.
Incredible. Jennifer blew this game with the ease. The same shock I had when not Anna but Nazi, when Nazi played rook a8, losing against Anna. The same shock of bringing the rook, not using the rook to cut off the king. That's what these endings are all about. Cutting off the king. It's what it's about.
And now she's played rook c7.
Rook to c7, attacking the bishop.
With only about 10 seconds left on her clock when she made the move.
The bishop takes a4. Having said A, let's say B. I'm going after the pawn. I want to capture the pawn.
Her hope is to play rook to c3 check and cut off the black king because the king can't go back up to f4. This is the key. The king can't go to f4 because of rook to c4 check, winning that piece. So now she's gotten this king cut off again the way she should have in the first place, should have maintained a long time ago. But this is still losing for her.
Because that A-pawn.
Because that A-pawn is just a beast. So if the king goes down to g2, rook to a3 is possible in that position, and there are different wins here, including rook b5 check. Bishop d1 is also a win in the position, according to the engines, although it seems a little bit tricky. It's a mating attack. Wow, mate in 6. This is really beautiful. What got play? She took on a4, so now we're expecting to move rook to c3 check. It's pretty much her only try in this position. But take a look at this great variation. Rook c3 should be coming. Look at this position here. Rook takes on a5. This is after the bishop gets attacked with rook h3. Rook takes on a5, and rook to g6. And this king is just buried. And what can you do? If you play the move rook to a4, you lose it. You can't defend. And what can you do about bishop takes on g6? Mate. Your only chance is to start a series of checks. King g3, rook a3, king to f4. And that's all she wrote. That's game.
No more checks.
You have no more checks. And bishop g6 is mate.
Yeah, that checkmating pattern. I thought with the king on h6 that we were going to see these types of checkmating patterns.
It's not a wrap, huh?
Yeah, I sure did.
We do
and
see King
we
F2
do
on
have
the
Rook
board.
C3 check on the board.
Rook C2 check, and Rook C3 check, and King F2. And Jennifer, was just playing on the increment, played Rook to A3.
She's going straight down the line, but it is...
Bishop D1, Rook takes A5, Rook G6 is really pretty. I think most human players will just grab that pawn on B5 with a check and then put the bishop right back on C2. Maybe it's not the best winning technique, but it's always nice to have those pawns.
And that's exactly what she did.
That's what happened. But that was a beautiful variation. We've seen like some nice rook and bishop constellations, right?
Right. Rook and bishop checkmates. Nice.
And now we're expecting a bishop C2. Jennifer, you with these last 3 moves getting a little bit more time on her clock. She's over a minute now.
Okay. So
what's happening in the Fabi game?
Yeah, we got 2 games left, one in the women's and one in the open section. The one in the open section, very critical for our standings as our defending champion looks to score his first win.
He won't.
Nope.
He won't. That game is now dead drawn. Nothing much to do there. And of course, look at Onishchuk. He knows about cutting a king off. That rook is on A6. That same rook A6 that would have saved Nazi, the same rook A6 in this game that would have saved Jennifer. Same move, exact same reflection. Keep the king cut off. And of course, Alex knows his stuff. He's not letting Black's king just prance on this chessboard. He's going to keep his rook on that rank and tell Black, what are you going to do to get any kind of move? And look at that rook to B4 check, giving away the pawn, all about cutting off the king as well. This is what these endings boil down to, but it just doesn't lead anywhere. He's played rook back to B8.
It's funny that rook on A6 is basically trapped.
Exactly. It just does. But there is, unfortunately, a way to get out of the snare.
A nicer move, that move draws. A nicer move is rook to B6.
Stalemate?
Ooh, love it. Yeah, nice one. But what about,
That's it.
That's the most simple, actually.
That just frees the king. The idea being rook A8 check. In this position, king B5, rook takes on A4, and he's reaching for it. Rook takes on A4, and he's played rook A7 instead. Rook A4, rook C6 check in this position, and then take the pawn, and that's the end. That would have been the easiest, cleanest, prettiest way to play. But humans, we find the simple stuff, and this definitely is a lot simpler.
Rook A7 check, king C6 has been the last move by Onishchuk.
So the thing about this is it's definitely drawing, but his king is cut off, and the pawn is passed, and actually the black king is now moved up the board, so he didn't maintain the concept that we keep talking about. Keep the king cut off, but you'd have to find rook B6. If he had seen rook B6, he probably didn't see it.
Right.
He just didn't see it. He just
you
saw
don't
rook
put
A6.
your pieces on free.
Right,
free.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, but if he had seen rook B6, the game is drawn instantly. Just stop the clocks now. Now Fabi's like, okay, you didn't catch that cute one. Let's see if I can just bother you for a while.
Right. Unfortunately, for Fabi, he's going to discover that even these attempts are not enough. Rook check, king c5, rook a7, preparing to give this king, the black king, the boot with rook c7 check. The best I see for Fabi is to push the pawn, but then you're going to get into a position where it's king and pawn versus king and pawn. Both sides are going to win a rook, and that game is going to be a draw. Shall we go back to Anna's game for a moment?
Yeah, that's a rolling up the towel in this position. You have to throw in the towel, I should say, because this one's busted. This one's just lost.
When we left it, we had just seen this move, bishop to c2, rook c3. That made it a little bit easier, I think, for Anna, as now the bishop is ideal. I mean, just simply ideal. There's no way these pawns are ever going to cause any discomfort. And now with the rook also in an ideal position, she'll just come over with her king and start pushing this pawn to a2. So this is actually easily winning now for Anna. After rook a3 has been played, I would expect rook a6.
And this will be
Rook's
Anna
behind the pass pawns.
And this will give Anna an even score. She lost to Sabina Voiger earlier in the tournament and 3 draws. So, as we know, the standings are really bunched up in the women's championship. So
Exactly.
she puts herself back in it as well.
But still, our top 3 ladies by rating, Naji, Anna, and Irina, are literally 1, 2, 3 plus 2 at the half.
Great, so
who would have thunk that?
Yeah, a big day for the women's championship. And Maurice.
Again, instructive end games, and after today, anybody who's been watching this whole time, you should know the principle and embed it in yourself. Although we've seen these top players not show a complete grasp of the same principle. Keep that king cut off. I remember Dvoretsky, Mark Dvoretsky, the late and great trainer Mark Dvoretsky, talked about this in his books, and I got a chance to work with him a couple of sessions, and it was just a simple theme for him. Cut the king off. Don't give it any kind of activity. And right here, there are different moves. Rook F7 was one. Rook A6, we talked about that move, keeping the king cut off. There are no chances for black to win this position. This king cannot get in the game. Instead, the critical mistake on her part, she played Rook C4. And after bishop to D5, all of a sudden, the king was coming into the game after Rook to C5, king to E6. But what's impressive about this position is how Anna realized as she harassed that rook, and now the king is on F4. Look how big it is in this position. She played Rook B6, Rook to B4 to realize this star move. You know, when you're playing the game, you don't think in generalizations. You see the players come down and they analyze with us, and they're showing us these great variations. Now, we are bouncing around to different boards, trying to give you guys a sense of what's going on. They're focused on their board, looking at all the key variations, so when they come down, they can really give us some more insight into how deeply they thought about the position. And here, Anna, working hard, trying to win, she thought deeply about the position and said, A5, it works. You can't do anything, you're stuck. I'm going to have mating ideas, and I'm going to pick off your pawns. I'm going to freeze them on white squares, and I'm just going to pick them off. So that was a sterling move in this moment. It is completely the winning move. After Rook to D4, after Rook to C4, she played King to E3, Rook C7, hoping against hope, and then they actually played some moves here, King G3. Let's jump to the current position right here that she achieved, winning the pawns, and now the masterful bishop. Why bishops are so good at a long range? That's why they're long range pieces, and the bishop guarding this way, the rook this way. Here comes the king. This one is all over but the crying.
Thank you, Maurice. We just saw the move Rook A1 while you were talking, attacking the bishop. The bishop will just simply move to D3, and as you were mentioning, the black king coming over to escort the A-pawn home. Very, very big victory. Jennifer was just dead busted right out of the opening. She really got ambushed in this game. When Anna didn't go for the mating attack, she fought her way to what I thought was equality, and I was thinking guardian angels, but they failed her at the very last.
You know, this game should have been over 3 hours ago.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Right after too.
I mean,
yeah.
3 hours ago, and 3 hours later, you're still hard at work. It's nice to have your tactical alertness up. She could have saved herself a whole lot of work. She played queen takes c3, but she didn't, and
But then we wouldn't have that endgame last
then
time.
we have this endgame in front of us.
Good point.
But yeah, it's a great point because we were hoping that she would avoid the rook and bishop versus rook because that of course would be a lot of work for herself. And if you think about it logically, when you play the move a5, advancing your a pawn, harder for white to play a5 and b6 and trade the pawn off.
Mm-hmm.
So you're keeping that pawn, so you don't have to play that endgame, which you might draw and you might win.
Right.
Yeah. You want to have just one result.
Exactly. Going back to also a game still in progress is the one between Onishuk and Fabi. When we left it, we thought that the players were just going to go into a straightforward king and pawn versus king and pawn with the rooks, and that's what we are currently achieving, as Fabi is going to escort his passed d-pawn with his king to pick off this white rook. But Onishuk has similar ideas. You go king c3, I'll go king down. You'll keep me in the box, I'll keep going. And even if I give you an extra tempo or two, I don't think it's even close, but I could be wrong. No, it's a draw.
You're thinking about the lines where it's a little closer, and then we have a knight in the corner.
Yes,
after we
exactly. Yeah.
Actually, these rook versus pawn endgames come up quite a lot. It's kind of like everybody says rook endgames, but rook versus pawn, or pawn endgames, but rook versus pawn comes up quite often too.
But that position you just showed, you should show the finish, because a lot of players will not have your expertise. Here, king to a5 or king to a5 may be the one, but king to a5, king c7 is just so easy.
Yeah.
And king c5 also doesn't.
I don't. This is one of the things. No, I can still do it this time. I'm sorry. So it's just a draw. Even if I give Fabi several extra tempi, it's a
Here's a funny one. Here's a funny one. King c5.
Yes.
And you go in the corner.
Okay. Then I get the position
so that's
I
the
want.
way of giving.
This is the position you guys referred to
off
and now the move any rook move over along the rank.
To threaten checkmate. You don't have time to queen the pawn, as this is the threat, and you have to promote to a knight. Where's my promotion? I think my board just froze.
But the problem is after you promote to a knight,
then I
your
go
next
king
step,
f3.
you need to get the knight out.
C6. Yeah.
King c6, and you can't get the knight out because if knight c7, rook h8 check wins the knight.
Exactly.
And so that's a nice little theoretical endgame. But definitely worth looking at not only your rook and pawn endgames, but also your rook versus pawn endgames, because they often lead these types of situations often happen when they're mass simplifications.
Exactly. Just a second.
Sacrifice
and
alert.
which you mentioned, he's got a good section on this in his big green endgame Bible.
The green endgame.
Endgame manual. Endgame manual. Look at the sacrifice that occurred in the game with Anišević, as Jennifer had her last hope in this position
extinguished.
She tried to play g6 and hope against hope that maybe she would have some chance of playing h6. Anna said, nope, sorry, just take your pawn. And now it's just easy. This pawn will push, this king will be here, this pawn will push. This position is resignable. Anišević will win the game.
Right. And with the results that we currently have, which are known, what are our standings after all of the excitement we've seen in this fifth round?
Well, let's see. In the women's championship,
we know 3 players have +2.
Yeah, the women's championship, we've got 3 players with the +2. The U.S. championship, we've got Wesley So at the top of the leaderboard. He's got 3.5 points. Still nipping at his heels are Nakamura, Naroditsky, and Jarabuk. That was true at the beginning of the round, but 2 more players have joined that group, Ray Robson and Varuzha Nikolbian.
Exactly.
So in this case,
quite a tight field, isn't it?
It is a very tight field, but who's going to be the big guy to chase Wesley?
I thought Fabi was going to win this game. If he only draws, he's going to be a full point behind Wesley at more or less the half-point break.
That's right, fewer and fewer games in order to try to catch up. So that could be dangerous news for Fabiano. Meanwhile, in the women's championship, 3 of our big favorites, our defending champion Nazi Paikidze, as well as Anna Zatonski and Irina Krush, the rating favorites, they share the lead with 3.5 points, but Tatev win back in her sails with a very nice win in her pet Sicilian. And Fabiano Caruana has drawn that game against Alexander Onishuk. Onishuk's endgame defense there was enough to handle. And again, it shows Onishuk, fine endgame player. That's what you need to do here in order to play the 6th hour of the game accurately.
Yeah, well, you need energy. He keeps himself in great shape, does Alex, and he's giving up a lot of age to the youthful Fabiano. I just feel that maybe both players will be annoyed. I think Fabiano more so, because I really did think that he played a very provocative game that worked out wonderfully in his favor, and that he had an advantage in this game.
And you mentioned Alexander Onishuk. He's actually a triathlete,
yes.
So that's how he keeps fit. And as well as that, he's a coach at Texas Tech University, so pretty well-rounded guy with a lot of fans rooting him on here in the U.S. Championship.
Exactly. What a day it's been, Jennifer.
And we still have one more game going on, but it seems like it's going to be over quite soon. Anna Sharovich with just 2 pawns, and Jennifer Yu does resign. She threw in a spite check, but she gives up the game. And big win for Anna Sharovich. Sure, she could have won earlier. Beautiful ideas with rook takes b2 check if she had calculated that accurately. But she won the game in the end game and treated us to a nice move and some nice variations there.
Indeed, Jennifer. It was quite a round. Wow.
And does that mean every single game in the women's side was decisive? So full of sangre.
Wow.
Just 6 decisive games in the women's championship, and we were used to seeing that. One year I remember it was like several decisive
rounds
games.
like that, one after another.
But now with the field being stronger, with the young players getting higher rated and the wild cards being tougher, you don't see that in every round in the women's championship.
Exactly.
It's a pretty rare occurrence. So
all
they came to
decisive
play
matches.
before the rest day.
Well, you kind of mentioned that at the top of the show, how it wasn't the leaders playing one another, it was one field playing the other side of the field and who would do best, and it turned out that all the games were decisive.
Yeah, and who did do the best? I think it was pretty even. Tatev Abrahamian won against one of the leaders, Maggie. Sharovich won against one of the leaders, Yu. I think the big loser in today's round were the youngsters.
Yes.
The very young players, the teenagers.
Carissa.
The teenagers
Maggie.
are going to be sending some sad emojis today.
Okay. And
we're waiting for, I think, we might be waiting for an interview before we close the show, but we'll find out about that in just a second. Maybe we can take a look at the pairings after the rest day.
Sure.
I know that one game we had mentioned earlier was a Kobien's game against Wesley So. And yeah, here they are. We've got Wesley So playing against Varuzhina Kobien, Fabiano Caruana versus Gada Kamsky. Now that Gada's in form, Fabiano might be like, hey, why didn't I get this game in round 1?
Exactly.
But of course he's playing the white pieces and he badly needs a victory to start taking a real shot at the defense of his title. So that'll be a huge one to watch. Naroditsky playing against Jeffrey Zhang.
And the matchup of the youth there, that's a very important game.
Another important game, Shabalov against Nakamura, with Shabalov's combative and dynamic style. We know that Nakamura will be hoping that this gets dicey and he can try to notch a victory and get himself closer to Wesley So.
Ray Robson back in the hunt with a win today. He'll go up against Sam Shanklin, who will be kicking himself for a poorly played game, and then having been given the chance to get back in the to make a draw today, he lost. So Ray is catching Sam at a vulnerable moment.
And a player that's playing, 2 players are playing really well, Alexander Onishuk and Yaroslav Jarabuk.
Yes.
Alexander Onishuk with that loss to Wesley, but a nice win versus Alexander Shabalov. And having played many of the strong players in the field, will be looking to make a run. And Jarabuk still on +1.
Yeah. And our pairings on Tuesday for the women, Jennifer.
Yes, the Women's Championship. We've got a big matchup, Irina Krush-White against Nazi Paikidze. This was a game last year that decided the championship,
yes.
with Nazi winning a beautiful game with black.
Dramatic final round indeed.
That was a fantastic game. Powerful performance by Paikidze. So Irina, of course, will be looking to do a lot better in this game, but this could end up deciding the Women's Championship as well. And here's where we stand in the U.S. Championship with all the games in. Wesley So leading the tournament, 5 players right behind him, and even Alexander Onishuk and Fabiano Caruana a full point back, but nobody has a huge score in this championship, so they're still in the hunt as well.
Yeah, but if Wesley keeps up with his effortless style, what can I say? It looks like that would be a winner. Naji, Anna, Irina.
All tied for the lead in the
All
Women's
tied for
Championship.
Yes, indeed.
And it looks like we have a final thought by Maurice, perhaps. And we're getting set up for that in a minute.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the interview at the moment.
Any new predictions?
Well, I just kind of reflecting on the round. I think Anna Sharovich, most especially, will be very annoyed at herself for not having pursued that rook sacrifice. That would have been, you know, the game of the day. That would have been a real scintillating victory. So
that's true, but it was complicated. I mean, you know, she probably analyzed it. Maybe she should have spent more than 5 minutes on it, though. Like, she spent 4 minutes on it, and I think that she probably rejected it too early. I think what Maurice was saying, she maybe looked at bishop a3 check instead of queen a3.
Yeah, well, whatever reasons, she missed a great shot.
Yeah, very nice stuff. But she won anyway. And Maurice, give us your final thoughts as we go into the halfway point.
Yeah, she won anyway, but extra work, a lot of hours. At least she has a rest day tomorrow, and it should be a good one for the players. They've had 5 hard-fought games. And, you know, they could relax before now saying, it's a long tournament, it's still a long way to go. But at this point, you can't make that excuse anymore. You've only got 6 rounds left, and at some point you're going to have to start taking a few chances in order to overtake one Wesley So, who simply looks like nobody's going to touch him in this tournament. But the question is, will he be able to win all his games? Remember, he started by saying +6 won last year. +6 doesn't look like it's winning this year. This tournament is just too strong, and the players are starting to realize it, not just on the open side, but also on the women's side as well, as the big dogs are at the top, Nazi, Anna, and Irina, and also Tatev. Just as we expected, this is going to be an incredible race to the finish line. Guys, I'm happy there's a rest day tomorrow so we can collect our thoughts, but it's going to be fighting chess come Tuesday, round 6. We don't want to miss it.
Thank you. Thank you, Maurice. We're just still waiting for the players. I'm sure they're so excited.
We'll take some tweets as we wait for these players. One of the things that you often see in this tournament, especially in the second half, is fans and family members of the players showing up to support them. Sure. And we've got a Perva Verkud who goes to the University of Michigan, and the chess team made a 7-hour drive to support their chess teammate. So shout out to Perva. It's always great to see these great competitors combining chess and college, as the college chess movement in America gets so much better. We've got our favorite Photoshopper, Anton Squared Me, with a nice little GIF of Tatev Abrahamian. And we also had somebody asking about why there's a U.S. Women's Championship. This is kind of a perennial question. There's a U.S. Women's Championship because at this moment, there's no females that qualify for the open section. And we sure have a lot more fun supporting and encouraging women to play chess. So it's great that we have a separate section now. But, of course, ultimately, we hope that one of these youngsters is able to first achieve the Grandmaster title and eventually qualify for the main section.
Yeah, that will be the ideal.
That's right. And with more and more young players making the master title so early on, I think it's becoming more likely. What you need is a lot of possible candidates to choose from, and then one of them is going to pick up and really steamroll.
We hope. Yeah, I'm just again, as we're waiting for the players to join us, I'm sure they're having some post-mortem analysis with themselves. You know, it was funny. Wesley came into the game and he said, into the interview, and he said, well, you know, it was always kind of even, and it was strange that they drew so very quickly. The two players, Yarrow and Wesley. There was a big moment right here after the move Rook H4, and the pawn on H7 is being attacked, right? Clear. And I was always taught that in such positions, when you're playing against the light squared bishops, you would play G6 so that your Luft square, a light square, would be available. And I'm kind of curious what would you have played had you had Black's position exactly here? Jennifer, would you have played H6 like Wesley, or G6 as the old ancients would prescribe?
Yeah, I see that G6 seems like the first instinct, but
yeah, because
maybe he was worried about some queen coming to H6, but you always can stick your knight on F6, huh?
Well, not just that. No, I'm saying I thought White was struggling for a draw. Okay. So I'm thinking on a good day, I want to play knight c3, take your a pawn. So we can just put some moves on the board again, just as we're waiting for the players. Imagine I was being really, how do you say, provocative, right? And I just wanted to go and to try to force a win. You could go queen h6 if you like. I'll go f5. And I'm just saying I like this knight on c3. That just looks like a really big piece to me.
What happens if I take on b6?
Ah, yes. Now it's a good enough. Queen takes h7 is good enough. I'd have to go back to f6. We have a guest.
Yes,
Yay.
our reigning champion, Fabiano Caruana, with all draws going into the rest day.
Fabiano Caruana going all the way down to the rook and pawn, rook and 1 versus rook and 1 to try to win, but it still wasn't there. What were you thinking during the game? Did you think you had real chances, significant chances to win, or did you think it was maybe just a little bit, but you had to press?
Well, I mean, I shouldn't have had any chances at all. He blundered knight c4, and it's kind of remarkable how his position goes from very good to very bad. His pawns just all drop once my knight gets into game, and I thought it was funny because my knight was just the worst piece ever for like the entire game, and then it just started collecting everything. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot to talk about, but I guess the position is too complicated to go through in full. Yeah, anyway, I guess that the most critical moment is near the end, because he played this very risky move, a4. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if this is how good it is, but there are winning chances, although objectively should be a draw. At least I didn't see a clear way. And I mean, there were some very close calls. Like here, I think he might have played a bit carelessly, and yeah, so a few more moves. Yeah, and here, I spent all my time trying to make rook a2 work, because it's, I mean, it either wins or it doesn't. Rook a2, rook g5, a4, rook a5, a3. I mean, if I get rook a1 and pawn a2 with his king anywhere not on the c file, then he can resign, because, I mean, I'll stop his f-pawn with my king, as far as I understand. I mean, maybe his king just goes in front of that pawn. But, I mean, I saw lines where I just, like, push my d-pawn down the board and win. But here, I guess, king d4 is a draw. And he just collects the pawn with his king. So anyway, yeah, at some point I thought it was just going to be a draw. Later on. Yeah, and then he played a4, and I was really surprised by that move, because if he plays something like rook d4, I don't think I can really win it. I mean, if, let's say I play d5, his king goes to c2, and now I can't make any progress, because king c5, rook a4, king b5, rook d4. So I'd probably have to play some move like king c6 after rook d4. I mean, here, rook a4 anyway. But after he plays rook d4, king c6, and I'll play around, but I won't make any progress in the long run. But he played a4, and suddenly my winning chances are very, very serious, I think. Because he can't get his king over to the c file because of rook c5. And if his rook goes on the c file, then I play rook h4 winning a pawn. So it's actually difficult to defend this pawn. It looks a bit strange, but... So I think what I did was correct. And then, yeah, looks correct. Also looks correct. And rook c5 is ridiculous. I mean, d5... I really wanted to play, and I spent all my time on it. And I think he has to play rook h8. Because my king is just going up to c5, b4. Rook a1 is forced. Or at least the most natural move. Rook c8, now he has to start giving checks. Because if he protects from the side with rook h4, I play king c5, and then I play rook a3 and d4, and I cut off the rook, and eventually I'll collect the a4 pawn. So he has to go from behind, rook c8, king... let's say d6, rook d8, king c5, rook c8, king b4, and now he has to play rook d8. And the problem is if I play something like king a4, of course taking loses to rook d1, and the pawn ending is hopeless, but he plays a move like king c2 and collects the pawn as a draw. And so I calculated... I mean, I can't take on I shouldn't take on a4. I should play like rook d1. He has only one square to go to, e2. I go to d4. He plays king e3. I think it's only move. And now I thought that this was... Yeah, I thought it was a draw after king e3. I calculated all this. And then king c3 I didn't see. And here The question is what I do next, because he has to wait. He has no options here. He has to play like rook d7. Rook e4, king f3. Yeah, this is probably... It looks like my game against... So king e3? Rook c5. I think this is a draw. Am I wrong? And then rook c8.
This looks like a draw. Right?
This, I don't know. Yeah, so now...
Even that's a draw. 3 files?
So he starts giving checks. No, this is...
This one's it.
Yeah. Yeah. This is winning.
Yeah, this is the 3 files one.
This is winning.
So why didn't you do this, Fabi?
Well, I didn't see king c3.
But why did he play back up? Now let's keep going. From here, is he relegated to the d file?
Yeah, I mean, rook c8, rook c4, I start pushing my d pawn and win his a pawn. And I don't know, maybe king e2 to go to d1, but that doesn't look so great. But maybe it's the only way to play. King d1.
What would you like to do?
d4 is the move I guess you want to make. It's probably winning because the king goes to b4 now. Wait, so rook d5. I might even have something like rook h4 here. It must be winning.
Yeah, maybe that's the simplest. Actually, rook h4 looks real good.
Yeah, I mean, this. I had to go for this. I don't know why I didn't. And I didn't see king c3, but anyway, I have to go for it because it's the only chance, and maybe I'll find something on the way, even if I calculated it and didn't find anything initially.
In fact, this whole line validates what you were thinking, that a4 was very risky because it puts the a pawn in jeopardy in many of the variations that you've just shown.
Yeah, I mean, a4 was I think he makes a draw without it, and I guess he's envisioned something like this when he played a4, but it's not easy to get it if I play correctly, or maybe impossible to get it.
Well, that's a disappointing, if that's correct, then that's a disappointing miss because it means that you stay a full point behind the leader and half a point behind a gaggle of players. How do you, it seems like you're always a little bit close but not quite getting there. How do you get off the schneid to start winning some games?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's a strange mistake to play rook c5 today. I mean, hopefully I'll play better in the remaining games. There's still many games to go, so I don't think that I'm without any chances, but obviously I have to start winning a few.
Yeah, I mean, there's 6 games left. Last year you won with +6.
+6, yeah.
There's unlikely you win the next 6. Even you winning 7 games in a row in the Singfield Cup, winning the next 6 will be a tall order.
Well, I'm not really thinking about winning all my games. I'll be happy if I win one, the next one.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing that. Get your rest, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Thanks.
Thank you, Fabi. We, of course, know the very famous Fabi streak of winning 7 in a row. I can't really recall, but there's some Grand Chess tours. Has Fabi made 5 draws in a row before?
Yeah,
it's like a
I
little
think so.
frustrating,
I think there
right?
was one where he drew a bunch of games and then won one at the very end, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
very,
we were
very
joking
good.
about the new Fabi streak.
Yeah, of draws, right?
Yes,
Yes.
I remember joking about that. I think that might have been the 2015 Singfield Cup.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
We can check that, though. Meanwhile, we have Anna Sharovich with Maurice, who won today, and the Women's Championship is wide open.
Anna Sharovich knocking off the youngster Jennifer Yu in what can easily be called one of the more topsy-turvy games of the tournament. Certainly, Anna's game against the other Anna, against Nazi Paikidze, had the wild swings. This one did too. You came out of the opening all guns blazing with this preparation from Anish Giri versus Wesley So. Were you surprised that she walked right into this line?
Oh, you guys, I see you using your chess base real well here.
Well, I was actually in London watching the game live and calling the game live, so we didn't need chess base.
I just found the moves at the board because I didn't prepare that line.
I have my doubts about that. Were you surprised that she didn't know this game? I mean, we call the game, watched that game for hours, although Wesley only drew the game. I remember vividly him playing these moves and Anish Giri.
I think in the game, white took on h5, right? And then
correct.
Knight took on e5, right? I think that's what happened.
Right, so she definitely played differently in this game, but still, it's the same problem. I mean, it's still a busted position for black. So I'm asking again, were you surprised she didn't know this line? Because it's her variation.
You know what? I was surprised she played that line, to be honest, because I expected English.
I see.
So that's what I expected.
So
I didn't prepare that against her. I prepared totally different stuff, and so she played d4 and then bishop f4, and I thought, well, gonna be London. So I thought, well, I never played anything like that, so maybe she will be surprised. I honestly, I don't know if she plays that all the time. I'm sure she has a coach who prepared that, probably. I don't know, because I was preparing a totally different opening.
Okay, so you get this great position. You have a wonderful position. You got the rook on b8. She castles queenside. She allows
I
queen
thought
a5.
it was such a bold move, right? Lonside castle.
Bold is one word for it. But then you miss a shot that we really need to ask you about. Did you look at this move? And it was the move rook takes b2. If we could get you to look at the screen now, this position here, black is completely winning after rook takes b2 check. Did you see this move? Did you consider this move?
I didn't calculate after this anything, so I kind of looked at rook takes b2, but I didn't see anything after this. Though I should have probably played this, yeah, because I saw rook b2 probably is possible. So that's why I was punished and played for 6.5 hours, or 5.5 hours.
That's exactly what we were thinking, because the game is over. The threats are so strong, and if something like knight b3...
Yeah, that would have been a beautiful game. I agree.
Knight b3 in this position, just simply rook to f2, and she's just in a crossfire, and the game is over.
Yeah. Well,
so did you see queen a3 check?
When
did you see rook b2 and queen a3 at all, or you just saw queen c3 and went for it?
I think after that Lonside castle, I was so surprised that she did it that I thought it should be winning. Like, doesn't matter how I move.
Okay.
That's kind of what I thought, because the Lonside castle is just something it should be winning. So that's why I saw rook b2, but I didn't really continue calculating after that.
I see. Okay, so that we were intrigued about. The next thing we were intrigued about was when she actually blundered late in the game. She fought back heroically and got what looks like a drawn position. Were you stunned when she moved her rook back? She had kept your king in prison this whole time. Your king couldn't get to the third rank, and when your bishop attacked her rook, she played a rook c4 instead of just staying on the rank.
Yeah, there were many mistakes, I'm sure, from both sides at some point in the end game. Because for the longest time, I couldn't figure out how you're going to win this position.
There was no win according to the engines, and we didn't find one either
so,
while we were watching. Only when she let your king in the game did you suddenly have fantastic chances.
Yeah, and then so I came up with that h5 and thought, well, maybe she'll try to get.
Yeah, we were talking about this position here. We could back
here.
up right.
Here I thought I was winning, though.
Oh, you thought you were winning here?
Yeah, here I thought, well, after you trade that h6 for e5, of course you're very inspired.
No, but after rook a6, you're not going to make any progress. Your king is still cut off. It's still a big problem for you.
I was thinking, well, maybe I can just move my bishop to e6 and then rook c7 and somehow get into the play. So, but anyway, here I liked my position way better than when the pawn was on e5 and my pawn was on h6, so I was much happier. It already is,
Yeah, but her retreating was terrible.
Yeah.
And suddenly your king marched in and won the game. So you're back in the hunt with a win. How are you feeling about your chances moving forward?
Well, just continue playing chess, right? And preparing real hard. And again, today you saw I developed all my pieces and just castled, like I told you yesterday, just did normal moves.
Oh, yeah, right. It was a normal variation.
So,
what are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Tomorrow I'm going to work.
Going to work?
Yeah.
You're playing in the U.S. Women's Championship. What are you going to work for?
Well, you know, I need to do something good too.
Make some money, huh?
Of course.
All right, there you go. Well, all right, we'll look forward. Congratulations on today's game. We look forward to seeing you in 2 days.
Thank you, Maurice.
All right.
Thank you, Maurice, and congratulations to Anna. Very, very tough, hard-fought victory today. Nothing comes easy in this field, huh?
And if she keeps winning games like that, she could be in the running for big money here in the Women's Championship with $25K for first. But a reminder to everybody, there's a rest day tomorrow. So get all your work done then, because after that we've got 6 and possibly 7 straight days of exciting chess here in St. Louis at the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's. Thanks for hanging in there with us, guys. And we'll see you on Tuesday.
Good night.